Hey dudes, today I'm here to talk about the Magic the Gathering expansion, Legends, and to ask the ever important question, does Legends suck? Yeah, it kinda does. Okay, joking aside, this is probably going to be the most nuanced discussion we've had about a set of Magic the Gathering cards, and there are a few reasons for that. Before we can really crack into the nuances of what makes this set amazing and also pretty bad, we need to discuss what the set actually is. Legends is the third expansion set ever released, and it was released in June of 1994. This was the seventh set released by Wizards of the Coast. Alpha, Beta, and Unlimited are water under the bridge at this point, and Arabian Nights as well as Antiquities are relatively old news. Revise has just been released a couple months before Legends, and with it came the invention of the tap symbol. Consequentially, Revised was also the first set to outmode mono, poly, and continuous artifacts. If you haven't heard what those are, they aren't relevant to this discussion, so I'm sorry, you're going to need to watch one of my earlier videos or just spend 30 seconds on one of the Wiki pages. They are only worth mentioning because with the addition of the tap symbol in Revised, these ancient card types were now obsolete. Legends was made by Steve Conard and Robin Herbert, and developed by Scaff Elias, Jim Lynn, Christopher Page, and Dave Petty. But what makes this set interesting is how it was made. Stephen Conard was one of the founders of Wizards of the Coast, and helped Richard Garfield and Peter Adkison with some of the initial designing of Magic the Gathering. I don't know how much Stephen Conard contributed to the birth of Magic, but since he isn't mentioned much, I would assume his contributions were relatively minimal. However, he was good friends with Peter Adkison, the original CEO of Wizards of the Coast, and continued to do freelance work for Wizards of the Coast even after he moved to Canada. He met Robin Herbert through work at some software company, and the two hit it off with their mutual love of computer games and Dungeons and Dragons. At some point, Robin was introduced to the idea of Magic, and just like Stephen, he loved the game as well. Like we all do. So Stephen and Robin started making cards for fun on their own time, and it eventually snowballed into having made enough cards to be an entire set. This was during a time when Magic could not print to demand. Everything Wizards had put on the shelves had been sold out in months, and the fans were ravenous for more. So Stephen and Robin pitched their set, and Peter Adkison said hell yeah to the set. So that's what Legends, the expansion set, is. It's basically a custom-made set made by two people who were, quite frankly, not extremely skilled or knowledgeable players, and they filled this set with self-inserts of their favorite Mary Sues from their D&D campaigns. That sounds harsh, and despite being pretty hyperbolic about all this, I'm not really trying to insult anyone or laugh at someone who stepped up to the plate. I'm just trying to give context around Legends because without understanding the series of events that led up to this expansion's creation, these card designs are just fucking baffling. Because this set is a baffling set. It has some of the best ideas to ever come out of early Magic, and it also has some of the shittiest cards of all time. The really efficient cards are all miserable to play with, and a major chunk of the Legends do less than a Serra Angel and are harder to cast. So what happened here? Why are the cards like this? I think it's as simple as a lack of forethought that most of the sets have at this point. This set wasn't made as a set in the same way that Mirage was, or the sets that came after. Alpha was designed and play-tested thoroughly, and while being designed, many of the cards were considered as part of the whole. To me, it feels like this set is just a bunch of cards that they thought would be cool, or should exist for some reason. I'm sure much of the design time went into how cool these Legends are, and to be fair, they are very cool. It's a shame they suck so bad, and part of this has to do with the development team tossing an extra mana on anything that seemed like it might actually be fun to play with. All this to say that this set is really interesting, is really big, and was made when people really enjoyed Magic but didn't really understand Magic. It's easy to criticize things, especially 30 years later, but this set did a number of things that were really awesome. As always, we are going to look at these cards through the lens of a limited environment. For those confused by this, I'm not saying everyone played limited when these cards came out, but rather how I would think about these cards if I was playing a limited of this set today, which is something you can easily do with a lot of money or proxies and less money. With that said, we have two things left to talk about before getting to the cards themselves: the collation and the mechanics. Since the collation information is really useful if you wish to make a cube of this set, but otherwise irrelevant to how good these cards are themselves, we'll start by talking about how these cards appeared in packs, and then move into the mechanics before we finally talk about the cards themselves. I've also neglected to mention this up until now, but if you don't give a shit about something that I'm talking about, there are timestamps below to skip ahead to what you'd like to hear. So with that out of the way, let's talk about the collation. Legends has 75 commons, 114 uncommons, and 121 rares, and was sold in 15 card packs. These packs had 1 rare and 3 uncommons, and 11 commons, as well as a rules insert explaining the new mechanics. It's been a bit since we've talked about a set that had 3 sheets, since both Arabian Nights and Antiquities only had 2 sheets, but Legends takes some inspiration from these smaller sets by introducing C1 and C2 into the mix. 29 of the common cards appeared only once on the common sheet, while 46 of the commons made it onto the common sheet twice. C1 means common appearing only once on the sheet, and C2 naturally means that it is a common that appeared twice on the sheet. So these commons that appeared twice on the sheet are about twice as common as the ones that appeared only once. Still with me so far? It gets a little complicated when we talk about the uncommons, so buckle up. The uncommon sheet from Legends was split into halves during the collation process, with the top 6 rows and the bottom 5 rows being treated as separate sheets during the collation. I have no insight as to why or how this happened, but it effectively means that when you open a booster box of Legends, it is insanely likely that all of the uncommons in the box will be from either the top half of the uncommon sheet or the bottom half of the uncommon sheet. It's foolish to make definitive statements on the contents of every box of Legends, because I haven't personally opened every box of Legends. So if somebody told me they opened a box and got both a Mana Drain and a Caracas in their box, I'd believe them, but that is, by and large, not the common experience with these boxes. Because of this, boxes are known as A boxes or B boxes, which is based on whether they were packed with uncommons from the top of the sheet or from the bottom of the sheet. This process was so frustrating for players that Wizards of the Coast offered an exchange program where you could send in uncommons from one group and receive an equal number of uncommons from the other group. That's pretty neat stuff, and this is the excerpt from the Duelist issue number 2 where this offer was extended. Anyway, most of the cards only appeared on the uncommon sheet once, but Relic Barrier, Life Chisel, Pendelhaven, Caracas, Teleria, Urborg, and Hammerheim appeared on the sheet twice. Hammerheim is notable for being the only card that you could open in a box A or box B because it appeared on both the top and bottom halves of the uncommon sheet. I also haven't found any conclusive data about the rare sheet for Legends. All I can tell you with relative certainty is that each card only appeared once. That's because these are 11 by 11 sheets and there are 121 rares, which is the exact number you would need to fill out an 11 by 11 sheet. The fine folks at the Collation project did their best guess to the sheet layout, which is super cool, and I tend to err on the side of believing them, but at the end of the day, the exact ordering of the rare sheet isn't really known, but it also isn't really necessary to know for the purposes of constructing your own limited environment. As per usual, there will be links in the description to my sources, and I suggest you check them out if you're truly interested. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's actually talk about the Magic cards, and we'll start with the new mechanics. And there is no better place to start than the namesake of the set itself, Legends. So, legendary creatures, a beloved aspect of Magic the Gathering, got their humble start in Legends. At the time, Legend was a creature type, but these cards all eventually got errata to be the super type Legendary in Champions of Kamigawa. This doesn't really change that much mechanically, other than giving these legends the opportunity to get creature types. There are probably some niche interactions within the rule that this did change, but by and large, the change was mostly cosmetic. Legends, or legendary creatures, have some rules baggage associated with them, and the legend rule has changed a few times throughout Magic's history. When Legends came out, the rule was that only one legend of each name could be on the battlefield. So if I cast a Nicol Bolas and you also had a Nicol Bolas in your hand, you could not cast it. This is obviously a very flavorful rendition of the Legend rule, but as Magic evolved to be more competitive and top-level deck lists gained an increase in homogeny, this rule set started to show its growing pains. What happens when there's one deck that is far better than most other things you can be doing in a tournament? Well, that deck sees a lot of play because people want to win. So what happens if that deck's key strategy involves a single legendary creature, or legendary land? Well, the mirror match usually boils down to who can cast that legend first. So the legendary rule was changed, and if you cast a legendary card that is already in the field, both versions of the card left play. In this iteration of the rule, your legendary cards became pinpoint removal. This is probably my favorite version of the rule personally, but even I need to acknowledge that this does still create a lot of feel-bad moments, and during the Magic 2014 rules change, Legends got cleaned up, so now it doesn't matter what's on your opponent's board. You can only have one of each legendary, and your opponent can also only have one of each legendary, but you can both have the same legendary. So, legendary creatures and legendary lands are really fucking cool. This was a big boon to the popularity of Magic, and for good reason. Legends gave the world a sense of heroes, and made named characters from the lore more impactful, and made their representation more honorific. But the creature type turned super type is only part of what made these cards so cool. The more obviously cool part about these cards is that they were all gold. Gold cards are cards that are more than one color, and this was another super insanely awesome idea. Giving cards more than one color added another tuning valve that could be adjusted for the sake of balance. Because a 6 mana 5/5 dragon that requires 2 red mana is pretty hard to cast. But an 8 mana 7/7 dragon that requires 2 red mana, 2 green mana, and 2 white mana is significantly harder to cast. And not just because it requires 2 more mana. Especially at a time when fetch lands don't exist and you can only play 4 or 5 color lands in your 60 card deck. Multicolored cards also enhanced the design space by giving more context to the color pie. A Grixis card gives an interesting window into the context of the strengths and weaknesses of each color. Assuming you don't just slap random effects on random legends, but hey, we'll get into the criticisms of the legends during the card section, which is after I finish glazing this set. The point is, gold cards are cool as fuck, and that's easy to see because 90% of the legends in this set are like worse than Shivan Dragon, and people still played with these cards and love them. Legends also introduced world enchantments, which are meant to evoke the feeling of planeswalking. From a flavor aspect, world enchantments are meant as teleport spells that would send the entire battle into another plane that may have different rules. To emphasize this mechanically, there can only be one world enchantment in play at a time on either side, or technically on both sides. So whenever a new one is cast, the previous world enchantment is destroyed. They stopped doing world enchantments, and I don't disagree with the decision to step away from them, but I do really appreciate how they modify the game in old Magic. I'm a fan of incidental removal and things that are their own thing that act as a proactive part of your game plan, but can also occasionally be used defensively or to mess with your opponent. As an example, a Concordant Crossroads can help you deal with a Nether Void, and I appreciate the room for variety and competing strategies this kind of design space can open up. It obviously doesn't always shake out that way, especially when you make world enchantments like Nether Void, but the concept is something I appreciate. World enchantments are not a super beloved mechanic, and I can understand why. They also bog the game down in complexity, which can be overbearing. I do like them when Magic was smaller, but I also think that they would be annoying to play around to any real degree in the current Magic environment. Poison counters were also added with Legends, and this is a hot button mechanic if I've ever seen one. Some players hate poison. They complain about poison damage only being 10 in Commander, even though poison or infect for the most part kind of sucks in Commander. But oh yeah, I should probably explain poison counters. If you receive 10 poison counters, you lose the game. At the time of Legends, there were no ways to remove poison counters, but there were also only 2 cards that gave poison counters. So it's kind of weird to create a new win condition and then just not flush it out at all, but whatever. I do like poison. I think it was a fun include, and it also doesn't hurt that it isn't very strong in this set. That's probably a good spot for poison to sit. Bands with Other was also introduced in Legends, and dude, I do not even want to go into how Bands with Other works. The long and the short of it is that it works really badly. Banding allows creatures with banding to group together with up to one creature without banding and to attack basically as a single creature. If you have a creature with banding on defense, you can band all of your creatures together to block one thing. You also assign the combat damage you receive when you have a band. Bands with Others works similarly but different. If it has bands with others, it can band with anything that also has bands with other. Meaning, if you had a hypothetical land that really sucks and says all of your green lands have bands with other legends, and you have a Kei Takahashi and Casimir, the lone wolf on the field, your Kei Takamashi has bands with other legends, but since Casimir the lone wolf does not have bands with other legends, they cannot band together for an attack. It's confusing, it's really stupid, and the whole mechanic is not well thought out. To be fair, they have since fixed bands with others, so now those 2 creatures could band, because bands with other legends now lets you band with any other legend, regardless of whether they have bands with other legends or not. But that's not how the rule worked when Legends came out. Also, all the legends are expensive to cast and suck, so what purpose is served by banding them? Banding is much better on a 1-mana creature than it'll ever be on a 6-mana creature. I'm sure we'll manage to find plenty of time to complain about bands with others, but let's move on to the last mechanic that was added in Legends. So, sorry for poisoning the well here a little bit, but Rampage sucks hard. Rampage appeared with a number next to it, and it was usually 2, but in Legends you have Rampage 1, Rampage 2, and occasionally Rampage 3. How Rampage works is that if your creature with Rampage 1 is blocked by more than one blocker, then you would get +1/+1 for each blocker beyond the first. So, if you got triple blocked, you would get +2/+2. If you got triple blocked as a Rampage 3, you would get +6/+6. Simple, right? It's also stupid. You can just not block the Rampage creature. This is a mechanic that is considered a design mistake by Wizards of the Coast, and for once I completely agree with them. The only time Rampage is good is when you're playing against someone who doesn't understand how it works, and that is quite frankly a terrible design space for a card to be in. There is an easy way to play around Rampage, and that's just not to double block it. It's a mechanic that doesn't ever seriously come up. I mean, sure, there is definitely some amount of game states out there that when played optimally, Rampage would have an effect. But I'm positive it's a small number, it's just not really a useful ability. Also, I do remember reading or hearing somewhere that Rampage was originally designed as an ability that let a creature attack more than once, but they changed it for being too fun, or whatever. But when I went back to find evidence of that claim, I didn't see it, and I didn't want to spend hours looking up a stupid quick fun fact. Okay, so those are the mechanics, and while the new card types were inspired, the actual mechanics they chose to this game kind of suck. Still, this set brought a lot more good than bad to Magic the Gathering, so I look upon it fondly myself. It's still a shit set though, so let's start talking about these cards and find out why it's such a shit set. Shall we? Okay, first we have Archon Legionnaire. This is an 8/4 creature for 6 and 2 white mana. It's a rare card, and the card text is none of your non-artifact creatures may attack except Archon Legionnaire. And then the Oracle text changes this to except for creatures named Archon Legionnaire and artifact creatures, creatures you control can't attack. The art was done by Mark Poole. So we are starting off strong with this one. This is a very cool card in my opinion. First off, it's an 8/4, which is massive. It barely dodges Lightning Bolt and similar things, and it's a relatively powerful presence. It does cost 8 mana, and it can be chumped for days, especially since your non-artifact creatures can't attack while this is in play. You would just build around that, though, and if you could somehow get 2 of these out, it's just game over unless they have some creatures or removal. Being a creature in early Magic is such a tall ask. It's so brutal for creatures when Swords to Plowshares exists. Luckily, if you're running this in a limited of Legends, you don't really need to worry about that, as the creature removal is almost exclusively damage-based, and would struggle to deal 4 to this thing. The removal suite in Legends is pretty rough. Outside of Limited, I don't think this card is good, but it would definitely be pounding someone's face in Limited. I do wish they would have given it, like, Vigilance or something. I think that if you don't give it Evasion, it needs Vigilance to do work in the greater card pool, but still, it's a cool card, and the artwork is lovely. But let's move on. Amaru Kithkin is a 1/1 creature for 2 white mana. The card rarity is a C2, which means it appeared twice on the common sheet, making it as common as a card can be in this set. The card text says, creatures with power greater than 2 may not be assigned to block Kithkin. Blocker's power may be increased after blocking has been assigned. And then it has flavor text. Quick and agile, Amaru Kithkin can usually escape from even the most fearsome opponents. So that's cool. Then the Oracle text on this says this creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. So just a slight revision there. And the art was done by Quentin Hoover. This is another really sweet card. It slots in nicely to low to the ground aggro strategy and offers a unique form of evasion. Cards like this expand the game in positive ways, in my opinion. And while it can be brutal to deal with, it's so small that the answer is really just play more cheap creatures or, I guess, Chain Lightning. But still, any card that attempts to get more creatures into decks is pretty cool in my opinion. The art is also really nice. It has almost a watercolor vibe to it, which personally I like. But let's move on. Clergy of the Holy Nimbus is a 1/1 creature for 1 white mana. The rarity is C2, and the card text says, when clergy are destroyed or take lethal damage, unless opponent pays 1, clergy are regenerated. And then the Oracle text is written as, if this creature would be destroyed, regenerate it. And then you can pay 1, this creature can't be regenerated this turn. Only your opponents may activate this ability. The art is done by Daniel Gellin. And this is another card that slots in nicely to white aggro, and it's also a very interesting white card. It taxes an opponent, but only when this would be destroyed, and if your opponent can't or won't pay 1 mana, this thing stays around forever. 1 mana is not asking a lot, so this likely just taxes them 1 mana and goes away, but it's still effective at slowing them down for a little bit. I really like this, but there isn't much to say about it other than the design space is really interesting. The art is also really nice. The shading on the walls is well done, and the art makes use of simple shades but adds depth with the shading techniques. It's really cool, and the robes are well done. If there is some cool lore reason as to why it's night in one window and day in the other, it's lost on me, but I do think it is pretty cool. Devanat Archer, a 1/2 creature for 2 and a white mana, and this is also a C2 rarity. The card says tap, Archer does 1 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, and the Oracle text says this creature deals 1 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, so not much has changed there. The art was done by Douglas Schuler, and hey look, it's a tap symbol. What is that? That's a really cool and novel idea. But, bad jokes aside, this is another really sweet design. Honestly, the white creatures are pretty interesting in this set. For all the ragging on this set that I've done, they did make some really cool cards. I like the Vorthos, or maybe ludonarrative feel of this card. It can ping, but it can only ping attacking and blocking creatures. So it only engages in conflict. It can't just kill something for no reason. There has to be some type of skirmish. That's a cool flavor when in my book. This also kind of slaps in limited because of how few and far between the removal is in this set. There are plenty of creatures in this limited that are 2 or more toughness, but if you combine this with a blocker, it can get you over the finish line. Of course, that means that this is more of a deterrent than a removal piece because it's on the board, so your opponent will see it coming, and assuming they can do basic math, they probably won't attack into something that'll just kill them, but you can force their hand when you attack them, so it's not the hugest deal in the world. I also really like the art on this one. Douglas Schuler really showing his skill with this one. She has a vibe that just screams, this is beneath me. I think that really helps sell this as a white card, personally. But let's get to the next one. Elder Land Worm, a 5/5 creature for 4 and 3 white mana. This one is a rare card. And the card text is Trample. Worm cannot attack until it has been assigned as a blocker. And then it has some flavor text. Sometimes it's best to let sleeping dragons lie. And then the Oracle text has changed this a little bit, but not really. It now has Defender and Trample, and when this creature blocks, it loses Defender. So that's a clever way of solving this card. The art was done by Quentin Hoover. This is really cool, and it fits in with White's tendency to build up to prevent assault. It does cost 7 mana for a 5/5 Trampler that can't attack immediately, so it's by no means a good card, but it is an interesting card. In Limited, this is probably decent. Having a lot of toughness makes it hard for anything to remove you in this card pool, but that will likely just translate to getting decked in a lot of situations. So there is that. The art is really awesome, though. I like this piece a lot. It's such a cool dragon. Then we have Enchanted Being, a 2/2 creature for 1 and 2 white mana. This card is a C1 rarity, which means it only appeared on the common sheet once, making it about half as rare as all the other commons. The card text on this one is any damage dealt to Enchanted Being during combat by creatures with 1 or more enchantment cards played on them is reduced to 0. And then the Oracle text simplifies this a little bit by just saying, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to this creature by enchanted creatures. And the art was done by Douglas Schuler. Now, we are really talking about some interesting cards. This is another super weird but interesting design space. This is something you can build around pretty easily. In this limited, you couldn't really make use of this offensively in mono white because there aren't many white creature enchantments you would want to play on your opponent's cards. There is one that's really good, but it's kind of a non-bow with this card, Spirit Link, but we'll talk about that when we get there. There is a lot of creature enchantments in this set, so it's probably valuable even if you don't plan on basing your removal or stacks around creature enchantments. But it's always a bad idea to assume your opponent will play ball with you. Overall, this is an interesting card, and even if it's not balls to the wall insane in every situation, it does give you plenty to think about. The art is also fantastic. The glimmer and glamour is just really cool. I really like this art. Ivory Guardians is a 3/3 creature for 4 and 2 white mana. Now this is an A-box uncommon. If you remember, the uncommon sheet was split in half. The top half went into A boxes, and the bottom half went into B boxes. I don't think this was intentional, but I have no idea what caused this. Anyways, the card text for Ivory Gardens is protection from red. All guardians gain +1/+1 if an opponent controls any red cards. And then the Oracle text clears this up a little bit by saying protection from red, creatures named Ivory Guardians get +1/+1 as long as an opponent controls a non-token red permanent. Then it also has some flavor text. The elite guard of the Mesa High Priests, the Ivory Guardians, were created to protect the innocent and faithful. Some say their actions are above the law. The art was done by Melissa A. Benson, and why is this thing 6 mana? Like, honestly, holy cow, this card sucks. Sure, the pro red is pretty sweet, and if you spend 12 mana to cast 2 of these bad boys, you get +2/+2 on all your guardians if they have a red creature or permanent. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Yeah, this is our first bad creature. This thing kinda sucks. The art is really solid, though. Melissa did a great job with this particular piece. I don't really have much more to say about it, though, so let's move on to Keepers of the Faith. This is a 2/3 creature for 1 and 2 white mana. This has a C2 rarity, and the card text is just flavor text. And then the Archangel Antheus spoke to them, saying, "Fear shall be vanquished by the sword of faith." And then there's really no oracle text because, it's a vanilla creature. Anyways, the art was done by Daniel Gellin, and so this is a 2/3 for 3 mana. It's not great, but it's far from the worst card. There really isn't much to say about this, though. It's a vanilla creature. I do really enjoy the art, though. It's pretty cool. Osai Vultures is a 1/1 creature, and this is a C1 rarity. The card text states, flying. At the end of any turn in which a creature is placed in the graveyard from play, put a counter on the vultures. Remove 2 counters to give vultures +1/+1 until end of turn. And then it has flavor text. A sign of battle. The vultures circle and wait for the victorious to depart. Then it has oracle text that states that it's flying, and at the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, put a carrion counter on this creature, remove 2 carrion counters from this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. The art was done by Dan Frazier. And this might be the worst pretty okay 1/1 flyer for 2 of all time. This is such a mediocre card, but I have such strong emotions about it. My first reaction to this card is how annoyed I get every time I read this card. It's such an obtuse effect that I never remember it exactly, so every time I need to read and comprehend this ridiculous block of text just to be disappointed. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, as it were. But, I mean, it's fine. Every 2 turns that a creature dies, you can make this a 2/2. That's not terrible by the simple fact that a 1/1 flyer for 2 would be perfectly serviceable in limited. Between the slow play and the relative lack of removal, you could potentially sit this in the back and just one-shot your opponent eventually. I'd recommend some other boost methods than just a single Osai Vulture, but hey, you could build around this. It's probably a bad idea because there are a decent number of creatures that tap to deal damage and some other burn cards running around. Still, in a limited, I'd consider running this just to have the 1/1 flyer. The art is really awesome as well. The vultures look just properly intimidating. Next up we have Petrosphinx, which is a 3/4 creature for 2 and 3 white mana, and this is a rare. And it has the card text, tap, target player, names a card, and then turns over the top card of his or her library. If it matches the named card, that card is put into the player's hand, otherwise it is put into the graveyard. And then it has some flavor text. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. I got no idea. Don't care. Anyways, the oracle text changes it to tap target player, chooses a card name, then reveals the top card of their library. If the card has the chosen name, that player puts it in their hand. If it doesn't, the player puts it in their graveyard. The art was done by Sandra Everingham. Yeah, this is a really cool card. It's not a good card, but there are some cheeky things you can do with this card. We'll talk about the card more in depth when we get there, but Field of Dreams is a blue world enchantment that says the top card of each player's library is always face up. So you could cast that, and then naming the card on the top of your library is really easy. So this basically just says tap to draw a card. It's still pretty pricey and not good, but I do think it's pretty funny and worth dicking around with if you get the right pieces together, which definitely won't be that common. So it's probably not worth picking this thing up. But if there is nothing else you want in the pack, you could always hope to run into Field of Dreams in another pack. On the plus side, I don't think many people would draft Field of Dreams without a purpose, so there's that. It'll be likely to find the card. This is also fine in any situation where there is only one card you need in your deck, like if you're running some type of combo or something, because this effectively thins your deck and increases the odds that your next draw won't be dead. It's still not a good card in that situation, but it's, it has a use at least, and it is a really fun card. Let's move on. Righteous Avenger is a 3/1 creature for 4 and a white mana, and this is a B box uncommon. It has the card text Planeswalk, and then some flavor text. Few can withstand the wrath of the righteous. And then the Oracle text just says Planeswalk and explains what that is. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and this is a 5 mana 3/1 with Planeswalk, and no, not that kind of Planeswalk. Planeswalk, the form of landwalk that makes a creature unblockable if the defending opponent has a planes. Personally, I think Planeswalk is stupid, especially when you call your primary protagonist Planeswalkers. Planeswalk also doesn't really make sense in the same way that any of the other landwalking abilities make sense. The rest are relatively difficult terrains to cross. If Righteous Avengers were on horseback or something, this would make a lot more sense because they could use their speed and mobility to avoid the enemy forces. But whatever, it's no use getting beaten up over it because this card sucks. The art is really cool, though. This is the first piece of art by Heather Hudson I've ever talked about, and she has a style that reminds me of Douglas Schuler just a little bit. But yeah, it's cool art. The card sucks. Same old song and dance. Then we have Thunder Spirit, which is a 2/2 creature for 1 and 2 white mana. It's rare, and it has first strike and flying. And then it has some flavor text. It was full of fire and smoke, and light, and it drove between us and the friends like 1,000 thunderstorms with lightning. Richard Adams, Watership Down. Anyways, the artist is Randy Asplundfaith, and this is a really sweet card. Flying and first strike are super sick in limited environments, and this is a really solid rate for the time. I don't really have much to say about this card, it's just a well-costed banger. The art is also really, really sweet. But let's move on to Tundra Wolves, a 1/1 creature for 1 white mana. This is a C2 rarity, and the card text is First Strike. And it has some flavor text as well. I heard their eerie howling, the wolves calling their kindred across the frozen plains. That's pretty cool. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and this is another banger. A 1/1 first strike for 1 mana is pretty sweet, especially in limited. It's not as valuable as flying, but it's probably about as valuable as banding is, at least in the older versions of the rules where you could eat trample damage with banding. Nowadays, it's probably a bit better than banding. Either way, this is a cool little white weenie with some very well done but slightly morbid art. Wall of Caltrops. This is a 2/1 creature for 1 and a white. It is a C1 rarity, and Wall of Caltrops is a wall, so it can't attack. The card text says, if Wall of Caltrops and 1 or more other walls join to block an attacker, and no other creatures besides walls block that attacker, Wall of Caltrops gains banding ability until end of turn. And then the flavor text is ow, 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 ooh, ow, ow. That's funny, I guess. The oracle text for this says it's defender, first of all, and Whenever this creature blocks a creature, if at least one other wall creature is blocking that creature and no non-wall creatures are blocking that creature, this creature gains banding until end of turn. And then the art was done by Brian Schnotty. Okay, talk about cards that are just not worth the squeeze. So, if this wall and at least one other wall are blocking a creature, but no non-wall creatures are also blocking that creature, then those walls can form a band, and you get to redistribute the damage from that creature instead of that creature's controller. I will say that's a better effect than it sounds like. For one, your opponent will have no fucking clue this is coming their way, because they'll read this card and about halfway through, their eyes will glaze over. Nobody is playing around banding walls. Of course, it'll probably only work once a match, because if you get someone with this, they likely won't fall for it again. But yeah, I kind of like this card just for how ridiculous it is. They're kind of making me want to incorporate walls into my play experience a bit more. There are so many dumb support cards for walls, and walls just kind of die to removal like everything else. Still, this one is kind of fun if you're willing to spend more than like 8 minutes thinking about it. If you aren't, then, well, you're smarter than me, because the juice is not worth the squeeze on this one. Then we have Wall of Light, a 1/1 creature for 2 and a white. And this is an A-box uncommon. The card text says, protection from black. Then it has some flavor text. As many attackers were dazzled by the wall's beauty as were halted by its force. And then the Oracle text says defender, because the walls say defender now, and also protection from black, because that's what it does. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas. Yeah, so this is a wall, and it kind of sucks. Walls can't attack, but we know that. We already talked about it. Wall of Light does have protection from black, which is pretty cool, but it's still just a wall that can't even block flyers, so I personally find its uses rather limited. The art is absolute fire, though. I stared at this piece for a long time just trying to really understand it, and I'm glad I did. I think it's really cool. But anyway, that's it for the white creatures, and despite how harsh I was on this set in the intro, we've had mostly bangers. Sure, a lot of it is a little overcosted, but for the most part, the creatures have interesting and unique abilities. Or they are efficiently costed, generally not both. There are a couple of stinkers, but that's not the hugest deal. You'll always have some Garbo creatures in a set. So far, these cards are pretty sweet. But let's get moving on. Next, we have the white enchantments. And we have 16, I think. I may be off on that number, but it's close to that. So let's get right to it. First, we have Angelic Voices. This is an enchantment for 2 and 2 white mana that is a rare. And the card text says, as long as the only creatures you control are white or artifact creatures, all your creatures gain +1/+1. And then the Oracle says, creatures you control gain +1/+1 as long as you control no non-artifact, non-white creatures. The art was done by Julie Barrow, and this is pretty disappointing for our first enchantment card. It's 4 mana for a pretty mediocre effect. While something like this can be really useful, and this is probably fine and limited if you only have white creatures, but it's so restrictive, and what you get for going through all these hoops is that it costs twice as much as this effect cost in alpha, and you need to have only white creatures. I don't mind the restriction, but just make this cost 2 white mana for the effort. There's no reason this effect needs to be more expensive than countering any spell. I do like the art, though. It is a very calming piece, which I appreciate. Especially since its effect kind of annoys me. Oh well. Divine Intervention is an enchantment for 6 and 2 white mana, and this is a rare. The card text says, put 2 counters on this card, remove a counter during your upkeep. When you remove the last counter from Divine Intervention, the game is over and considered a draw. And then the Oracle text says, this enchantment enters with 2 intervention counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove an intervention counter from this enchantment. When you remove the last intervention counter from this enchantment, the game is a draw. And the art is by Amy Weber. So these enchantments are pretty disappointing. The last one was rough, but this one is just kind of an awful thing to have in your game. I can forgive its existence because the game was so new when this was created, and they were really pushing the boundaries of what a card can and should do. It was uncharted territory then, but I really don't think you should have something like this in your game. I guess it doesn't really hurt anything, but it's such a dissatisfying ending to a game. And the only real niche a card like this could ever have is gamifying the tournament system. Like, if you could win game one, then get this set down in games 2 and 3, you would win in a really dissatisfying way. This isn't really a problem with this card because it costs 8 mana, so it's not like it's going to do anything. So I guess it's fine. At least they didn't print this at like 2 mana or something. That would be atrocious. The art is also banger. So I'm kind of disappointed this card sucks and doesn't do anything but end a game in the most anticlimactic way ever, but still, the art is really cool. Anyway, let's move on. Divine Transformation. This is an enchant creature for 2 and 2 white mana, and this is a rare. And the card text is target creature gains +3/+3. With the flavor text, glory surged through her and radiance surrounded her. All things were possible with the blessing of the divine. The artist was Nene Thompson. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I legitimately have no idea how I'm supposed to pronounce that. So this is a pretty cool card, but I do think it's a little overcosted. Maybe not, but either way, it is a pretty boring effect, and there isn't much to talk about because of that. Like, it's fine, and it could potentially have some use in Limited, but it is really pricey to play. The art is really awesome, though. Again, Nene Thompson, and again, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, is really talented, though. This art is really well done. Next, we have Equinox. This is an enchant land for 1 white mana, and this is a C1 rarity. Tap land enchanted with Equinox to counter a spell that destroys 1 or more of your lands. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text says, enchanted land has tap, counter target spell if it would destroy a land you control. And the art was done by Susan Van Camp. So this card is really cool. Finally, there's a real solution to all the rampant land destruction. Except for Strip Mine. This does nothing to stop Strip Mine. Also, Strip Mine can strip mine the land you attach this to, which kinda sucks. There is no Strip Mine in this set, though, so you don't have to worry about that in Limited. Still, this is a cool card. I like that it does something different. The art is also really cool. It's one of Susan's better works, in my opinion, but I really like it. Next, we have Fortified Area, which is an enchantment for 1 and 2 white mana. This has a rarity of uncommon, and it's from the B box. The card text says, all your walls gain +1/+0 and banding. And then there is no Oracle text, it's the same text. The art was done by Randy Asplenfaith. And, hey, it's pretty cool. They have more banding support for your walls. It's really cool how hard they push walls in the early sets. They were not good, but at least this is sort of interesting. It kind of makes Wall of Caltrops redundant, which I don't like, but it is still kind of a neat effect. It's probably overcosted, but I don't really care since I don't care about walls. The art is really cool, though. The set had some really banger art. Randy did fantastic with this piece. I really enjoy it. Next, we have Great Wall. This is an enchantment for 2 and a white. And this is a B-box uncommon. The card text says, creatures with Planeswalk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability. The art was done by Sandra Everingham. What an interesting stacks piece. They finally come up with a surgical solution to all these busted planeswalkers that are pillaging tables across the multiverse. Oh wait, what's that? There's only one creature with planeswalk, and it was introduced in this set, and also it sucks? Holy shit. Then why did they make this card? I guess this is part of one of the stupidest cycles of all time, but whatever. This card is stupid, and costing 3 for an effect that, largely does nothing, and even when it does something, it isn't that great. It's just kind of insulting. Sandra did really well with the art, though. I do like this piece a lot, which is also kind of sucks because I'll never play it, so I'll never see it in my hand. Oh well, moving on. Greater Realm of Preservation. This is also an enchantment and is 1 and a white. This comes from the B-Box Uncommon, and the card text is an activated ability that for 1 and a white prevents all damage against you from one red or black source. If a source does damage to you more than once a turn, you must pay 1 and a white each time you want to prevent the damage. And then the Oracle text is changed to, well, not really that changed. It's once again all activated ability, 1 and a white. The next time a black or red source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas. And I kind of like this card. In my mind, it's basically fixed Circle of Protection. Instead of there being 5 separate protection cards that only cost a single generic mana to activate, this costs 1 and a white to activate, which is more balanced in my mind, but also it's not such a feast or famine card. It hits both red and black, which does make it more versatile than the circles, but I do think that's a healthier space to be in anyways. I also appreciate that this effect is limited to white's enemy colors, which makes more sense and fits with the flow of the color pie better, at least at the time. I'm not opposed to cards like this existing or even being good, but I like this rendition of the circles better than I like the circles themselves. It also doesn't help that red and black just happen to be the best colors to protect from anyway, because they tend to have the most access to damage than the other colors. Although all of the colors can ping at this point in Magic. White can't ping to the face yet. Also, green, I guess, can't ping, but it does have burn with Hurricane and other such things, so they can all do damage. Yeah, I'm rambling a bit, but I like this card. I think it's cool, but probably pretty miserable to play against. It's more useful and limited, though, just because it hits 2 colors and both of those colors have some access to burn in this set. Then we have Infinite Authority. This is an enchant creature for 3 white mana. This is a rare card, and the card text says, all creatures with toughness 3 or less, blocking target creature or blocked by target creature are destroyed at end of combat. At the end of a turn, put a +1/+1 counter on the target creature for each creature destroyed in this manner during the turn. Counters remain on creature even if enchantment leaves play. And then the Oracle text says, enchant creature, whenever enchanted creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature with toughness 3 or less, destroy the other creature at end of combat. At the beginning of the next end step, if a creature was destroyed this way, put a +1/+1 counter on the first creature. The art was done by Douglas Schuler. So cards like this always confuse me because it's an enchantment, so it's not like your opponent can't see it, right? So wouldn't they just avoid attacking you until they can either remove this or kill the thing that's enchanted with it? If it had flash, it would be one thing, but this is just a sorcery speed enchantment that says if you attack, can't kill me, I'm gonna get a +1/+1 counter. It seems like a stupid card to me, but maybe I'm missing something. It does have some rich flavor to it, though, and it is really a white card. The art is also top-notch, in my opinion. I really like this piece. Douglas did a great job with this one. That jawline is strong. But let's move on. Next, we have Kismet, which is an enchantment for 3 and a white. This is a B-Box Uncommon. And the card text says, all creatures, lands, and artifacts played by opponent come into play tapped. And the Oracle text is basically the same, just ordering things differently, saying artifacts, creatures, and lands your opponent's control enter tapped. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and Kismet is a very interesting card. It's a pretty powerful stacks piece that is brutal when combined with Stasis. I like this card because I enjoy the puzzle of playing under stacks, but cards like this are generally not popular. I don't think this combos with anything in this set to sludge or lock a player, but I'll be honest, despite reading every card in this set at least 5 times and even playing some games and messing with some draft simulations, I can't remember fuck all about many of these cards. Anyway, so if I notice something that Kismet fucks super hard with along the way, I'll mention it then, but I can't think of anything. Kismet is borrowed from Arabic and means destiny or fate. So that's pretty cool. The art is also amazing. Carjafolio is one of my favorite artists, but this work is especially banger. Land Tax. This is an enchantment for 1 white mana, and this is an A-box uncommon. Card text states, during your upkeep, if an opponent controls more land than you, you may search your library and remove up to 3 basic land cards and put them into your hand. Reshuffle your library afterwards. The Oracle text is basically the same. At the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you may search your library for up to 3 basic land cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. And this was illustrated by Brian Schnoddy. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, Brian Schnoddy. I'm not really quite sure how to say that. Oh, land tax. Remember when I said that bit about the designers not being great Magic players? Why is this 1 mana when Divine Transformation costs 4 times as much? Did they think that giving a creature +3/+3 was 4 times as valuable as being able to thin your deck by 3 cards a turn and color fix, or getting your opponent to stop making land drops? There are few cards that warp a meta around it more than land tax. This card is seriously insane and relatively unhealthy with what it does to the card pool, but I'm still kind of a big fan of it. I want to see more of stuff like this and less Divine Transformation personally, but even land tax might be pushing it for me. There's definitely a lot of things you can say about land tax that make it bad, and if your only frame of reference is Commander, I agree with you, but with a card pool that was as limited as all the cards in 1994, this thing is fucking insane. And it would be even more insane in a limited draft. You either scoop your lands out and thin in a 40 card deck, or your opponent slow plays. And if you built your deck right, that option is good for you as well. This is a seriously crazy card. The art is cool too, but why is he wearing a furry cowboy hat or whatever? If this is a reference to some culture, it's lost on me, but it is a fancy hat. That's cool. Let's move on. Lifeblood. This is an enchantment for 2 and 2 white mana. It's a rare. Card text says you gain 1 life point each time one of your opponent's mountains becomes tapped. And it has some flavor text. Foolish wizard, as you tap the power of your lofty keep, so grows my strength. By Malvern Exlinos. Exlinos? Letters. I don't fucking know. Anyways, the Oracle text says whenever a mountain an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. The art was done by Mark Teeden. This also feels like it costs 2 more mana than it needs to. Maybe it should cost 3, but 4 seems a bit much to me. I could be wrong on this, though. I tend not to value life gain like this, but there are occasions when it's pretty good. And many of those occasions are when your opponent would be playing red, so this seems pretty decent. It would definitely be a sideboard card at best, but still, pretty good. The art is pretty sweet as well. I really like Mark Teeden's work. I don't have much to say about it, though. Moat is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 white mana. This is a rare, thank God, and the card text is non-flying creatures cannot attack. With the flavor text, the purpose of any moat is to impede attack. Some are filled with water, some with thistles, some are filled with things best left unseen. And the Oracle text is basically the same. The art for this was done by Jeff A. Menges, and Moat is a pretty brutal card. It's basically just Island Sanctuary, but better. It does cost twice as much, but you do get to draw a card, and Island Walk creatures can't attack. This card is pretty insane and super difficult to get over if you don't have flyers. Always draft flyers if you can. Otherwise, stuff like Moat will make some games just unwinnable. Enchantment removal is pretty rough in this set. I'm not sure there are more than 1 or 2 cards in this set that do something like that, but yeah, Moat, pretty brutal. I do like the art, though. This set has some really good art. Presence of the Master. This is an enchantment for 3 and a white mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the text box reads, while Presence of the Master is in play, any new enchantments cast are countered. And then the Oracle text simplifies this a bit with whenever a player casts an enchantment spell, counter it. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and this is a really interesting card for a few different reasons. It's a permanent counterspell in white, but only for enchantments, which is interesting because a lot of the brutal enchantments are white, and white has a lot of enchantments as a whole, but you could also build a white deck without enchantments. So this is definitely something you could potentially build around. I like this card. I do think it's a rough card in a set with super limited enchantment removal, but this set wasn't designed with limited in mind, so remember, we aren't judging the set for issues like this, just pointing it out for all the weirdos like me that like to play games in unintended ways. It's also hard not to talk about the elephant in the room. That's Albert Einstein on a Magic card. Phil Foglio does great work, and I really like his art, including this one, but it is really funny. I'm not sure how I feel about stuff like this, but I do like this card, so apparently it doesn't bother me too much. Maybe if it happened more and he wasn't in some type of robe, I'd struggle with it more, but it is a cool card, and I enjoy it. Then we have Seeker. This is an enchant creature for 2 and 2 white mana. This is a box A uncommon, and the card text reads, target creature cannot be blocked by any creatures except white creatures and artifact creatures. And the Oracle text really isn't worth reading. This was illustrated by Mark Poole. I don't really have much to say about this one. Feels overcosted to me, but most things do. It's good if your opponent doesn't have white or artifact creatures, but if they have those things, then it is not good. The art is pretty awesome, though. The spirit in the foreground is well done and super cool, but the background is next level. I really enjoy this art a lot. Mark Poole is super talented. I'm a big fan of his work. Anyway, let's move on to Spirit Link. This is an enchant creature that costs 1 white mana, and this is an A box uncommon. The card text is, for every point of damage target creature does, you gain 1 life. And the Oracle text on this is, enchant creature. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio. And this card is a straight banger. When you first look at this card, you might think, oh sweet, I can put lifelink on my Dingosaurus Rex, or whatever other dumb creature you have. But you can also play this on an opponent's creature, and then it effectively cancels out that creature for the rest of the game. It's funny, it's cool, it's hyper efficient, but no more efficient than Swords to Plowshare, but in some instances could be seen as better because it doesn't gain your opponent any life. Spirit Link is a fantastic card and also a well-designed card. It's incredibly versatile. I really like this one. The art is also wonderful. I'm a big fan of Kaja's work, as I've said, and this one has an awesome sense of nobility and regality to it that I really appreciate. Anyway, then we have Spiritual Sanctuary, which is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 white mana. This card is rare, and the card text is, any player with planes under his or her control gains 1 life point during upkeep. And then the Oracle says, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player controls a planes, they gain 1 life. The art was done by Amy Weber. So this card is not very good, but it's also not horrible. It doesn't do anything to progress your game plan, and it's a little slow for most white strategies. You can definitely use something like this, and it could be game-winning and limited, but life game really isn't that good, and spending 4 mana on something that does nothing until your next turn is a tall ask. The fact that you only gain 1 life per turn and it is potentially cancelled out by your opponent also being in white means it's not what I would call a useful card. It is fine though. I could see this keeping you alive long enough to win, but I don't think that's very likely to be the case. The art is pretty awesome though. Amy Weber is kind of hit or miss for me, but this one is very nice. I do really like the stars especially. But that's it for the white enchantments we have. It's a pretty mixed bag. There are a couple that suck, there are a couple that are really good but fair, a couple that are brutal, and a couple that are just meh. Overall, it's not a terribly surprising mix, but I did enjoy most of these. Next, we have the sorceries, and we're starting off with one of the banned cards. Cleanse is a sorcery for 2 and 2 white mana. This is a rare card, and the card text is all black creatures in play are destroyed. With flavor text, the clouds broke and the sun's rays burst forth. Each foul beast in its turn faltered and was gone. And the oracle text is just destroy all black creatures. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio. Okay, so this card is banned for being insensitive, and while I have mixed feelings on banning old cards for racism, I do agree that some of them aren't something that should be floating around. That being said, I heavily disagree with Cleanse being on this list. On Scryfall, it says, this card does not meet Magic community standards. It may perpetuate racism, contain harmful stereotypes, or depict a sensitive real-world event. The thing is I don't see Cleanse as doing any of those things. I'm probably not the best person to talk about this, but fuck, the color black in Magic the Gathering has nothing to do with having dark skin. I think that by banning this card, because it destroys all black creatures, you are inviting the association of Africans with black creatures in Magic the Gathering, and that just seems stupid as fuck to me. This art doesn't have any humans in it, and as far as magic art depicting mass destruction, it's fairly harmless and tasteful. I don't know, dudes. None of this really affects me, so I don't have strong opinions on it, but if they started banning cards because it mentioned a color that was associated with my skin color, I think I'd feel insulted more than impressed with their valor and virtue. Making a statement like this doesn't really do anything. I don't see how hiding this card makes the world less racist. Just like I don't see how it helps people who have been negatively affected by like actual racism. If you have opinions about this, feel free to share them in the comments, but try to remember we're all people and not to get weird in the comments. I'm pretty lax on moderation and I'd hate to have to start removing comments. Oh yeah, I should probably talk about how good the card is. It's pretty okay. It's less effective than Wrath of God for the same price, but it's still a solid effect, assuming your opponent has a lot of black creatures, otherwise it does nothing. This card is a lot more niche than Wrath of God, and it's probably not good enough to play, but it would be fine in the sideboard on the off chance you ran into a mono black deck. Also, I do like the art. I think it's well done. But let's move on. Visions. This is a sorcery for 1 white mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, you may look at the top 5 cards of any library. You may then choose to shuffle that library. With the flavor text, visions of glory, spare my aching sight. Ye unborn ages, crowd not on my soul. By Thomas Gray, the Bard. The oracle text is pretty much the same, and this is by Nene Thomas. So this card is pretty interesting. It's really cheap, but it also doesn't really do much. I'd say it's probably worth the mana and a card slot if your deck needs specific pieces, but if your deck is consistent and doesn't really care about what it draws, then this will be of little help. We can't always help how consistent our deck is in a draft, so there's definitely a time and a place to run this. It's also a pretty interesting card, but I'm not sure it feels like the most white card I've ever seen. But blue gets all the funnest cards though, so fuck it. It doesn't really bother me. The art is really nice too. It's a different approach and style that most art has, and I think that's a really cool thing once in a while. So that's it for the sorceries, and this next section would be the interrupts and the instants, but there are no white interrupts, so it's just the white instants. First up is Alabaster Potion. This is an instant that costs X and 2 white mana. It has a C2 rarity, and the card text is target player gains X life or prevents X damage to any one creature or player. And it has the flavor text, healing is a matter of time, but it is sometimes also a matter of opportunity. Devante Proverb. The oracle text is basically the same. The artist is Harold McNeil. So this is an instant speed stream of life that can also save a creature, but it's in white and it does cost an extra mana. That seems like a fair deal to me. I don't know that I would actually want those extras, and I think I would be perfectly happy with a stream of life instead. It's fine, and if life gain is something that you want to be doing, this can definitely help you do that, but life gain doesn't win you games on your own, so you need a better plan than just that. It works great to help you stabilize, but that's kind of it. The art is also pretty cool on this card. It's definitely not my favorite style of Magic art, but I do appreciate it changing things up. Magic's more fun when all the art is of different styles, in my opinion. Then we have Divine Offering. This is an instant for 1 and a white, and it is C2. Card text says, destroy a target artifact, you gain life equal to the casting cost of artifact. And then it has flavor text, Teheran stared at the twisted lump of metal that had been a prized artifact. The fight was getting ugly. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this is kind of just worse at disenchant, but it is a pretty sweet card. At least it's removal, which does help the limited environment. The environment that they were not designing for, as I've mentioned, so again, we don't pick too fun at that. But still, cards like this really help the game out, in my opinion, and this is pretty efficient. It's also just crumble, but it costs an extra mana, so again, it's not great, but it's also not bad either. The art is pretty cool as well. I don't have much to say about this card, though. It's just pretty efficient removal. Then we have Glyph of Life. This is an instant for 1 white mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text says, damage done to target wall by attacking creatures is added to your life point total. And the flavor text is, any wall can be battered down, but at what cost? The oracle text is, choose target wall creature. Whenever that creature is dealt damage by an attacking creature this turn, you gain that much life. And that clears things up a little bit, because it's more clear that your wall still takes the damage. Anyways, the art was done by Susan Van Camp, and so this is the introduction to the glyph cycle, which by and large kind of sucks ass, since it's focused on walls, and walls kind of suck ass. This isn't a good card. It gains life, which again isn't the most useful thing to be doing. It can only target a wall, which means you need to be playing walls, and it only heals you damage based on what is dealt to the wall, which means your life gain is determined by your opponent. It is an instant, so you can cast it after attackers are declared, so they don't get to see it coming, but it still isn't that great. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of stuff like this, but the art is pretty nice. Then we have Great Defender. This is an instant for 1 white mana, and this is an A-box uncommon. The card text says, target creature gains +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the creature's casting cost. And the oracle text is pretty much the same. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and I'm kind of torn on this card. On the one hand, I think it's a very interesting way to balance a card by making the pump relative to the creature's casting cost. If this was a red card that pumped powered, I would love this card for being such a unique piece that actively solves the minor issue of early pumping small creatures being a far more effective use of pump spells. I say it's a minor issue, and I do mean minor. I think giant growthing a 1/1 twice on turn 2 is peak game design, personally. However, this is a butt-pumping white card, and it honestly just sucks. There are instances where this would be good, and you can absolutely get someone who's willing to take a trade, but other than using this as a weird combat trick that only kinda does stuff, there isn't much value in this card. The art is pretty cool, though, and I really like the design space. This interpretation of it just kinda sucks. But that's okay. Cards can suck. I just prefer the cards that don't suck. Next we have Heaven's Gate. This is an instant for 1 white mana. This is an A-box uncommon. The card text says, changes the color of 1 or more target creatures to white until end of turn. You choose which and how many creatures are affected. Cost to tap, maintain, or use a special ability of target creatures remains entirely unchanged. Most of that text is useless, and the oracle text has changed it to 1 or more target creatures become white until end of turn. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and this is the first of the change a creature to our color cycle, and the second cycle of changing a card's color that Magic has produced. These cards aren't really good. The other ones aren't really good. There are some things you can do with them, like you could combine this with Jovial Evil to deal 2 damage to your opponent for each creature they control. That's pretty funny, but I'm not sure it's worth it. Really, I wouldn't bother with these if I were you. Many people have tried to make them work, but they almost all gave up. They're just not really good cards. But then we have Holy Day, which is an instant for 1 white mana. This card is a C1 rarity, and the card text is creatures attack and block as normal, but none deal any damage. All attacking creatures are still tapped. Play any time before attack damage is assigned. Then it has flavor text, The Day of Spirits, My Soul's Calm Retreat, which none disturbed. By Henry Vaughan, I think that's how you pronounce that. The Silex Scintillans? I don't fucking know. The Oracle text is prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. And the art is by Justin Hampton. So this is just an incredibly wordy fog in white. Well, actually, come to think of it, it's exactly as wordy as fog. They changed the word dealt to the word assigned, but otherwise the verbiage is consistent. Okay, fine, it's just a white fog. That's pretty good. I'm not really a fan of fogs, but they have been reasonably strong in various metas and times. I think a limited of this set is one of those times where a fog would be valuable. So definitely at least consider this card. The art is kind of meh for me. It's not bad, but I'm just generally not a huge fan of Justin's style. But next we have Indestructible Aura. This is an instant for 1 white mana, and this is a C2 rarity. The card text is any damage dealt to target creature for remainder of turn is reduced to 0. And then it has flavor text, Theodore strode the battle lines, snatching swords with his bare hands and casting them aside until all cowered before him. Then the Oracle text says prevent all damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. The art is done by Mark Poole. So this is sort of like a fog, kind of, but it also saves your creature from damage-based removal. It's pretty okay. Protecting your stuff is usually less good than just having a proactive card instead, but there are moments when stuff like this is good. My favorite part of this card, though, is the art. Mark Poole is a bit crazy, I think, because what the fuck is this? I love it, but I'm so fucking confused. This piece is hilarious. Yeah, this is good shit. Let's move on. Next, we have Rapid Fire. This is an instant for 3 and a white mana. This is a rare, and the card text is play before defense is chosen. Target creature gains first strike until end of turn. If the creature does not already have Rampage, then it also gains Rampage 2 until end of turn. The Oracle text is basically the same, and this was illustrated by Justin Hampton. And call me crazy, but I actually think this card is super good. Not like Black Lotus super good, but like Flying Man Unlimited super good. So hear me out. I know I said defensive cards are stupid, and I also said Rampage is stupid, and this card kind of feels stupid. Rampage only sucks when your opponent knows you're going to have Rampage. I do think Rampage on a combat trick is the best you can do. Well, until they change the rules again regarding combat tricks, but either way, this card is interesting, and I like that it exists. I think it's overcosted for what it does, but they costed this thinking that Rampage was the coolest shit ever, and it's not. The card is fine. It can definitely provide value in some niche situations, but it isn't a good card. I do like the art, though. I know I just said Justin's style wasn't my favorite, but I do enjoy the humor of this piece. The action lines and the shaking around the shield really cheer me up. It's kind of stupid, but it's endearing. Then we have Remove Enchantments. This is a instant for 1 white mana, and this is a C1 rarity. The card text is remove all enchantments you control and remove all enchantment cards played on all permanents you control. If this spell is cast during opponent's attack, also remove all enchantment cards played on attacking creatures. All enchantments you own are returned to hand, all other enchantments are destroyed. They did reformat the Oracle text a little bit, but not enough to make it worth reading. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. This card is interesting. It almost feels like the juice is worth the squeeze, but I don't think that it is. Like, this would be the sickest sideboard card against that one player who's running you down with Ornithopters and Unholy Strengths, which is probably why this card was made, but I'd probably shy away from this in Limited. There are a few enchantments opponents might play on their own creatures, but at least in my experience, the enchant auras that get played the most often are the negative kind you play on an opponent's card, like Paralyze. That mitigates the risk of getting 2 for 1, which is what makes auras mostly bad. If you can kill the creature under it, you've removed 2 of their cards for 1 of yours. But I still think this is a card that, while it seems like it could be sick, most of the time it'll just sit in your hand not being worth casting. The artwork is pretty sweet. The proportions feel just slightly off, but I'm being picky about nothing. I do like the art. Then we have Shield Wall, which is an instant for 1 and a white mana. This is a B-Box uncommon. All your creatures gain +0/+2 until end of turn. And the Oracle text is the same. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler. Oh boy, it's butt pumping on an instant. You get this effect once, and it costs a card. That's a great deal for only 2 mana. I mean, honestly, that's actually fairly efficient for what you get, so I shouldn't be making fun of it. This is fine, I guess. I don't like cards like this because they take up a resource, but don't really do anything but stall for a turn. That might be okay if you're setting up some big combo that's going to kill them next turn, or you just need to stabilize until you can cast Moat, and then they are super fucked for the rest of the game. But aside from situations like that, this card isn't really worth considering. It's really funny if you use this to survive long enough to cast a Moat, but Moat isn't that expensive. Odds are you can get it down before you're dead. The art for this is cool too. It's definitely one of my least favorite Schuler pieces, but it's certainly a solid piece. Okay, so that's it for the white cards and Legends. I will say I'm surprised at how favorable I looked at some of these cards. A lot of stuff in Legends is garbage or kind of head scratching, but a lot of the white cards are pretty creative, to say the least. There are some shit cards and some cards that probably should not exist, like Moat, but with a proper amount of removal, I'm pretty open to anything existing. That being said, I would have liked to have seen some enchantment removal, because Magic is kind of light on that at this point. Antiquities introduced more artifact removal, but there still isn't much in the entire card pool at this point that can deal with enchantments. Granted, White did address this a little bit with Presence of the Master, but still, it would be nice to see more. Otherwise, the white cards are mostly fun and interesting, or they're miserable to play against. So, same as always with Magic. Anyway, that's all I have to say on the white cards, so next we'll move on to the blue cards. This will be a more exciting section because there are some real bangers in the blue cards. Okay, so our first blue creature is Azure Drake. This is a 2/4 creature for 3 and a blue mana. The text is flying, and it has some flavor text. The Azure Drake would be more powerful were it not so easily distracted. And then there really isn't any Oracle text because it just says flying. The art was done by Dan Frazier, and we are starting off the blue creatures with something simple. This is a 2/4 flyer for 4 mana, and it's okay. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, but flyers are really good and limited, and this dude is no different. It feels a little understated, but it does dodge Lightning Bolt, or to name a card actually in this set, it dodges Chain Lightning. Not much to say about a French vanilla creature, but it's pretty solid. The art is fantastic as well. And the fact that it's entirely blue is pretty cool. I kind of like the cards that, their art is the same color as the card. I'd hate it if all cards were like that, but I like seeing it once in a while. Next we have Brine Hag, which is a 2/2 creature for 2 and 2 blue mana. This is an A-Box uncommon, and the card text is, on the turn during which Hag is placed in the graveyard, all creatures who dealt damage to Hag that turn become 0/2 creatures. Use counters to mark these changes. The Oracle text cleans this up a little bit with, whenever this creature dies, change the base power and toughness of all creatures that dealt damage to it this turn to 0/2. This effect lasts indefinitely. And the art was done by Quentin Hoover. So this is an interesting card, but honestly, the effect isn't worth the mental bandwidth. If you were trying some sort of aggro blue, this might be okay as it discourages blocking, but it's still a 2/2 for 4 mana. dies to Chain Lightning, and it's not a strong card in my opinion. It does have an effect that can be fun to think about, but there isn't much there. The art is pretty cool, though. Then we have Devouring Deep, a 1/2 creature for 2 and a blue mana. The card rarity is C2. The card text is Island Walk. It has some flavor text here. Full fathom 5 thy father lie, of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. By William Shakespeare, The Tempest. There's no oracle text. The art was done by Liz Danforth. So this is just a 1/2 with Island Walk for 3 mana. That is a bit disappointing. Could have been a 1/3 or a 2/2, I think, but I guess this is fine. Island Walk can be pretty sweet, but only against blue players. This is a pretty bad rate if they don't have an island, which I guess is obvious. I don't really have anything interesting to say about this one. It's not great, but it's at least playable, I suppose. The art is really cool, though. This is the first card I've talked about that was illustrated by Liz Danforth. A very cool piece. It's a shame it's not stronger. Next is Elder Spawn. This is a 6/6 creature for 4 and 3 blue mana, and it's a rare. The card text is Elder Spawn cannot be blocked by red creatures. Sacrifice one of your islands during your upkeep, or Elder Spawn does 6 damage to you and is buried. The oracle text is, at the beginning of your upkeep, unless you sacrifice an island, sacrifice this creature and it deals 6 damage to you. This creature can't be blocked by red creatures. The art is done by Jesper Meerfurs, and this card sucks pretty hard. It's a 6/6 for 8 mana. Why do you have to sack an island every upkeep? This is kind of wild. Not being able to be blocked by red creatures does maybe make this powerful enough to justify the downside, but only against, like, mono red or mostly red, and mono red probably killed you before you got 8 mana. Also, it dies to 2 Chain Lightnings, which is not common to happen, but this is still a pretty bad card. It's so expensive to cast. Oh well, the art is pretty sweet on this one. I really like this art a lot. Next is Psionic Entity. This is a 2/2 creature for 4 and a blue mana. This is a rare, and the card text is tap, Psionic Entity does 2 damage to any target, but does 3 damage to itself. And then it has some flavor text here. Creatures of the Aether are notorious for neglecting their own well-being. So that's pretty flavorful. The oracle text is basically the same. The art was done by Justin Hampton. It was wrongly attributed to Susan Van Camp, but Justin Hampton is the one that illustrated this piece. Beyond that, this card feels like a rebalancing of Prodigal Sorcerer, while taking obvious influence from Psionic Blast. It's an interesting puzzle because you'd need to pump it or have a healing salve or something to get damage out without killing this thing. Still, doing 2 damage at tap is pretty nice. I do think this thing is way overcosted, especially with the downside, because you'd need to pump it to +2 at least for it to even survive. Still, I do think this is a pretty cool card, and if I was willing to draft, this would depend heavily on how my removal suite was looking. I like this, but I don't think it's particularly strong. But it is interesting, and that's a pretty cool place to be, in my opinion. I just wish it didn't cost so much mana. Next is Segovian Leviathan. This is a 3/3 creature for 4 and a blue mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Island Walk. It does have flavor text. Leviathan 2. Can you catch him with a fishhook or run a line along his tongue? Job 40/25. There's not really any oracle text or any need for it. The art was done by Melissa A. Benson, and I don't know if I can be unbiased about this card. The only time I used it was when I got run down in Chandelar by a mono white deck that made me use a mono blue deck that had one of these. At the time, I felt it was bad stats for the mana cost, Island Walk isn't often relevant, and why is it a 3/3 for 5 mana that, like, does nothing? I hate this card, and I'm tired of looking at it. I don't have anything nice to say except that the art is pretty awesome. I'm a fan of Melissa A. Benson's work, and I can respect this piece despite it being attached to a travesty of a card. Let's just move on. Next, we have Time Elemental, which is a 0/2 creature that costs 2 and a blue. This card is rare, and the card text is an activated ability. You can pay 2 and 2 blue mana and tap this to return target permanent to owner's hand. Cannot target permanents with enchantment cards played on them. If Time Elemental blocks or attacks, it is destroyed and does 5 damage to controller. The Oracle text is when this creature attacks or blocks, at the end of combat, sacrifice it and it deals 5 damage to you. And then 2 and 2 blue and tap to return target permanent that isn't enchanted to its owner's hand. The art for this was done by Amy Weber. So this is another interesting card. Time Elemental is one of the worst good cards of all time. You can't block or attack with it. Its a tap ability costs 4 mana, which is a lot, but you can bounce any permanent with this. So this is one way to deal with enchantments in this set, which is pretty cool. Obviously, you can't deal with enchant creatures. Actually, you could bounce, if a creature was enchanted with something, you could bounce the enchantment first and then bounce this, but they'd probably just play it out before you had the chance. That probably won't work, but you can hit like actual enchantments with this. You can also bounce lands, which is pretty funny, but a 4 mana Stone Rain that doesn't destroy the land is a little pricey. I suppose this can help you lock an opponent out, though. Maybe. I really like this card. It has some restrictions which limit how you use it and inspire some level of creativity. It acts as removal, but not at a ridiculously efficient rate, and it's just kinda cool. This thing passes the vibe check for me. But it is like the worst good card of all time. Then we have Wall of Vapor. Wall of Vapor is a 0/1 creature that costs 3 and a blue. This is a C2 rarity, which, as a reminder, means that 2 copies of this appeared on the common sheet. This is the most common a card can be. The card text is damage done to Wall of Vapor by creatures it blocks is reduced to 0. And then it has some flavor text. Walls of a castle are made out of stone. Walls of a house out of bricks or of wood. My walls are made out of magic alone, stronger than any that ever have stood. Chris Noble, Earth's Daughter, Incantations. Anyways, the Oracle text is Defender. This creature can't attack, because walls now say Defender, and prevent any damage that would be dealt to this creature by creatures it's blocking. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and this is sort of interesting. Generally, I'm not a huge fan of walls, as I've said, and this one is no different. It's only got 1 toughness, so it dies to any damage thrown its way, which does, soften my hate for it a little bit. However, this is a type of card that is either going to get removed right away, or it's going to completely lock an opponent out from winning at all. I'm not really a fan of cards like that, but it does have some cool flavor, and the art is interesting as well. Next, we have Wall of Wonder. This is a 1/5 creature that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. This is a B-box uncommon for its rarity, and its card text is an activated ability. You can pay 2 and 2 blue, and this gains +4, -4, and allow Wall of Wonder to attack this turn. Has some flavor text. So confusing is the wall's appearance that few of its victims ever see it move. And then the Oracle text is Defender, and again, the activated ability, 2 and 2 blue. This creature gets +4, -4 until end of turn, and can attack this turn as though it doesn't have Defender. And I actually like this wall. For one, it can attack, but you have to invest in it, which makes it a more versatile card, but it's also just kind of fun. This is a card that can speed up a game if necessary, but you could also use it to protect yourself if necessary. The versatility does come at a cost, though. Being a 1/5 wall for 4 mana is pretty bad stats, but being a 5/1 for 4 mana is pretty sweet stats, at least at this point. I'm a big fan of this card, and the art goes hard as hell. Super awesome. Richard Thomas is the artist that did Black Vice and The Rack and such. And if you look closely, you can see the doll from those arts just hanging out and having a good time. That's a neat little Easter egg. But yeah, super good card in limited. Not good enough to play in a real deck, I'd say, but it's still a cool card. Then we have Zephyr Falcon, which is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 and a blue mana. This is a C2 rarity, and the card text is flying and attacking does not cause Zephyr Falcon to tap. It has some flavor text. Although greatly prized among falconers, the Zephyr Falcon is capricious and not easily tamed. The Oracle text is just flying and vigilance. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and Zephyr Falcon is a pretty good card in limited. Vigilance on a 1/1 is a little rough because you'll have to chump if you want to make use of its vigilance, but it's never a bad thing to have the option to chump. This is way more useful than the Vulture that White has, but it is still just a 1/1 for 2. This is really good and limited, but I wouldn't play this in like a real deck. The art is also super banger. Heather Hudson is so versatile with her art direction, and I'm really impressed by that. I really like this piece. But that's it for the blue creatures. This was also a pretty solid mix. Some of them are good and some of them are bad, but none of the creatures are miserable. I do think they could have safely removed a mana from pretty much every creature here, and it would have been okay. Some of them they could have even taken 2 off of. Yeah, I stand by that. Every blue creature could have been cut down by 1 mana in its casting cost, and they would have still been balanced cards. I mean, maybe Time Elemental would have been a bad idea, but if you left its ability at 4 mana, I think it would have been fine. Um, but yeah, let's talk about the blue enchantments. Alright, so our first blue enchantment is Anti-Magic Aura. This is an enchant creature that costs 2 and a blue mana. It has a rarity of C1, and the card text is all enchantments on target creature are destroyed. Target creature cannot be further targeted by instants, sorceries, or enchantments. The oracle text is enchant creature. Enchant creature can't be the target of spells and can't be enchanted by other auras. The art was done by Douglas Schuler, and this is pretty niche, but it is an interesting effect. There are a decent chunk of enchant creatures in this set, and you could use this defensively to save your creature from an enchant creature your opponent played, or you could use it to mess with their plan and remove key enchantments from the opponent's creature. I still don't think this is very good, but it is interesting. The original wording is pretty weird because it would be attached to the creature when it would destroy all enchantments on that creature, which would include itself. But if we can ignore White Ward not making sense, we can ignore this not making sense. The art is pretty cool as well. Feels like classic Douglas Schuler piece, and I'm here for that. Then we have Backfire, which is another enchant creature, and this one costs 1 blue mana. This is a B-box uncommon. Remember that the uncommons, half of the sheet only made it into some boxes, and the bottom half of the sheet made it into the other boxes. We call those A-box and B-box. The card text on this is, for each point of damage done to you from target creature, Backfire does 1 point of damage to target creature's controller. The oracle text is simply enchant creature. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage to you, this aura deals that much damage to that creature's controller. This was illustrated by Brian Schnoddy, and this is another really interesting card. It kind of feels like the opposite of Spirit Link in a way, and it would sort of function in a similar manner. But this wouldn't just cancel the creature's damage, it just puts a clock on both of you. It's a pretty sweet card though, and it is efficient. Doesn't really feel like a blue card by today's standards, but I think it's cool. The art is awesome. Then we have Dreamcoat. This is another enchant creature. It costs 1 blue mana, and this is a B-box uncommon. The card text is, caster may change target creature's color to any other color. This ability is played as an interrupt, limit of 1 change per turn, cost to tap, maintain, and use special ability of target creature remains entirely unchanged. Then there is flavor text. Adopt the character of a twisting octopus, which takes on the appearance of the nearby rock. Now follow in this direction. Now turn a different hue. Theogis, Elegies 1, 2, 1, 5. I have no idea what that means. The Oracle text is simply enchant creature and then an activated ability. 0 enchanted creature becomes the color or colors of your choice. Activate only once each turn. This was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters. So this lets you change the color of a creature once a turn. But I ask you, when or why would that be useful? Sure, there are some things that you can do with the color change cards, but this one is especially bad in my opinion. The main thing you would do with cards like this is turn it to a color you have hate for, like a red elemental blast or something. I can't even think of a situation where changing a creature's color once a turn would be valuable for anything other than as like a targeted counter to someone who is wasting their time trying to make Chaos Lace / Blue Elemental Blast work as a funny thing. Granted, this is the same cost as those laces, so you trade the interrupt speed for some level of repeatability. So it's not that it's that much worse than the other color changing cards, but they're not good cards. The art is pretty cool though. This is the first piece illustrated by Anthony S. Waters that I've talked about, so that's cool. It's always nice to see a new artist. Then we have Field of Dreams. This is a world enchantment, and it costs 1 blue mana. This is a rare card, and the card text is, the top card of each player's library is always face up. It has some flavor text. Some people say that the world is round, and if you travel far enough, you'll come to the other side, where everything is upside down. And then the oracle text is, players play with the top card of their libraries revealed. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and this is another interesting card. It's not a very good card, but it does combo with Petra Sphinx, like I mentioned earlier. It's nice that this is so cheap, however, this is also the first world enchantment we've talked about, and that makes it both better and worse, because it can be removed by a world enchantment. But this can also act as removal for like a Nether Void for only 4 mana, or a The Abyss for 1 mana. I personally enjoy when cards can function as specific removal in niche situations but otherwise contribute to your game plan. I think world enchantments do that well, and I tend to rank them higher for stuff like that. I really like this card. I like that it's a world enchantment. I like that it's 1 mana. I like the art. Kaja is always great, and this one is no different. Also, haven't really given any thoughts on the flavor text before, but this one is hilarious. Then we have Gaseous Form. This is an enchant creature for 2 and a blue mana. This is a C1 rarity, and the card text is, damage done to target creature by creature it blocks or that block it is reduced to 0. Creature deals no damage during combat. And then it has flavor text. And gives to Airy nothing, a local habitation and a name. William Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream. The oracle text is, enchant creature, prevent all damage that would be dealt to and dealt by enchanted creature. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and this is a pretty cool card, but I don't get why Spirit Link gets to be 1 mana, and this effectively does the same thing sort of for 3 mana. This is a little better than Spirit Link because the creature you hit with this can't kill stuff when it blocks, whereas something with a Spirit Link could do that, but it's also a little worse because you can't put this on your own thing to gain life. I feel like 2 mana would be fine for this. Maybe double blue just to make it not too easy to cast, but really I think 1 and a blue would be fine, or even just 1 blue mana for this. It is a cool card effect though. I just wish it was a bit cheaper. The art is awesome though. I love Phil's work. Then we have In the Eye of Chaos. This is an enchant world for 2 and a blue mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, all instants and interrupts are countered unless their caster pays an additional X, where X is the casting cost of the spell being cast. The oracle text is simply, whenever a player casts an instant spell, counter it unless that player pays X, where X is its mana value. And this was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. So this one is really interesting. It's a very blue style card, but it is kind of antithetical to blue's main style of playing reactively and using a lot of instants. That is pretty cool. It's the type of card you have to build around to break parity, but I really enjoy cards like that. I don't think this is super powerful, but it is decent and limited. Of course, you could also run against a limited deck with no instants or interrupts, and it's useless against those decks, especially if you run some instants or interrupts yourself, which is believable because you're in blue and those are generally the best cards. Either way, I think this is a cool card, and the art is pretty sweet as well. Invoke Prejudice. This is an enchantment for 4 blue mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, if opponent casts a summon spell that does not match the color of one of the creatures under your control, that spell is countered unless the caster pays an additional X, where X is the casting cost of the summon spell. The oracle text for this is, whenever an opponent casts a creature spell that doesn't share a color with a creature you control, counter that spell unless that player pays X, where X is its mana value. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil. Okay, so we get to talk about this card now. Let's talk about the effect quickly before we get into the card itself. It's a pretty unique effect, and it's certainly interesting. It would do decent in a mono blue list, but the effect isn't that great, and 4 mana is kind of a lot for the effect. I suppose this is also really good in a creatureless deck, so you could go that route with a card like this, but realistically, the effect likely isn't worth 4 mana. It also doesn't stop artifact creatures, so that's a knock against it as well. Alright, so I defended Cleanse because I don't think it's racist, but this card has art that's obviously taking inspiration from a real-world organization that spends its time invoking prejudice. I suppose in a sick way that's flavorful, but this kind of thing is disgusting. People shouldn't have to look at depictions of KKK members while they are playing Magic. I don't think there are too many reasonable people that aren't at least empathetic to what this image could mean to some people. I have no issues with this card being banned and shoved away for being really cringe. I also don't really want to spend too much time talking about this one, so let's just move on. Then we have Land Equilibrium. This is an enchantment, it costs 2 and 2 blue mana, and it is a rare. The card text is, if your opponent controls at least as much land as you do, he or she must sacrifice a land for each land he or she puts into play. The oracle text is, if an opponent who controls at least as many lands as you do would put a land onto the battlefield, that player instead puts that land onto the battlefield, then sacrifices a land of their choice. This was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers. Oh hey, look, it's more blue land destruction. That's pretty cool. I do like that this form of land destruction is trying to convince you not to blow up all of their lands, because then this doesn't do anything, so that's kind of funny. I don't think this card is particularly good, but I also don't think it's bad. If your deck can function at 4 mana or less, you can basically cut the high end of the game from being ever cast, but unless you're doing something like that, this card is just okay. It is pretty cool when you go second, though. The art is also pretty nice, but it isn't anything special. Then we have Puppet Master. This is an enchant creature that costs 3 blue mana. This is a box A, uncommon, and if target creature is placed in the graveyard, return creature to owner's hand. All enchantments on target creature are destroyed. You may pay blue, blue, blue to return Puppet Master to its owner's hand if target creature returned to its owner's hand. The oracle text says, enchant creature, when enchanted creature dies, return that card to its owner's hand. If that card is returned to its owner's hand in this way, you may pay blue, blue, blue. If you do, return this card to its owner's hand. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and this is a fun concept, but it's far too expensive for it to really ever be good. I don't think that's a problem, though, because if this was cheap enough to see real play, it would probably be really busted. It's perfectly serviceable in limited if you have an extra 3 to 6 blue mana lying around, but that's a hell of a tax on anything just to keep this around. You'd still have to cast it again. Although this kind of goes hard with Psionic Entity, if you have 8 mana and nothing better to do with it. But yeah, this is a cool card, but it is kind of a bad one. The art is pretty sweet, though. Next is Relic Bind. This is an enchant artifact for 2 and a blue mana. It is an A box uncommon, and the text is, when target artifact is tapped, the controller of Relic Bind can choose to do 1 damage to any player, or give 1 life to any player. The Oracle text is, enchant artifact an opponent controls. Whenever enchanted artifact becomes tapped, choose 1. This aura deals 1 damage to target player, or planeswalker, or target player gains 1 life. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So this is pretty decent. The Oracle text does make this card a little worse, though. It doesn't say anything about needing to be on an opponent's artifact on the card, but now it can only hit enemy artifacts with this, which does make it significantly worse. This was done because if you had a Basalt Monolith, you could put this on it and just win the game, because it goes infinite on Basalt Monolith. But judging it by the Oracle text, this sucks. Like, it's, even if you weren't going to abuse it with Basalt Monolith, not having agency over when this gets tapped just makes it kind of bad. But the card effect is pretty cool, but it's definitely too strong if you can just infinite it with Basalt Monolith. So I see why they tweaked it, but like I said, with the tweaking, it does kind of suck now. Then we have Spectral Cloak. This is an enchant creature for 2 blue mana. This is an A-box uncommon. The card text is, target creature cannot be the target of instant, sorceries, fast effects, or enchantments unless creature is tapped. The Oracle text is, enchant creature, enchanted creature has Shroud as long as it's untapped. It can't be the target of spells or abilities. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and this is kind of neat. It would be super sick on a Sarah Angel or a Zephyr Falcon. Otherwise, I don't really have much to say about this. It's a pretty cool design space and seems fairly costed. The art is banger as hell, too. I really like Rob Alexander's work. His landscapes especially are just phenomenal, but all of his stuff is really good. Then we have Undertow. This is an enchantment for 2 and a blue mana. It is an A-box uncommon. The card text is, creatures with Island Walk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability, and the Oracle text is pretty much the same. This was illustrated by Randy Asplundfaith. So this is a cycle. There's 1 in every color, I think. Maybe there's 1 missing. I wouldn't remember because I don't think about these cards. But these cards suck. There isn't actually all that much Island Walk going on before this set, and there is only 1 creature with Island Walk in this set. So this card just doesn't really come up much. This would be sort of decent if there was enough Island Walk to make it viable, and like eventually there is, but it's still not good because Island Walk itself is so specific. This is just kind of bad. Maybe it's a sideboard card, but these cards just kind of suck, right? Like, they just kind of suck. These cards are a waste of time. I wouldn't really bother with them. The art is fantastic, though. I really enjoy this piece. It brings me joy. Then we have Venerian Gold. This is an enchant creature, costs X and 2 blue mana. This is a C1 rarity, and the text is, put X counters on target creature. Target creature becomes tapped when Venerian Gold is cast. Creature does not untap as normal if it has any of these counters on it. Remove 1 counter during creature's controller's upkeep phase. The Oracle text is, enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature and put X sleep counters on it. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step if it has a sleep counter on it. At the beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller, remove a sleep counter from that creature. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin. And this card is pretty flavorful, and it's kind of interesting, and it's probably worth grabbing late into a pack if it's in your colors, because removal is fairly rough in this set, but this card does kind of suck. You'll be spending way more mana than you want to with this for it to be useful, and it doesn't deal with the problem permanently. It is a fun idea, though, but this card does suck. Okay, so that's it for the blue enchantments. It's a decent mix of pretty cool and interesting stuff and pretty bad stuff that's not interesting. Either way, let's get onto the sorceries. Okay, so up first we have Acid Rain. This sorcery is 3 and a blue, it is a rare, and the card text is destroy all forests in play. And the oracle text is basically the same. The artist is Nene Thomas, and hell yeah, blue land destruction, and hating on green. This card is sick as hell. I'm a big fan of cards like this, but there is definitely a time and place for stuff like this. Like blasting this off on little Timmy trying out his mono green deck is pretty brutal, but I do enjoy cards like this existing in Limited. I think it's really the only place cards like this have a home that's fair and balanced. But I do love cards like this. I can see the argument that blue shouldn't get to destroy lands, but I personally like that enemy colors can basically hate on any permanent type as long as it's an enemy color. I think the color pie and the game are in a super cool spot when that's the case. But that is, of course, my opinion. But I do like this card. The art is also awesome. It's very cool. Then we have Energy Tap. This sorcery is 1 blue mana. It is a C2 rarity. The card text is target untapped creature you control becomes tapped. Add an amount of colorless mana equal to target creature's casting cost to your mana pool. The oracle text is basically the same except it says mana value. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and this card is pretty cool. It's blue ramp, sort of, but in a way that's very blue, in my opinion. This is kind of better sacrifice because you keep the creature, but it also doesn't make colored mana like sacrifice does. Still, this is useful for like a sick fireball. That being said, there isn't much for X spells of consequence in this limited, at least nothing that like does damage, so unless you were casting an alabaster potion or something else that's kind of stupid, the only use you'd get from this in limited is by casting bigger stuff than you should be able to. That's still really good in limited, so this is definitely worth playing if you can meet the requirements of using it. And by that I mean have something that you can cast for the mana you would get. That was a dumb way to say that. Moving on. Juxtapose is our next sorcery, and this is 3 and a blue mana. This is a rare. The card text is target player and caster each choose one of the creatures they control with the highest casting cost. Exchange control of these creatures. Then do the same for artifacts. Juxtapose does not tap or untap these cards. The control of any enchantment cards played on these permanents is unchanged. If one player does not have an artifact or creature, do not trade that type of card. The oracle text is simplified a bit. You and target creature exchange control of the creature you each control with the greatest mana value, then exchange control of artifacts the same way. If 2 or more permanents a player controls are tied for greatest, their controller chooses one of them. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton. So this card is really sweet. I like this card a lot. The thing you want to do with this is to sandbag your big stuff, then take their big stuff, then cast your big stuff. That's how you would break parity with this card. Overall, this is a neat effect and creates dynamic experiences, especially in a limited environment. I wouldn't say this card is particularly strong, but it's fairly costed, potentially really impactful, but also has potential to just be a dead card. If you go against a deck that has somehow opted out of creatures and artifacts, something that I'm not sure is possible in this limited, but is pretty likely in constructed, well, then this is a dead card. I do think that's really unlikely in limited, though. Overall, this is just a cool card. I also really like the art. I was ragging on Justin Hampton earlier for having a style that doesn't vibe with me personally, but this piece is fantastic. I really like this one. Goes to show that even artists outside your preferred style can still impress you. And even if I didn't like this and wasn't impressed by it, Justin Hampton is still very talented. Next, we have Part Water, which is a sorcery that costs XX and a blue mana. This is a B-box uncommon, as far as rarity is concerned, and the card text is X target creatures gain island walk until end of turn. Then there's some flavor text from the Bible. And the waters were a wall unto them until their right hand and on their left. Exodus 14:22. The oracle text is basically the same thing. and this was illustrated by Nene Thomas. So here's a card you could use with Energy Tap. This is pretty interesting as well. It's flavorful and it's a unique effect. It's only good if your opponent has an island, so it is fairly limited in limited, and honestly probably does not have a place in any constructed either, but it's a cool card nonetheless. Then we have Psychic Purge. This is a sorcery for 1 blue mana. This has a rarity of C1, and the card text is Psychic Purge does 1 damage to any target. If a spell cast by opponent or a permanent under opponent's control causes you to discard this card, opponent loses 5 life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this loss of life. Then the Oracle text is simply Psychic Purge deals 1 damage to any target. When a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this card, that player loses 5 life. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. This card is super cool. This deals with the discard decks that were running around at the time, hitting you with Hypnotic Specters and Mind Twists. Neither of those are in this limited environment, but there is a pretty devastating card we'll talk about later that can discard your cards. I still don't think I'd prioritize this in a limited, but it might be a decent sideboard card if some dickhead at your local old school pub runs you down every week with a discard deck. It's still worth drafting in limited. Just dealing 1 damage might be enough if you're a little short on removal. There are plenty of annoying creatures that have 1 toughness in this set. So even just having it to use and occasionally have something sweet happen is still pretty cool. The art on this is also pretty decent. Then we have Recall. This is a sorcery that costs XX and a blue mana. This is a rare card. The card text is sacrifice X cards from your hand and then bring X cards from your graveyard to your hand. Then remove Recall from the game. The Oracle text is simply discard X cards, then return a card from your graveyard to your hand for each card discarded this way, exile Recall. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. This is pretty powerful just because it bends the color pie a little bit in my opinion. This can get anything out of the graveyard, which is really good. The rate also isn't terrible. Hell, if the rate was any better, this card would be busted. I like this card. I think it's neat. I do think it's a little out of color, but the art is super cool. It's a very interesting perspective, but the art does make it feel more like it should be a black card with the tombstones and all that. Oh well. But that's it for the sorceries, so let's move on to the instant speed spells, and also interrupt speed spells. Because interrupts don't exist anymore, so now these are all instants, we're just going to talk about them all at the same time, because they kind of are effectively the same thing, these days anyway. And first up for our instants and interrupts, we have Boomerang, an instant for 2 blue mana. This is a C2 rarity. The card text is return target permanent to owner's hand. Enchantments on target permanent are destroyed. There is some flavor text on this card. It is, oh, call back yesterday, bid time return. William Shakespeare, King Richard II. The Oracle text is basically the same thing. This is another piece that was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. So Boomerang is a very powerful card. It can hit any permanent type, which means you can bounce their second land drop, which is pretty brutal. You can also bounce a creature if you need to, but this is one of the few ways in the set to deal with enchantments, so you might consider bouncing one of those. You can bounce it and then counter it after if they try to redeploy. There are a lot of reasons to run something like this, and it's probably one of the better cards in the set. It's a seriously cool card, and the art is fantastic. I really love this art. It's probably incorrect to make blue cards that can bounce lands, though. Then we have Enchantment Alteration. This is an instant for 1 blue mana. It has a rarity of C1. The card text is switch target enchantment from 1 creature to another and from 1 land to another. Next we have Enchantment Alteration. This is an instant for 1 blue mana. It is a C1 rarity, and the card text is switch target enchantment from 1 creature to another or from 1 land to another. The controller of the enchantment does not change. New target of enchantment must be valid. or this spell has no effect. Treat this as if the enchantment had just been cast on the new target. The Oracle text changes this a little bit. It says attach target aura attached to a creature or land to another permanent of that type. This was also illustrated by Brian Schnotty. So this is kind of stupid. I like that it's another unique design, which is really cool, but this is not super likely to be useful, at least in constructed play. In limited, there are enough enchantments running around that you could use this to steal enchantments or move something like a Paralyze to your opponent's creature instead. Paralyze is a bad example because there isn't a Paralyze in this set, but you know what I'm getting at. So there are funny things that you can do with this. And actually, now that I talk about it, I am kind of warming up to this card. It's definitely not universally powerful, but in the right card pool, this can do stuff. That being said, in a draft, it's not necessarily guaranteed that there will be enough enchantments floating around to make this useful, so be cautious about snap grabbing it. Then we have Flash Counter. This is our first interrupt. It is 1 and a blue mana, it is a C2 rarity, and the card text is counters target interrupt or instant spell. Then it has flavor text. She grinned at me, a wicked grin. I hope you weren't relying too heavily on that, my dear. Medrin Silverwand. It's from her diary. Fun stuff. Anyways, the Oracle text is counter target instant spell. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil. So, this is pretty cool. I do personally enjoy niche counter spells, and this one is pretty cool. I don't have much to say about it though, it's just an okay counterspell that has long since been outmoded. It's perfectly fine for limited though. The art is fine, but I don't really get what's going on here. So yeah, whatever, it's okay. It's not really my thing, but I don't hate looking at it. It does have a cool almost chrome effect on the sphere, which that's pretty cool, I guess. Next is Flash Flood. This is an instant for 1 blue mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is destroy target red permanent or return target mountain to its owner's hand. Enchantments on target land are destroyed. Has some flavor text. Many people say that no power can bring the mountains low. Many people are fools. And the Oracle text is close enough to what it is now, but it's formatted as a modular effect now. Anyways, this was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand. I think I'm pronouncing that correct. If not, I'm sorry, Tom. But yeah, this card is pretty cool. I'm a huge fan of the Elemental Blast cards, and this is in the same vein. This can't counter a spell, but it can bounce a mountain, which is funny as hell. It's very specific, so it's obviously only good against red, but it is very efficient against red. It's a solid sideboard card, and the art is pretty sweet. Then we have Force Spiked. This is another interrupt, and it costs 1 blue mana. The rarity is C2. The card text is target spell is countered unless its caster spends an additional 1 mana. And the Oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz. Hope I'm getting that right. So this card is really cool. I do really enjoy cheap counterspells, and this one is very solid. Paying 1 is pretty easy to do, but if you deploy this right, you can really slow someone down. I don't have much to say about the Blue Mana Tithe, but it's a solid card. The art is interesting too. This is the first card illustrated by Brian Walkwitz that I've talked about, but I do really like it. It has that classic Magic card vibe, and the brilliant coloring is super sweet. Then we have Glyph of Delusion. This is an instant for 1 blue mana. It is a C1 rarity. The card text is put X counters on 1 target creature that target wall blocked this turn, during this turn. X is the power of the blocked creature. Creature does not untap as normal while it has 1 or more of these counters on it. Remove 1 counter during creature controller's upkeep. And the Oracle text is close enough to not bother reading it. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, as all the glyphs were. And this is another card from the glyph cycle, and this one sucks. It's a lot of effort for not much gain, and so many things need to happen for this to provide any value at all. I'd skip over this every time. It's not even fun to think about. The art is nice, though. Then we have Mana Drain. if you've ever heard of that. This is an interrupt for 2 blue mana. It is an A-box uncommon. The card text is counters target spell. At the beginning of your next main phase, add X to your mana pool, where X is the casting cost of target spell. And the Oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden. So this card slaps hard. This card is so good, you've all heard of it, and it still sees play anywhere that it isn't banned. You don't need me to tell you that Mana Drain is a sweet card. It was originally balanced around Mana Burn, sort of, but I kind of hate how they did it. You should have the mana dumped into your pool after this card resolves, not at your next main phase. Then it would actually be a restriction that would require some level of build around, and the amount of time that you'd take damage from this would be much higher. Waiting until your main phase almost guarantees that you'll be able to do something with the mana. I also hesitate to say that this is strictly better than Counterspell. Most of the time, it certainly is, especially now that there isn't mana burn, but if you're in a game and that one legendary creature that makes mana burn a thing gets cast, then Counterspell might be a better card. Obviously, something as stupid as that last thing I just said shouldn't really be a consideration in most situations, but I just don't really like hearing something called strictly better, because there's so many interactions that while it's most of the time true, it's not always true, right? This card is great, though. I'm a big fan of Mana Drain. I like counter spells, and the art is absolute banger. The art is super cool. I love this art. Mark Teeden is just so good. Great art. Then we have Remove Soul. This is an interrupt for 1 and a blue. The card rarity is C2. Card text is counter target summon spell. There's some flavor text. Nethya stiffened suddenly, head cocked as if straining to hear some distant sound, then fell lifeless to the ground. Huh, that's dark. Oracle text is just counter target creature spell. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and hey, look, it's kind of Essence Scatter, but with a different name. So this is a super solid counterspell in a limited that has so many creatures. This gets less valuable in large card pools, as many people just don't play creatures, depending on where and when you're playing. But being able to counter any creature is pretty good in a limited environment. This card could for sure help you win games. The art is also hilarious, in a morbid sort of way. I enjoy the art, but it is kind of messed up. Then we have Reset, another interrupt for 2 blue mana. This is a B-box uncommon. The card text is, all your lands on tap. Reset can only be played on an opponent's turn after his or her upkeep phase. The Oracle text for this is, cast this spell only during an opponent's turn after their upkeep step. Untap all lands you control. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard. Hope I'm saying that right. Anyway, so Reset is a pretty interesting card, but it's a card that reads more powerful than it actually is. If you have a handful of action, this can be really sweet, but a wise opponent might just sandbag you or deploy their less impactful cards if they think there's a reasonable chance of you having interaction, which there probably is if you played a Reset. I might be off the mark here, but I can't think of a time or place that this has ever done a lot of work in any competitive environment. In Limited, I think this is pretty good, but it's not spectacular by any means. The art is really cool, though. I'd even go so far as to call this art iconic, even though the card most certainly is not iconic. This is the first time I've talked about Nicola Leonard's art on this channel, and it's a good first impression. We've gotten to see a lot of new artists in this set, and that might be the coolest part of this set. But yeah, I love this card, but it does kind of suck, if I'm being honest. Then we have Reverberation. This is an instant for 2 and 2 blue mana. This is a rare. The card text is, damage from one sorcery spell is redirected to its caster. The Oracle text is, all damage that would be dealt this turn by target sorcery spell is dealt to that spell's controller instead. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton, and this card is pretty interesting. You can kill your opponent with their own fireball, which is funny as hell, but as for Limited, where that's not a thing that can happen, I'm not sure how valuable this is. There are definitely targets for this. There's even a black sorcery that can do a decent amount of damage, but you're not going to redirect a giant fireball or anything like that in this set. I'd say this could live in a sideboard and be brought out against someone running a decent amount of sorcery burn, but I don't think that'll be too common. This is a cool card, though. The art is also pretty cool. This is another one of Hampton's pieces I enjoy. Then we have Sea King's Blessing. This is an instant for 1 blue mana, and this is an A box uncommon. The card text is changes the color of one or more target creatures to blue until end of turn. You choose which and how many creatures are affected. Cost a tap, maintain, or use a special ability of target creatures remains entirely unchanged. Then the Oracle text is sweetened out to just one or more target creatures becomes blue until end of turn. This was illustrated by Randy Asplinfaith. So this is another of the change creature color cycle. My feelings haven't changed. You can dig up some weird interactions with these cards and do something that's greater than the sum of its parts, but that thing is probably still less good than just playing with cards that are good. It's a unique idea, and I really wish change color cards came up in a more important way, but it's just hard to do that without color hate, and there's just so many steps that it's just kind of not good. It does kind of suck that this card sucks because the art goes hard as hell on this piece. This is such a cool card visually, and I enjoy it very much. It sucks that it sucks, but you know, it is what it is. Then we have Silhouette. This is an instant for 1 and a blue mana. This is an A box uncommon. The card text is until end of turn, damage done to target creature by spells or effects that target it is reduced to 0. The Oracle text says choose target creature if a spell or ability that targets that creature would cause a source to deal damage to that creature this turn, prevent that damage. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio. So this card is sort of neat. You can get this effect for cheaper in other colors, and that's pretty cool. Helps with the color pie and all that. I still don't think I would give this to blue, since blue gets everything, but I'm not that bothered by it since it kinda sucks. It's a decent amount of mana investment into saving a thing, especially when you could just run more counter spells. In limited, this is a bit more playable, but with the limited removal, I just don't think a card like this has much value. The art is sweet, though. Then we have Telekinesis. This is an instant for 2 blue mana, and this is a rare. The card text is target creature deals no damage during combat this turn. Creature becomes tapped and may not untap as normal during its controller's next 2 untap phases. The Oracle text is tap target creature, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by that creature this turn. It doesn't untap during its controller's next 2 untap steps. So, mostly the same, I suppose. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and this is sort of similar to the last card, but it can also function as creature removal in blue. Obviously, it doesn't remove the creature, but having a creature tap down for 3 turns is not nothing, even in limited. In fact, this card is probably better in limited, since most decks will be attempting to win with creature damage, which is much harder in this set than a few of the previous sets, which is, you know, kind of impressive because it's been pretty damn hard to attack through all of these sets. I don't really think you should be doing cards like this in blue, but I guess it doesn't bother me too much. It is a very blue feeling card, so maybe I'm just getting ruffled about nothing. This is probably worth grabbing if you're in blue in limited. So there is that. The art is also really sweet. Like, well done, Daniel. This is just fantastic. Then we have Teleport. This is an instant for 3 blue mana. It is a rare card, and the card text is target creature cannot be blocked until end of turn. Play after attack is declared, but before defense is chosen. And then the Oracle text says cast the spell only during the declare attacker's step. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. This is illustrated by Douglas Schuler. And so this is another neat card. It's exploring the space and poking out blue's identity. It does cost a lot of mana for a one-time effect, but I don't think it costs an obscene amount of mana. It is a little rich for my blood, and I'd rather just play spells that either countered their creature or removed them after the fact, not something like this. Yeah, overall, this doesn't really impress me, but that's okay. I do appreciate that it's difficult to cast, and you pretty much need to be heavy in blue to cast this. I think that's cool. The the art is also banger. I like a lot of Douglas Schuler's work, and this isn't one that sticks out in my brain, but it is very well done. I'm enjoying looking at it more than I anticipated, at any rate. Okay, we've done it. We've gotten through the blue cards. The blue cards are pretty interesting. The counter spells are probably too good. Most of the enchantments kind of suck, and the creatures are more of a mixed bag. Other than the racist art, the misses aren't too egregious in the blue cards of this set, but let's continue on with the black cards. Once again, we'll be starting with the creatures. Alright, so for our first black creature, we have Abomination. This is a 2/6 creature for 3 and 2 black mana. It is a B-box uncommon. The card text is all green or white creatures blocking or blocked by Abomination are destroyed at the end of combat. And then the oracle text is whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked by a green or white creature, destroy that creature at end of combat. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and first off, what the fuck, Mark Teeden? This art is truly an abomination. Well done. I like this card. If your opponent is in white or green, this is really good. If they are not, this is not really good. So it's not likely to be a main board card, but it could still be solid in this limited environment. A 2/6 is slow, but it does take a beating, and since most of the removal is damage based, this thing is pretty challenging to remove. It's pretty decent and kind of a fun effect if you like mild color hate. But that's really all I have to say on this one. Next we have Carrion Ants. This is a 0/1 creature for 2 and 2 black mana. It is a rare, and the card text is an activated ability. You can pay 1 to give it +1/+1 until end of turn. It has some flavor text. War is no picnic, my father liked to say. But the ants seem to disagree. General Chanek Valteroth. The oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and this card is fantastic. 4 mana may be a lot for a 0/1, and this thing is very susceptible to removal, but if you can get a Carrion Ant to stick, this thing can do some major damage. It's generally not good enough for constructed, because everyone has so much removal that just puts this in the ground, but in limited, I bet this occasionally does some pretty sweet work. This is a really cool card. Then we have Cosmic Horror. This is a 7/7 creature for 3 and 3 black mana. It is a rare. The card text is first strike, pay 3 and 3 black during your upkeep, or Cosmic Horror does 7 damage to you and is destroyed. Has some flavor text. Then flash the living light from her eyes, and screams of horror rend thy affrighted skies. Alexander Pope, The Rape of Locke. The oracle text is first strike at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy this creature unless you pay 3 black, black, black. If this creature is destroyed this way, it deals 7 damage to you. This was illustrated by Jesper Mierfers. This card is super cool and also really bad. This is the kind of big meatball that will win you a game of limited, but this card does suck pretty hard. If you get your lands blown up and can't pay for the upkeep cost of Cosmic Horror, you're in for a bad time. I actually animated one of these after I blew up a swamp for my opponent, so they took 7, then I beat them with this card, which I could upkeep because they had cast Evil Presence on me. I do really love the flavor of black spells biting you in the ass in the funniest ways. I think that flavor is especially palpable. I also really love the art on this card. Probably worth playing in limited, just be mindful of the pitfalls. Then we have Cyclopean Mummy. This is a 2/1 creature for 1 and 1 black mana. This is a C2 rarity, and the card text is if Mummy is placed in the graveyard from play, remove it from the game. Has some flavor text. The ritual of plucking out an eye to gain future sight is but a curse that enables the living to see their own deaths. And the oracle text is simply when this creature dies, exile it. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., And so, from a flavor perspective, this card is super cool. It's a one-eye mummy that's pissed someone took one of its eyes to see the future. It also makes sense that it exiles when it dies. Mummies are old and dusty, already reanimated. There probably isn't enough there to reanimate them a second time. This card was apparently really hated back in the day. According to the trivia page on Fandom, a customer survey after 4th edition showed it was to be the most hated card in 4th edition. We're talking about Legends, not 4th edition, but it's weird that this card was hated. I don't really understand why people didn't like this card. Oh well. It's fine from a limited perspective. A 2-1 for 2 isn't the worst thing that you could be doing in the early turns, but it also isn't the best thing to be doing. The art slaps hard, though. This is the first piece we've seen illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and it's well done. There's so many cool new art styles in this set. That's really awesome. Then we have Evil Eye of Orms by Gore. This is a 3/6 creature for 4 and black mana. It is a B-box uncommon. The card text is none of your creatures can attack except for Evil Eyes. Evil Eye can only be blocked by walls. And it has some flavor text. The Highway of Fear is the shortest route to defeat. Oracle text is non-eye creatures you control can't attack. This creature can't be blocked except by walls. This was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers, and I'm not sure what to think about this one. It's a pretty baffling card. 3/6 creature that can only be blocked by walls for 5 mana is pretty okay. Like, this thing is better than Abomination, I think. It does make it so your other creatures can't attack, which does make it less desirable. If you manage to get 2 of these, it's probably really good. And it might be solid enough in draft just because unblockable is really good. There are walls in this set, so it isn't always unblockable. But yeah, I'm not really sure on this one, but it is interesting. Yes, Premier first knocked the art out of the park, though. It's really well done. It's a very detailed eye. Then we have Fallen Angel. This is a 3/3 creature for 3 and 2 black mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Flying. Sacrifice a creature to give Fallen Angel +2/+1 until end of turn. And then the Oracle text is formatted a little differently, but it's not really worth going over. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I don't really have much to say about Fallen Angel. It's pretty good. Flying is really nice, and being able to sack everything for a burst of damage is very good. This would likely bring you some level of success in a limited game. It's not great, but it's also not bad. It would be cool if it didn't die to Chain Lightning, but it is what it is. I don't really have much to say about this. Anson Maddox has some really cool pieces, and this is definitely one of them. I really like that Anson seems to depart from having a central style so much that honestly I have trouble pinning down his work sometime. That's really cool. Then we have Ghosts of the Damned. This is a 0/2 creature for 1 and 2 black. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is tap target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. It has some flavor text. The voices of the dead ring in the heart long after they have faded from the ears. The oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and personally, I don't think this card is good, even in limited. It costs 3 mana and just doesn't do anything. It's a 0/2, so it can't attack. It also just dies to Chain Lightning, but that's probably a waste of a Chain Lightning. Its effect does absolutely nothing. Like, I guess you could lower a creature's attack so that your creature would kill theirs and then they don't block, but if one power makes a difference in that exchange, then I don't think it's likely that exchange is making much of a difference. This is just a do-nothing card, in my opinion. I think this is the first real disappointment of this card pool, but I don't know. There are so many cards in this set, I've kind of forgotten half of what we've talked about already. Yeah, this set kind of drags. It's, like, kind of rough. Anyways, the art is really cool on this card, though. It's kind of a shame how cool it is. Kind of looks like an Iron Maiden album, you know? Then we have Giant Slug. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and a black mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is An activated ability, you can pay 5. During controller's next upkeep, Giant Slug gains Landwalk ability of controller's choice until end of turn. The type of Landwalk chosen must correspond to one of the 5 basic land types. Then the Oracle text is, at the beginning of your next upkeep, choose a basic land type. This creature gains Landwalk of the chosen type until the end of that turn. It can't be blocked as long as defending player controls a land of that type. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. Okay, so this is a pretty solid card in Limited. It's cheap, it's easy to cast, it's relatively low impact, and the ability is overcosted, but it might be the only thing you can do late game to get damage into your opponent. Paying 5 for a land walk is crazy, but this card is probably pretty decent. It's pretty immune to removal, because your opponent would, kind of have to either be an idiot or a genius to remove this. I do like this card, and I think it's pretty decent. It's also funny as hell. Also, if it's a giant slug that's throwing someone around that much, why isn't it at least a 2/2 or something? It's not a big deal because balance should come before Ludo narrative vibes, but I do find it kind of funny. Maybe when they made the card, they were imagining a giant slug like the size of like a golden retriever or a horse. A slug that size would probably be a 1/1, I think, but maybe I'm just drastically overestimating a slug's martial prowess. I don't know, it's hard to say. Either way, the art is fantastic. I do like it. Then we have Headless Horseman. This is a 2/2 creature for 2 in black mana. It is a C1 rarity. The card text is just flavor text. It's the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of its head. He sometimes passes along the hollow like a midnight blast. Washington Irving, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. There's no oracle text because it's just flavor text. It was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. And this is a functional reprint of Scathe Zombies, another 2/2 for 3 mana. They even eventually eroded this to be a zombie knight, so they are both zombies as well. Otherwise, it's just a 2/2 for 3, which is fine, but not great. Generally, vanilla creatures aren't exciting or powerful enough, even in Limited, but you could probably do worse than this, I suppose. The art is fantastic. Then we have Hell's Caretaker. This is a 1/1 creature for 3 and a black mana. This is a rare, and the card text says tap. During your upkeep, sacrifice a creature and take a creature from your graveyard and put it directly in play. Treat this creature as though it were just summoned. Then it has some flavor text. You might leave here, Chendra, should another take your place. Huh, Chendra. No idea who that is. The oracle text just says tap, sacrifice a creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only during your upkeep. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham. Hell's Caretaker is a very cool card, and one of the first steps towards having proper graveyard support in Magic the Gathering. Other than stuff like Nether Shadow and Animate Dead. This is a sweet card. If you can bin some big boys, you can get way ahead on curve, and with the removal being as rough as it is, it'll be pretty hard for players to deal with whatever you get. That being said, it won't be hard to deal with Hell's Caretaker. Everything that does damage does enough damage to kill this thing, as it's a 1/1. I don't think it's particularly good, but with smart play and proper setup, this card is awesome, if not a little difficult to set up. The art is also really cool. I enjoy this piece a lot. Overall, I like this card. I think it's a fun card, but it's not really a good card, unfortunately. Then we have Infernal Medusa. This is a 2/4 creature for 3 and 2 black mana. It is a B-box uncommon. The card text is all non-wall creatures blocking Medusa are destroyed at the end of combat, as are all creatures blocked by Medusa. The Oracle text simplifies this a bit and words it better, saying whenever this creature blocks a creature, destroy that creature at end of combat. Whenever this creature becomes blocked by a non-wall creature, destroy that creature at end of combat. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and this card is fine. Cards like this basically just read unblockable unless your opponent has fodder to chump with or they have no more options. That's still perfectly fine, but it does feel like the design space around cards like this is a lot more shallow than early Magic developers thought. I don't think they were wrong for making cards like this, I just don't think they contribute to interesting gameplay very often. It's a fine card though, at least in limited. With the state of creature removal, this card probably brings decent value. I hate paying 5 mana for a 2/4 though. If this gets disrupted in any way, you basically hosed with how many resources you deployed into this card, but that's pretty true of most of the stuff in this set. The art is kind of fire though. Anson Maddox always does great, and this is no exception. Then we have Lesser Werewolf. This is a 2/4 creature for 3 and a black mana. It is a B box uncommon. The card text is an activated ability. You can pay black. Lesser Werewolf gets -1/-0 until end of turn. Put a -0/-1 counter on target creature that blocks or is blocked by the werewolf. Use this ability after defense is chosen, but before damage is dealt. You may not use this ability to reduce the Lesser Werewolf's power below 0. The Oracle text is black mana. If this creature's power is 1 or more, it gets -1/-0 until end of turn, and put a -0/-1 counter on target creature blocking or blocked by this creature. Activate only during the declare blocker's step. And this was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. So this is one of those cards that's a little difficult to picture because the effect has so many conditions it gets a little nebulous. In theory, this is really good because you can give a creature -0/-2 each turn as long as you have 2 black mana up and they block you. The issue with this is that your card is on the table and your opponent is allowed to read your cards. This is one of those effects that only works if your opponent doesn't pay attention to your board state or doesn't understand what this does. If they have a good sense of the game state, they would only block this if they don't care about getting the counters, and they would never double block this with 1/1s because you'd just kill them both. After thinking through this card, it's sort of like banding in that you can pay 2 mana to assign the damage how you would like. Again, it's a neat thing to think about, but it does suck in many of the same ways that Rampage sucks. Your opponent has an incredibly easy out if just not blocking this. Still, it's a neat idea, and it's nice to see them experiment with things. At least you can spend a few minutes thinking about this card, which is more than you can say for a lot of cards that have been created. The art is also pretty awesome on this one. Quentin Hoover really nailed this piece. Then we have Lost Soul, which is a 2/1 creature for 1 and 2 black mana. It is a C2 rarity, and it has Swamp Walk. The flavor text is, she walks in the twilight, her steps make no sound, her feet leave no tracks on the dew-covered ground. Her hand gently beckons, she whispers your name, but those who go with her are never the same. Creepy. This was illustrated by Randy Asplenfaith. So this is a fairly neat card. It has pretty cool flavor text, and the concept is cool. It's also a decently costed creature. It's not great by any means, but if Swamp Walk helps you out, this thing is pretty sweet. It still dies to anything, but it's a pretty low value target, so your opponent would have to be swimming in removal to consider dealing with this, which they likely are not in limited. I like this card. I also like that it's simple. I was just saying it's nice to be able to think about a card for a while to figure out if it's good, but there is something to be said about French vanilla creatures. The game is healthier when there are some of these creatures floating around, at least in my opinion. The art is also pretty sick with this. You're probably distracted by the naked woman, but take a minute to look at the small sticks and the leaves littering the shore. That detailing is truly inspired, and the moss-hung branches are also really cool. Plus, in case you didn't notice, there is a mostly naked woman on the art, and that's kinda cool. Then we have Mold Demon. This is a 6/6 creature for 5 and 2 black mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, when Mold Demon is brought into play, controller must sacrifice 2 swamps or Mold Demon is buried. The Oracle text is basically the same. It was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers, and man, I'm so disappointed I have to say that this card kinda sucks. It's 7 mana for a 6/6, which requires sacking 2 swamps when it enters. That's a pretty tall ask for something that can be chumped for days. It might do some work in limited, by the very nature that removal is hard and it's big, and all the other creatures really suck when it comes to stats versus mana costs, but I wouldn't hold my breath. It's such a shame too because this art is fantastic. I really love this art. It has a brutality to it in a way that's almost childish in execution. I'm not saying Jesper is bad at art, quite the opposite. This is a technically impressive piece, but it has the feeling of a child's drawing, and it's of a beast with sharp claws as it disembowels something. And I don't know why, but I think the way this is executed is just so interesting. It's a seriously impressive piece. Next, we have Pit Scorpion, a 1/1 creature for 2 and a black mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, if Scorpion damages opponent, opponent gets a poison counter. If opponent ever has 10 or more poison counters, opponent loses game. And the flavor text is, sometimes the smallest nuisance can be the greatest pain. And the oracle text really isn't worth going over. This was illustrated by Scott Kirshner. It's a first poison counter card we have to talk about. Poison counters are a pretty divisive topic in the Magic community, but I think it's a cool addition to the game. It does seem a bit weird to make an entirely new win condition and then only put it on 2 cards, but whatever. Maybe they didn't want it to be a big deal. It's definitely more risky to go all in on something. Like, if it turns out bad, they would have to ban a shitload of cards, and they can't unprint cards, so, Kitchen Table would struggle with these cards. From that mindset, I can see taking it slow on a mechanic like this. Pit Scorpion itself is pretty cool, but not likely to be that great. It might generate more hate and panic than is warranted because people tend to freak out about poison counters, so maybe you could use it to eat removal, but I don't really see a world where you win a limited game with poison counters. It's possible, I guess, but if you make it happen, odds are you are going to win without the poison counters anyways. Still, it's a cool card. The art is also really cool, and this is the first piece of art I've talked about by Scott Kirshner, who is another awesome artist from early Magic. Plenty of iconic art to come from him. Then we have Shimmyan Nightstalker. This is a 4/4 creature for 3 and 2 black mana. This is an A-box uncommon. The card text is an activated ability. You can pay black and tap this to redirect all damage done to you from any one attacking creature to Shimmyan Nightstalker. And it has some flavor text. "'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out. Contagion in this world." William Shakespeare, Hamlet. The oracle text is mostly the same. It's pay a black and tap. All damage that would be dealt to you this turn by target attacking creature is dealt to this creature instead. And the art was done by Jesper Meerfurs. So this is an interesting card because it actually has some sick stats for the mana cost. It's no Juzam Jin, but it is pretty decent. That kind of makes sense because its ability seems kind of shit. I guess it has a use case if they have a flying or some type of landwalker, but otherwise, why wouldn't you just block with the Nightstalker? I suppose you could block something with Nightstalker and tap it to redirect the damage from something else, but when this card was made, tapped blockers didn't deal damage, so I think in most cases I would rather just eat the damage and confirm the kill than not eating the damage and leaving the game state as it was. Again, I'm sure there are situations where that's the right call, but I can't think of any. Unless your opponent has 2 Pit Scorpions out, I guess, then it would be smart to maybe redirect. But I still think I'd rather just take 1 poison counter and kill one of the Scorpions. Still, this has good stats, so if you're in black, I would still recommend getting this. I mean, the mana cost to power and toughness ratio is really sick. Also, the art is really sick. The red shadows do kind of make it look like I should be looking at this through 3D glasses, though. Anyone remember the old 3D blue and red technology? Anyway, cool card and cool art, but the ability does suck. Then we have the Wretched. This is a 2/5 creature for 3 and 2 black mana. This is a rare card, and the card text is, at the end of combat, take control of all creatures that blocked the Wretched. The Wretched does not tap or untap these creatures. You lose control of these creatures if the Wretched leaves play, or if you lose control of the Wretched. And then the oracle text simplifies this. At the end of combat, gain control of all creatures blocking this creature for as long as you control this creature. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So this is another card that's sort of like the Werewolf and Rampage. Like, why would you ever block this thing? It only does 2 damage. The only time I could even think of ever blocking this thing is in order to not die, or if I could kill it. And if you're blocking this to not die to it, you're probably in pretty dire straits. Again, that doesn't make it bad, it just gives it pseudo unblockable, but they really mined this particular design space to the bedrock. It's a 2/5 for 5 mana, so it kinda sucks, which is a shame because it is a really cool card. Like, not mechanically, but from a flavor standpoint. And the art is sick as hell as well. But, yeah. Moving on. Then we have Vampire Bats. This is a 0/1 creature for 1 black mana. It is a C2. It has flying and an activated ability. You can spend black to +1/+0 until end of turn. No more than black may be spent this way per turn. Then it has some flavor text here. For something is amiss or out of place, when mice with wings can wear a human face. By Theodore Rothek, the Bat. The Oracle text is just activated ability, or flying, and then the activated ability, pay a black. This creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate no more than twice each turn. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and Vampire Bats is pretty cool. A 0/1 with flying for 1 mana is pretty decent rate, plus you can pump it, so this can theoretically start bashing your opponent by turn 2 for 2 each turn, and put your opponent on a 10-turn clock. It is kind of a buzzkill whenever you see a limit on a pump, but I do think a flying creature that you can deploy for 1 mana does need these kind of breaks put on it. Otherwise, this is still a fantastic card, but it does die to pretty much everything. That can be annoying, but it's good for balance since this is a flying creature for 1 mana. The art is also really cool. Anson Maddox did wonderful on this piece. I really like it. But let's move on. Then we have Walking Dead. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and a black mana. It is a C1 rarity. The card text is pay a black to regenerate. It has some flavor text. The Walking Dead are the remains of freakish experiments by the necromantic lords. The Oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier. And this is another card that is a functional reprint of an Alpha card. This is a reprint of Drudge Skeletons from Alpha. The card is pretty solid. It is a 1/1 for 2, which isn't ideal, but the ability to chump forever with this and just regenerate it is really useful. This is probably one of the better creatures we've talked about in black, even though it doesn't look like it. Well, maybe best of the mid-tier. There are certainly stronger creatures we've talked about, but this one is still really useful. It's a decent low-end card, at any rate. The art is wild, too. I can't tell if I love it or hate it. The zombie's hair is really well groomed, considering the fact that it's a zombie. And hell, with those nails, maybe Homeboy just got back from the salon, feeling fabulous. Alright, whatever, let's move on. Thanks for the art, Dan Frazier. Then we have Wall of Putrid Flesh. This is a 2/4 creature for 2 and a black mana. It is an A-box uncommon. The card text is protection from white. Damage done to wall by creatures with enchantment cards played on them is reduced to 0. And the Oracle text is Defender, protection from white, prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature by enchanted creatures. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas. So this card is sort of interesting. The protection for white is good against any deck with a majority of white creatures, but you didn't need me to tell you that. This is also something you can build around if you play a lot of enchant creature cards. You could make their creatures not be able to deal with this. However, I'm not sure what the point would be. Seems like a lot of effort, and you spend all your slots setting this up. What the hell is your win condition? I suppose that this might just be incidental value, since a lot of the best removal is really just enchant creatures in this set anyway. But it's a wall, so I can't rate it too highly. The art is pretty messed up as well. Richard Thomas has done a great job of making me feel disgusted with this. The bright colors do kind of give it a weird juxtaposition that messes with my brain a bit. Anyway, it's a gross card. It's a neat card. It's not a great card. Let's move on. Then we have Wall of Shadows. This is a 0/1 creature for 1 and 2 black mana. This is a C2 rarity. The card text is damage Wall of Shadows receives from creatures it blocks is reduced to 0. Effects that target only walls may not target Wall of Shadows. The Oracle text is Defender. This creature can't attack. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature by creatures it's blocking. This creature can't be the target of spells that can target only walls or of abilities that can target only walls. This was illustrated by Pete Venters. And this card is pretty sweet if you can convince your opponent to play spells that only target walls. Otherwise, this is kind of still okay because it can chump block for days, but any removal of any kind that doesn't just blow up a wall will crush this thing to the ground. Or you could just ignore it or fly over it. That would also be perfectly fine. It's kind of a shame because the art is really awesome. That's not surprising because Pete Venters is sick as hell with a brush or whatever instrument he used to paint. This isn't the worst card in the game, but it's not great. Then we have Wall of Tombstones. This is a 0/1 plus star creature for 1 and a black mana. This is an A box uncommon. The card text is, at the end of your upkeep, the star below is set to the number of creatures in your graveyard. The Oracle text cleans this up a little bit. It's Defender. At the beginning of your upkeep, change this creature's base toughness to 1 plus the number of creature cards in your graveyard. This effect lasts indefinitely. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and this card is pretty cool. I don't think it's that great, but it's also not bad. If you are doing something with the graveyard, it's nice to have something like this that you can deploy when you have a couple extra mana. It's still just a wall, so it's unlikely to help you win, but it can certainly chump for you, and if you're dumping cards into your graveyard somehow, then this is potentially fairly useful. The art is also pretty awesome. Dan Frazier always has banger art, but the depth of the gravestones is pretty damn impressive in my mind. I think this card is really cool, and the art is well done. But that's it for the black creatures. The black creatures weren't really all that busted, but there were a couple of interesting ones. Actually, most of them were interesting, but some of those interesting creatures were still really bad, even in limited, which is a shame. Still, Magic was in its infancy, and there was no card games that had learned the hard lessons Magic was stumbling through, so even when I sound a little harsh, all of the bad is pretty forgivable. But anyways, let's get to the enchantments next. Okay, so for our first enchantment, we have Blight. Blight is an enchant land for 2 black mana. It is an A box uncommon. The card text is, if target land becomes tapped, it is destroyed at the end of turn. The Oracle text is just enchant land. When enchanted land becomes tapped, destroy it. And this was illustrated by Pete Venters. So this is basically Sinkhole reimagined to be an enchant land. I kind of like this because I like Sinkhole, but this does do a bit more psychological damage because the land stays until you tap it. It also benefits you because you'll get the mana from it one more time, so this is a slightly powered down Sinkhole. Overall, I think this is a cool card, and it's definitely a pretty powerful card, especially in limited. Not sure if there's any reason to play Blight in a card pool that has access to Sinkhole, unless you want 8 Sinkholes, but I guess you could draw cards off of this if you were playing Verduran Enchantress or something like that. Still, in limited, this is a good card worth considering. The art is also really great on this as well. The trees and the grass are really well detailed. Well, the whole painting is really well detailed, but as I've said before, Peter Venters is very talented. It's a very cool card. Then we have Chains of Mephistopheles. This is an enchantment for 1 and a black mana. This is a rare. The card text is, every time a player draws a card, that player must first discard a card from his or her hand. If there is no cards in player's hand, take top card from library and place it in the graveyard instead of drawing. This enchantment does not apply to the first card drawn by a player during the draw phase. Then the Oracle text for this is, if a player would draw a card except for the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, that player discards a card instead. If the player discards a card this way, they draw a card. If the player doesn't discard a card this way, they mill a card. And this was illustrated by Heather Hudson. So this is one of my favorite cards in Magic's history. It probably tells you what a twisted lunatic I really am, but everything about this card is just so mystical to me. It takes some time to decipher, which makes me feel like a wizard. It's a brutal stacks piece that fucks with you harder if you're doing not fair things. You can basically ignore this card if you only draw your one card a turn, and I really like brutal effects that are more tuned to the top level of the game. It's also reasonably powerful, but it is possible to play around it. Unless someone drops this, then targets you with an ancestral recall or something. That kinda sucks. Yeah, dudes, I just love this card. I know it's a big meme that it's impossible to understand, but it's pretty simple once you understand it. If you draw a card other than the first card you draw in your draw step, instead discard a card and then draw a card. And if you have no cards in hand, instead place the top card of your library into your graveyard. Simple, right? Somebody made an altar of this card that is just has a flowchart. If I can find that, I'll put it on screen here. That flowchart is funny as hell, but it helps clear things up a bit if you're still confused. Another cool thing about this card is that it's what's called a replacement effect, and these are cumulative. So if you have two Chains of Mephistopheles in play, things get a little crazy. Let's say there are two chains on the field, and your opponent hits you with an Ancestral Recall on their main phase, and you have two cards in hand. The first draw is not exempt from this because it's not your draw step. So the Ancestral Recall resolves, and you have three draws on the stack. The first draw attempts to resolve, so you must discard a card, which brings you to one card in hand. Then you attempt to resolve the draw from the chain's replacement effect, but the second chains replaces that draw, so you discard a second card, and then you draw a card. That leaves you with one card in hand, but you still have two draw triggers. The second draw tries to resolve, but that gets replaced by the first chain, so now you have discard a card, then draw a card. But again, the second chain replaces that draw, so now you have discard a card, draw a card. Unfortunately, you only have one card in hand, so you discard a 0, and the second discard, then draw, is replaced with a mill 1. So you put the top card of your library into your graveyard, and now you have no cards in hand and the last draw trigger on the stack. The first chain attempts to replace that draw with a discard a card then draw, but since it can't, it instead replaces that draw with mill one card. At this point, the second chain of Mephistopheles will do nothing because milling a card is not a draw, so chain 2 has nothing to replace. See? It's a very simple card. Man, I fucking love this card so much. I haven't even gushed about how awesome this card's art is. Heather Hudson is a goat, and this art is probably at least half of why this card is so awesome in my mind. But yeah, this card fucks, dude. I love it. Draft it if you dare. Then we have Demonic Torment. This is an enchant creature for 2 and a black mana. It is a B-box uncommon. Target creature deals no damage during combat. Creatures cannot attack. And then the Oracle text is enchanted creature can't attack, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by enchanted creature. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. And so this feels a lot like Gaseous Form from the blue cards. 3 mana still feels a lot to me for an effect like this, especially since it doesn't stop the creature from blocking, so it's not really solving a problem, or at least it doesn't deal with every loose end. It's fine, I suppose, but it's insane that something like this costs more than Chains of Mephistopheles. In draft, this is probably handy, though. I wouldn't go out of your way to grab this, but it might be useful if you end up with it. The art is pretty sweet, too. It's kind of unsettling for me, but I guess that's part of the fun. Then we have Greed. Greed is an enchantment for 3 and a black mana. The card rarity is rare, and the card text is pay a black, draw an extra card, and lose 2 life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this loss of life. There's some flavor text on here. There is no calamity greater than lavish desires. There is no greater guilt than discontentment. And there is no greater disaster than greed. Tao Te Ching 46, if I pronounced that correctly. The Oracle text is simply pay a black, pay 2 life, draw a card. The art was done by Phil Foglio. So this is a really solid card. not the strongest draw card in this set, but it's pretty solid. It's definitely worth drafting, even late into a draft, as it's pretty easy to cast. You do need black to draw a card, so if you're spread out among the colors, you won't be able to draw too many cards, but even just drawing an extra card a turn is probably worth it. 2 life per card is also negligible, but it is worth mentioning at least. Yeah, this is a good card, but you probably didn't need me to tell you that. It's hardly worth playing anywhere these days, but it was very good back in the day. The art is also fantastic as fuck. I love Phil's work, and this one is no exception. Then we have Horror of Horrors. This is an enchantment for 3 and 2 black mana. This is a B-box uncommon. The card text is, allows caster to sacrifice a swamp to regenerate a target black creature. And then it has some flavor text, and a horror of outer darkness after, and dust returneth to dust again. Adam Lindsay Gordon, the swimmer. The oracle text is mostly the same, but formatted more correctly, and this was illustrated by Mark Teeden. So this is a pretty decent effect, but at 5 mana, it hardly seems worth it. This might be a late game banger though, and with how hard enchantments are to remove, it's relatively safe to deploy this card. I wouldn't make it a high priority, but if you end up heavy in black and have some high value big creatures, this might be worth considering. The art is absolutely crazy on this thing. Mark Teeden can be a straight sicko when he wants to. The details are so messed up. The more you look at it, the more horrifying it is. So, A+, Mark. You really understood the assignment on this bad boy. Then we have Imprison. This is an enchant creature for 1 black mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, pay 1 each time target creature attempts to attack, block, or tap. This action is prevented, and the creature becomes tap. Destroy enchantment if mana is not paid. What? Okay, so the oracle text is, whenever a player activates an ability of enchanted creature with tap in its activation cost that isn't a mana ability, you may pay 1. If you do, counter that ability. If you don't, destroy this aura. Whenever enchanted creature attacks or blocks, you may pay 1. If you do, tap the creature, remove it from combat, and creatures it was blocking that had become blocked by only that creature, this combat, become unblocked. If you don't, destroy this aura. And this was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So first off, this card is confusing to understand, but you enchant a creature your opponent controls, and every time they go to do something, you have to pay 1, and if you do, it prevents that action, and if you don't, this card is destroyed. That's fine, I guess. Not really that good when Paralyze exists. This is also one of those banned cards that forces me to talk about societal issues unrelated to Magic, much to my chagrin. I kind of don't have an opinion on this one. I do find the art a little unsettling, and there's certainly some connotations that can be sussed out from an image like this. I have no idea if those connotations were intentional, but that's not really relevant. I can see why this one was removed. Luckily, the card sucks, and there's no real reason to think about it, so it's not like Magic lost something special by this card being hyper-banned. I wouldn't really be upset if someone wanted to play this when I played old school with them, but I'd never bring a card like this to a gathering myself. Either way, this whole subject is depressing me, so let's just move on. Next we have Nethervoid. This is an enchant world for 3 and a black mana. This is a rare. The card text is, all spells cast are countered unless their caster pays an additional 3. And then there's some flavor text. These days, some wizards are finding that they have a little too much spell left at the end of their mana. And then the oracle text is, whenever a player casts a spell, counter it unless that player pays 3, which is basically the same. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil. So Nethervoid is pretty powerful and brutal to play through. Luckily, it is a world enchantment, so there is some removal available in this set. World enchantments destroy any world enchantments at play when they are played, so you could remove this for 4 mana with one of the several other world enchantments that cost 1 mana, naturally. I don't mind stacks pieces like this. I think it's kind of fun, but you know I'm insane because of my feelings on chains, so this probably doesn't come as much of a surprise. Luckily, it is a rare, so if you are playing limited in Legends, you likely won't see too much of this floating around. Snap this up if you see it, even if you aren't in black, so you don't have to deal with this annoying-ass card. The art is fine. I don't really have feelings about this art. I'm not particularly keen on Harold's style. It's fine, and it looks like it does take a fair amount of skill and understanding, but the final result just feels so muddy and sloppy to me. I'm sure others like this art and his other pieces, and I don't hate the art, it's just not my favorite. Then we have Quagmire. This is an enchantment for 2 and a black mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is creatures with Swamp Walk may be blocked as though they did not have this ability. And the Oracle text is mostly the same. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier. So we're back to the Landwalk cycle, and my feelings haven't changed. Like the blue one, this is more useful than the white one in the greater card pool, but like the others, there's only one Swamp Walker in this set, so it's less useful in draft. I say less useful, but it's practically useless in draft. I don't see why you'd ever even waste a sideboard slot on something like this, but hey, that's meta dependent. I don't know what the decks look like that you and your friends play. The art is pretty hilarious on this one. Dan did well here, but the card still sucks. Then we have Spirit Shackle. This is an enchant creature for 2 black mana. It is a C1 rarity, and the card text is put a -0/-2 counter on target creature every time it becomes tapped. Counters remain even if enchantment is removed. And then the Oracle text is simply enchant creature. Whenever enchanted creature becomes tapped, put a -0/-2 counter on it. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr. This card is pretty cool, and it's even removal, which is really nice. It sits in a weird design space where this kills a small creature right away, but larger creatures can still sneak out some value for a while, especially if you can't block them for whatever reason. Of course, they can always just stop attacking with whatever you enchant and hold it up to block, so it's not the clean solution that Swords to Plowshare is, but it does limit the damage you take from that creature. I don't think I'd call this a good card, but it's certainly serviceable and limited. The art is also fantastic. It's such a lovely blend of calm colors into a rather aggressive image, and I think that's really cool. Edward did a fantastic job with this one. Oh boy, it's Tackle Maggot. This is an enchant creature for 2 and 2 black mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is put a -0/-1 counter on target creature during its controller's upkeep. If the creature is placed in the graveyard, its controller chooses a new target for Tackle Maggot. If there are no legal targets, Tackle Maggot becomes an enchantment and does 1 damage to the controller of the last creature Tackle Maggot was on during his or her upkeep. Tackle Maggot does not revert to a creature enchantment if other creatures are afterwards brought into play. The Oracle text is not a whole lot better. Enchant creature at the beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller, put a -0/-1 counter on that creature. When enchanted creature dies, that creature's controller chooses a creature that this card could enchant. If the player does, return this card to the battlefield under your control attached to that creature. If they don't, return this card to the battlefield under your control as a non-aura enchantment. It loses enchant creature and gains at the beginning of that player's upkeep, this enchantment deals 1 damage to that player. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin. Would you be surprised if I told you I really enjoyed this card too? No, I didn't think so. The text for this card might have left you confused, so I'll try to explain this card as well. When you cast this, you enchant a creature on the field. During the upkeep of the player that controls that creature, it gets a -0/-1 counter. Once the creature has received enough of these counters to die, the controller of the creature that died chooses another creature to put Tackle Maggot on. It's important to note that this doesn't target, so Shroud and Hexproof can be hit by this, but Protection from Black can't be hit by this. Anyway, the process continues, and once the next creature die, Tackle Maggot attaches to the next creature after that. If there are no creatures left that Tackle Maggot can attach to, when it kills a creature, it comes back to the battlefield as a regular enchantment and will now deal 1 damage to the player that controlled the last creature to die during that player's upkeep. So it slowly kills every creature, and when the last creature dies, it slowly starts killing the player who controlled the last creature. This can be a brutal experience if you're not into that kind of thing, but it can also be a fantastic puzzle because there are generally a lot of game actions that happen between Tackle Maggot getting cast and Tackle Maggot turning into an enchantment. So you can worm yourself out of it if you're careful. It is a difficult card to track though, and not really that simple. I do really like the card though, and the art is just awesome. Daniel Gellin did a wonderful job with this one. It's super iconic if you've ever been in a game that a tackle may get resolved in. Next we have the Abyss. This is an enchant world, 3 and a black mana. It is a rare. The card text is, all players bury one target non-artifact creature during their control, if they have any, during their upkeep. And then it has some flavor text. An immense river of oblivion is sweeping us away into a nameless abyss. Ernest Renan, Souvenirs de en France and de la Duenas. I don't know. I don't speak whatever language that is. The Oracle text. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, destroy a target non-artifact creature that player controls of their choice. It can't be regenerated. This was illustrated by Pete Venters. So this is super easy to play around. Just play artifact creatures only. Problem solved. GG go next, right? No, this can be pretty brutal. It is a world enchantment, which is helpful because at least there is a chance you can remove this. This is an interesting card, but it's also a brutal card to play under. Unfortunately, it's just not that complicated, so I don't really have much to say about it. I like it, but if you told me that this is garbage bullshit and Magic is better now that they don't print shit like this, I'd have to make the assumption that you're a reasonable person and you enjoy it when having fun isn't a chore. Can't relate, but I can respect that. The art for this card goes hard as fuck, though. I always talk up Pete Venters, and that glazing isn't stopping anytime soon. Seriously insane work, in my opinion. Then we have Underworld Dreams. This enchantment costs 3 black mana, it is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is, Underworld Dreams does 1 damage to opponent for each card he or she draws. And then the flavor text is, in the drowsy dark cave of the mind dreams build their nest with fragments dropped from day's caravan. By some name I can't pronounce. The oracle text is just simply, whenever an opponent draws a card, this enchantment deals 1 damage to that player. And this was illustrated by Julie Barrow. Underworld Dreams is a cool card. I think it's pretty lackluster and limited because card draw is fairly uncommon. There is some really busted card draw that this helps against, and even if you're just pinging your opponent 1 damage once a turn, that's not nothing in limited. It's hard to justify this though. I haven't really talked about mana restrictions yet, but this set has a lot of multicolor cards and a lot of cards that are hard to cast. Maybe you have the chance to go monocolor in this limited environment, but I really don't think that's too likely. The color fixing is also kinda ass, so you're pulled into the direction of multicolor, but without the support to really pull multicolor off. The point is that cards with more than 1 color pip in the mana cost are really difficult to cast. 3 mana pips of the same color is especially brutal, so it might be difficult to pull this off. Of course, you are the one adding your basics, and if you can keep everything else more or less a splash, this is definitely castable. Just might be tricky to do. Also, I've said it before, but remember this set wasn't designed as a standalone draft in mind, and color fixing in Alpha is pretty insane, and Arabian Nights had City of Brass, so they weren't concerned with giving you more ways to make multicolor easier, which is probably the correct move given the environment around these cards. But it does make trying to play a limited of this a little bit more of a hassle. Got a bit off topic there, but Underworld Dreams is a solid and very cool card with awesome art on top of that. Okay, so the black enchantments were a little harder to explain, and many of these are just straight miserable. I enjoy playing against bullshit, but I would not be surprised if the comments were full of people saying that these cards are bullshit. You have my sympathies, for sure. I do think cards like these are very magical, though, and I do like cards that make you think. Either way, let's continue on with the black sorceries and see if those are as bullshit as the enchantments were. Okay, so for our sorceries, first we have All Hallows Eve. This is a sorcery for 2 and 2 black mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, put 2 counters on this card. Remove a counter during your upkeep. When you remove the last counter from All Hallows Eve, all players take all creatures from their graveyards and put them directly into play. Treat these creatures as though they were just summoned. You choose what order they come into play. The oracle text is, exile All Hallows Eve with 2 scream counters on it at the beginning of your upkeep. If this card is exiled with a scream counter on it, remove a scream counter from it. If there are no more scream counters on it, put it into your graveyard, and each player returns all creature cards from their graveyards to the battlefield. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So this card is really cool. I think this card inspired Rise of the Dark Realms, which is another fun card. This is something you could build around in Limited, and it would be an absolute blast. This is a really fun card, and it can be strong. It's certainly not the strongest card in this set, but it is strong enough for Limited in the right deck. It would be really fun with Land's Edge, a red card we'll talk about later, but that's not the most intelligent strategy because both players can see All Hallows Eve coming, so your opponent would also burn you and cheat out creatures. Of course, you could wait for the Land's Edge to be removed, then slam All Hallows Eve, but that would only work maybe game 1, and you'd have to be in Magical Christmas Land. Either way, All Hallows Eve is a very cool card that's decently strong, and as far as sorceries go, this is an awesome one to start the black cards with. The art is also fantastic. Christopher Rush was such a great artist. Then we have Hellfire. This is a sorcery for 2 and 3 black mana. It is a rare. The card text is, all non-black creatures are destroyed. Hellfire does X plus 3 damage to you. X is the number of creatures placed in the graveyard. It has some flavor text. High on a throne of royal state, insatiate to pursue vain war with heaven. By John Milton, Paradise Lost. The oracle text is, destroy all non-black creatures. Hellfire deals X plus 3 damage to you, where X is the number of creatures that died this way. And this was illustrated by Pete Benders. So this is kind of cool because it can be a one-sided board wipe if you're mostly black and your opponent isn't. The cost is about what it should be, but the damage does seem excessive. Don't get me wrong, this card is super sick and limited, and the damage isn't all that bad if you can afford the life loss. I think the damage makes me second guess on this card, but it's probably fine in most situations. Just be careful you don't drop your life total to 0 because you didn't read the card all the way. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this card, though. It's a pretty simple effect, and as far as I can tell, there isn't any hidden tech or anything super cool that you can do with this card. Still probably worth grabbing, though, and the art is absolutely fantastic. Pete Benders did really good on this one. Like all the art he's ever done, honestly. Then we have Jovial Evil. This is a sorcery for 2 and a black mana. It is rare. The card text is, Jovial Evil does 2 damage to opponent for each white creature he or she controls. The flavor text is, today, for a lark, let's visit the plains. I'm sure we'll find something to entertain us. The oracle text is simply, Jovial Evil does X damage to target opponent, where X is twice the number of white creatures that player controls. And this is another one that was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So this card is pretty cool. Blackburn only comes around once in a while, but I always enjoy it when it does. On first read, this is pretty much just a hate card to side in against the white mage, but if you remember what I said when talking about Heaven's Gate, you can combine these two for hilarious results. Heaven's Gate turns any number of creatures into white creatures, so for 1 white mana, you can make all of your opponent's creatures white creatures, then you can hit them with the Jovial Evil and profit. This isn't a great build-around strategy unless you're positive every deck will be built around a decent amount of creatures, but in this limited, I think that's pretty likely to happen. It may not be the most consistent thing because it depends on your opponent doing a specific thing, which is play a decent number of creatures, but it is super funny when it works. Oh yeah, I guess you could also use the color-changing cards to kill all your opponent's creatures with Hellfire. I forgot to mention that. The art for Jovial Evil is also really sweet. Christopher Rush did fantastic on this one as well. Then we have Siphon Soul. Siphon Soul is a sorcery for 2 and a black mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, Siphon Soul does 2 damage to all players except Caster. Caster gains life points equal to the amount of damage done by Siphon Soul. And then the flavor text is, her lips suck forth, see where it flies. Christopher Marlowe, The Tragical History of Dr. Fastus. The oracle text is mostly the same, and this was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. So Siphon Soul is a pretty cool card. It's not that great in a 1v1 game, but it is one of the first cards to acknowledge multiplayer Magic, so that's really neat. People often don't realize that multiplayer Magic was popular from pretty much the beginning. That's pretty cool. This card isn't bad by any means. Draining 2 for 3 mana isn't a great rate by any means, but it's not awful, especially for the time. I'd grab this card up if I was mostly in black and there weren't better options, but it's by no means a snap grab. The art is also really cool. Melissa did fantastic with this one. But that's it for the black sorceries, so we'll move on to the black instants, and there are no black interrupts, so we won't talk about those, because they don't exist. Anyway, here are the black instants. First we have Darkness. This is an instant for 1 black mana. It is a C1. The card text is, creatures attack and block as normal, but none deal any damage. All attacking creatures are still tapped. Play any time before attack damage is assigned. And then the flavor text is, if I must die, I will encounter darkness as a bride, and hug it in my arms. William Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. The oracle text is, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. This is illustrated by Harold McNeil. So this is just fog, but now it's black. That's pretty cool, I suppose. I'm not the hugest fan of fog effects. It's not that they aren't strong, as they have been reasonably strong in various metas at various times, as I'm pretty sure I've said. I just don't particularly like fog effects myself. It could probably do work in a draft, though, so it's probably worth considering. The art is really cool on this card as well. Then we have Glyph of Doom. This is an instant for 1 black mana. It is a C2. The card text is, all creatures blocked by target wall are destroyed at the end of combat. It has some flavor text on here. He knows he has a short span of life, that the day will come when he must pass through the wall of oblivion, by William Faulkner. And the oracle text is, choose target wall creature. At this turn's next end of combat, destroy all creatures that were blocked by that creature this turn. And this was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. So this glyph is actually kind of useful. It's by no means great, but if you're playing with walls, this is efficient removal. If you have a wall out and someone has 2 creatures, they probably wouldn't have much issue with sending their creatures in for some damage. It's a gotcha effect, and those get less valuable as people play with the card pool since they know it's a possibility, but if your group is drafting this for the first or second time, you can probably get someone with this. It's by no means a good card, but I think this glyph is actually sort of playable. The art is pretty solid for it as well. The glyphs are nowhere near the most iconic art, but they are still pretty cool, all things considered. Then we have Hellswarm. This is an instant for 1 black mana. It is a C1 rarity, and the card text is, all creatures get -1/-0 until end of turn. Then the flavor text is, the brightness of day turned in an instant to dusk, as the swarm descended upon the battlefield. And then the oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and this card just kinda sucks. There really isn't a time or place when this is super valuable. You can use it as a combat trick if someone is trying to trade, but if you send out a creature that will definitely lose to the blockers, they aren't likely to block. I guess it's not 100% useless, it's just like 95% useless. The art is really sweet though. Christopher Rush is killing it in this set. This one is fantastic. Then we have Touch of Darkness. This is an instant for 1 black mana. This is a B-box uncommon. The card text is, changes the color of 1 or more target creatures to black until end of turn. You choose which and how many creatures are affected. Cost to tap, maintain, or use special ability of target creatures remains entirely unchanged. Then it has some flavor text as well. Black spirits and white, red spirits and gray. Mingle, 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 you that mingle may. Thomas Middleton, The Witch. The oracle text is, 1 or more target creatures becomes black until end of turn. This was illustrated by Pete Venters. So we're back to the color change cycle, and I don't really have anything new to add. It still has some use, but it's more effort to make work than the value you could gain by doing so. It's a pretty bad card in most instances. The art is pretty sweet though. Pete Venters really good at what he does. Then we have Transmutation. This is an instant for 1 and a black mana. It is a C1. The card text is, until end of turn, target creature's power and toughness are switched. Effects that alter power, alter toughness instead, and vice versa. It has some flavor text. You know what I was. You see what I am. Change me, Randall. The oracle text is, switch target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. So this card is actually fairly interesting. You can use it to kill a wall that has 0 power, but there are other use cases as well. It's interesting to note that this card has been changed in Oracle text. It no longer affects effects that alter power and toughness. This was probably a rules nightmare, but it is kind of a shame to see part of this card's ability hacked off. It's hardly worth complaining about because no one has played this in any real format in years. I usually like to play as written in draft formats unless it makes a card super busted, but even that can be fun. Anyway, this card is interesting, but it's not great. The art is pretty sweet though. This is one of Susan's better works in my opinion. But with that, we are finally done with the black cards, and we can work our way into the red cards. This is such a massive set. Why did I do this? Oh well, it is really interesting to go through every card in these sets, so I hope you're enjoying this, and maybe getting some work done around the house while you listen. Anyway, let's move on to the red cards. Okay, so for the first red creature, we have a Wrathy Berserker, which is a 2/4 creature for 2 and 3 red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Rampage 3. And then it has some flavor text. Wrathy children who show promise are left to survive for a year in the wilderness. Those who return are shown the way of the Berserker. And then the Oracle text is the same because it's just a keyword. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and this card sucks pretty bad. I've talked about why Rampage isn't a good mechanic, so there isn't much to say here. The card was misprinted, as the AE character wasn't available in Gaudi Medieval, so the letter didn't show up, and the card just says Wrathy Berserker. So that's a fun fact. But yeah, this card kinda sucks. It's a 2/4 for 5 mana. I wouldn't bother with this one if I were you. The art is pretty cool, though. Then we have Beasts of Bogardon. This is a 3/3 creature for 4 and a red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Protection from Red, gains +1/+1 if an opponent controls any white cards. And then the flavor text is, Bogardon is a land as volatile as the creatures who live there. The Oracle text specifies that it is non-token white permanence. Back in the day, they just used to say cards if they meant that it was a non-token. They don't really do that anymore for simplicity's sake or to stop confusion. But yeah. Anyway, this was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and this is a 3/3 with Protection from Red that becomes a 4/4 if your opponent has any white permanents. This is decent. It's not great, but it's not the most horrible thing we've seen. I certainly wouldn't snap grab this, but if it ended up in my limited deck, I wouldn't be that mad. I don't have much to say about this, but the art slaps hard. It's art like this that makes me wish certain cards were better, but c'est la vie, eh? Next we have Blazing Effigy. This is a 0/3 creature for 1 and a red mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, when placed in the graveyard from play, Effigy does 3 damage to target creature. If an effigy is damaged by another effigy in this manner, and is placed in the graveyard that turn, it deals the amount of damage received from the other effigy in addition to its normal 3. And the Oracle text on this says, when this creature dies, it deals X damage to target creature, where X is 3 plus the amount of damage dealt to this creature this turn by other sources named Blazing Effigy. And this was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. Okay, now this is an interesting Magic card. This is the type of card that I read and I have to stop and try to figure out what the hell you'd even do with something like this. It is confusing, and it's a lot of work for not much payoff, but there is payoff. I do wish this dealt damage to any target, because then this could actually be really good, but let's go over how this would work. Let's say your opponent has a big old 5/5 that you can't deal with because the removal sucks in this limited. Let's also say that you have 2 Blazing Effigies in play and a sack outlet. Actually, I don't know off the top of my head if there are any sack outlets in this set. Fuck, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Well, it is slim pickings for sack outlets in this set, which is unfortunate, but we'll use Life Chisel in this example. So, it's your upkeep, you sacrifice one of your Blazing Effigies to your Life Chisel, you'll gain 3 life, and Blazing Effigy will do 3 damage to target creature. you hit your other blazing effigy, and that one will die and deal 6 damage to any target creature. So you can kill their 5/5 now. Life Chisel is kind of a bad example of this mechanic because you could just sack both effigies to the chisel, still do 3 damage, and gain 6 life instead. But the point is that if one of your effigies dies somehow, you can kill all the effigies you have on the field and do 3 damage per effigy to a target creature. That's not a good ability, but it is a fun ability. Effigies do make great sack outlets as well, so if you do manage to get a sack outlet going, Burning Effigy is a solid card to think about. Like I said, it's not a great card, but it is a card to think about, which is pretty cool. Susan Van Camp also did a really solid job on this art. I really enjoy it. Then we have Crimson Kobold, which is a 0/1 creature for 0 mana. This is a C2, and the card text says, this card is a red spell when cast, and kobolds are a red creature. And the flavor text on this is, Kobolds are harmless, by Barand the Bold on his epitaph, which means he probably got killed by kobolds. There's not really an oracle text, and this was illustrated by Anson Maddox. So this is the first of the kobolds we'll talk about. Kobolds are an interesting type of card as they have no power and cost 0 mana to play. There are a ton of support for kobolds in this set, and we'll talk about it as we go, but this is really one of the only archetypes you could draft into in this set, and it's pretty sweet. Otherwise, they are just a 0/1 for 0 mana, which is pretty decent. Generally, the stuff that you would do with this is not what you would call fair magic, but hey, there you have it. The art on Crimson Kobolds is pretty sweet as well. Anson Maddox did a great job with this. Then we have Crimson Manticore, which is a 2/2 creature for 2 and 2 red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is flying, and then you can pay a red and tap, and Manticore does 1 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Then it has some flavor text, noted neither for their good looks nor their charm. Crimson Manticores can be fearsome allies. As dinner companions, however, they are best left alone. The oracle text for this is just red and tap. This creature deals 1 damage to target attacking and blocking creature, so not much has changed there. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and this card kinda sucks. I'm not sure why you need to pay 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer and then also pay a red when you tap this to ping only an attacking or defending creature. This might be on right technically, but paying for the tap is a little much in my opinion. I'm not saying this couldn't do any work in Limited, but I don't think that I'd ever take it. It feels too expensive for what you get, in my opinion, which is a shame because the art is really cool, and the flying is kind of a nice touch. Then we have Crookshank Kobolds. This is another 0/1 creature for 0 mana. It is also a C2 rarity, and the card text is once again, this card is a red spell when cast, and kobolds are a red creature. The flavor text is, the Crookshank military boasts a standing army of nearly 24 million, give or take 22 million. There's no oracle text, and this kobold was illustrated by Christopher Rush. So Legends is interesting because it's the first set to print the same card from a mechanical standpoint 3 different times. In fact, it might be the only set to ever do that, but I haven't gone over every set with a fine-tooth comb, and so I'm not confident saying that for sure. Regardless, we've already talked about a kobold, and the only difference with this one is the art and the name. The art is really cool. Christopher Rush also did awesome with this one. But let's move on. The next card we have is Firestorm Phoenix. This is a 3/2 creature for 4 and 2 red mana. This is a rare, and the card text is flying. If Phoenix is placed in the graveyard from play, return it to owner's hand instead. It may not be summoned again until owner's next turn. Then it has some flavor text. The bird of wonder dies, the maiden Phoenix. Her ashes new create another heir, as great in admiration as herself. By William Shakespeare, King Henry VIII. The oracle text is, flying. If this creature would die, return it to its owner's hand instead. Until that player's next turn, that player plays with the card revealed in their hand and can't play it. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. And this card is really interesting. It's a little pricey for a 3/2 flyer, but if it gets killed, you get it back. So that does kind of make up for it. I still think this is too expensive to be worth it, but it's not the worst creature we've seen. 6 mana for a 3/2 flyer is kind of insulting though. I don't really understand why they thought these creatures would be too strong. They are weaker than the creatures in Alpha, which are not too strong. It's hard to put yourself in the headspace of the time with everything we know now. So I'm trying to treat this with grace and understanding, but a lot of these creatures suck and it's just kind of baffling to me. It's a shame, but what can you do? Then we have Frost Giant. This is a 4/4 creature for 3 and 3 red mana. This is an A box uncommon, and the card text is Rampage 2, and with flavor text, the Frost Giants have been out in the cold a long, long time, but they have their rage to keep them warm. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and as far as creatures that suck, this is a 4/4 for 6 mana with Rampage 2. What a deal. The art is so cool, though. It's a shame to see such a cool concept for a card be, like, completely unplayable. Then we have Hyperion Blacksmith. This is a 2/2 creature for 1 and 2 red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, target artifact controlled by an opponent becomes tapped or untapped. Then it has flavor text. The flavor text is, the smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles of his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. By Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, the village blacksmith. The oracle text is basically the same, and this was illustrated by Dan Frazier. Okay, so here's something that doesn't make me want to tear my eyes out. This is, like, almost playable. It's a cheaper Icy Manipulator, which is really interesting. It's obviously not completely an Icy Manipulator, but it's close enough for this set. Remember that in the old rules, tapped artifacts didn't do their effects and couldn't be activated, so this effect was considerably more valuable back in the day. This card is actually sick as hell. I really dig this bad boy. It's by no means the most powerful card in the set, but it is really sweet. Tap down their Moxen during their upkeep and deny their ass that sweet mana. Or do something else with it. Tap down an artifact creature, or tap down some other important artifact. Obviously, this only works if they are running artifacts, so it is likely to be a sideboard card unless you can't find another 2/2 for less than 3 mana. Like, why is this thing so fucking juiced? The bird that hits for 3 requires twice the mana. This thing is pretty good, or rather, I'm so deep in the sauce of this set that I don't remember what a grizzly bear looks like. Send help. I love this card. Dan Frazier did a great job illustrating this too. The shading gives it a solid depth, which is really cool. The art is just fantastic on this one. Then we have Kobold Drill Sergeant. This is a 1/2 creature for 1 and a red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text says, all your kobolds gain +0 and +1 and trample. Then it has some flavor text. Joining this army is easy, boy. Just survive your first battle. The oracle text is, other kobold creatures you control have +0, +1 and have trample. So, not much has changed there. This one was illustrated by Julie Barrow, and this card is pretty decent. It's only part of the Kobold package, and this is probably the least valuable part of the Kobold package, because your kobolds are still 0 power with this out, but giving them trample is pretty sweet. And honestly, its stats are pretty okay for the mana cost. And it's a pretty easy card to rate when you're drafting, too. Are you playing kobolds? If no, this card's kind of bad. If yes, this card is pretty okay. Simple stuff. The art is also pretty hilarious. Not sure why Julie thought a relatively modern military uniform was the choice here, but it is funny as hell. Then we have Kobold Overlord. This is another 1/2 creature for 1 and a red mana. This one is a rare, and the card text is, First Strike. All your kobolds gain First Strike. It has flavor text as well. 1 for all for 1, we strike first, and then you're done. Oath of the Kobold Musketeers. That's pretty funny. This was illustrated by Julie Barrow again, and this is the next part of the Kobold package. And this piece is decent, but it is a rare, so you are less likely to see it. The First Strike is nice, but kobolds are 0/1, so this doesn't do anything without more support. Still, it's a cool card, the stats are fine for the rate, and if you're playing with errata, then this gives your Kobold Drill Sergeant First Strike as well, which does have a power stat. Power stat of 1, but it's still a power stat. Same with the other Kobold cards. If you can assemble enough of them, they are pretty solid, but if you can't, then they are kinda useless. That's kind of some sick ludonarrative design, though, because that's how kobolds are in most media. Pretty useless in small numbers, but when you get a lot of them, then they can be pretty dangerous. Same as the card that we previously talked about, this is a solid card. I think I would snap this up unless the pack had some real gas, especially early on, because it's rare, and this will be one of the harder pieces to get a hold of if you are trying to build kobolds. Then we have Kobold Taskmaster. This is a 1/2 creature for 1 and a red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is all your kobolds gain +1/+0. And the flavor text is the Taskmaster knows there is no cure for the common kobold. Pretty funny stuff. This one was illustrated by Randy Asplundfaith, and this is the piece you need to get your hands on to make your kobolds actually threatening, as it gives your kobolds some power. It's also uncommon, so if you're lucky, you might get your hands on a couple of them, which would be, way better. Kobolds are still probably not a great strategy in Limited, but they would be really fun to play. This card is pretty cool. There's a little bit of typal strategies in Alpha, but this is the first time Magic went hard in that direction, and that's pretty cool. The art is also pretty cool for this one, but it's interesting to see that there wasn't much for art direction in these earlier sets, so the kobolds don't maintain a consistent appearance throughout their cards. This is also true of goblins and other stuff, but it doesn't bother me. I prefer the freedom that the artists had in the early days to the artistic cohesion that you see these days. But I can understand people that sit on the other side of that fence. Then we have Kobolds of Kur Keep. This is a 0/1 creature for 0 mana. It is a C2, and yeah, you know the card text. I'm not going to read it for a third time. This one was done by Julie Barrow, and I've pretty much said all I had to say about the kobolds, but this is another one to look at. I do think I prefer Julie Barrow's interpretation of the kobolds, because the art is really funny to me on all of them. But all of the art for the kobolds is pretty good. I do lean towards this one, though. Then we have Mountain Yeti. This is a 3/3 creature, 2 and 2 red mana. This is an A-box uncommon. The card text is Mountain Walk and Protection from White. Then it has some flavor text. The Yeti's single greatest asset is its unnerving ability to blend in with its surroundings. The Oracle text hasn't changed because, again, it's just keywords. And the artist is Dan Frazier. So this card is pretty decent. It's not super overcosted, but it is a little rough. This is probably fine to play, and better than much of what we've seen, but it's not amazing. Creatures really used to suck compared to what they release now. But the art for this is pretty cool. Then we have Primordial Ooze. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, must attack each turn if possible. Gains +1/+1 at end of your upkeep. Use counters. Then pay 1 per counter, or Ooze deals 1 damage to you for each counter and becomes tapped. Then it has some flavor text. The thick moving mass from the beginning of evolution swallows and digests the animate and inanimate as it unthinkingly strives to continue its existence. Then the Oracle text for this is, this creature attacks each turn. If able, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Then you may pay X, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it. If you don't, tap this creature, and it deals X damage to you. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham. And this is an interesting card. This is something that could easily bite you in the ass, because if you miss a land drop, this thing is going to blow up in your face. It also doesn't have anything like Trample or First Strike or something to make this decent. You could build around this, though. Like, this would be pretty sweet in a Sword of the Ages deck, but unless you have some sort of sacrifice outlet for it, or are sure that you'll be able to keep this up until your opponent is dead, this is more likely to be a liability than an asset. It's really cool, though. I like to see them trying new and fun things. This is a card that you can think about, and that's all I've ever really cared about. It's nice when cards are playable, but if they're interesting, that's enough for me. The art is really cool on this one. And to be fair, this is sort of playable. Like, you can definitely do some things with it, you can't just play it and it be good, right? You have to do some more work than that. But anyways, let's move on. Then we have Quarium Trench Gnomes. This is a 1/1 creature for 3 and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is tap. Target planes produces 1 colorless instead of white mana until the end of game. Use counters. And then it has some flavor text. O great captain, all is lost. They tunneled, they burrowed, they trenched. They sapped the strength of our defenses. From Sorgus, Chronicles of the Quarium Plains. And then the text hasn't changed much in the Oracle. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and what the fuck is this card? Like, fuck you for having a plains. It costs 4 mana for this thing, and all it does is color screw the guy with plains. That's really funny. But this card definitely sucks, but man, is it hilarious. There's definitely some game states where this would go hard, but there's not many of them. And this is a rare too. I'd be so bummed if this was one of my rares. Truly brutal. Although, to be fair, most of the rares kind of suck. This card is so batshit, I have trouble even figuring out, like, if it is good, though. Because it's such a weird, like, effect. You don't see this, you know? I don't think so, but I don't usually spend my games thinking, if I could turn 4 mana into a 1/1 that would turn a plains into a colorless land next turn, would that improve my position? It's not really a thought process I normally have. It does feel like that wouldn't really help me win most of my games, but you know, who's to say, right? The art is pretty funny, though. I do enjoy Dan Frazier's work. Then we have Raging Bull. This is a 2/2 creature for 2 and a red mana. This is a C1, and the card text is just flavor text, and it says, sometimes the bull wins, and sometimes the bears win, but the bulls have more fun. By Anonymous. And there is no Oracle text because there's no text. This was illustrated by Randy Asplundfaith, and it's just Grey Ogre. Raging Bull is a functional reprint of Grey Ogre, which is an okay but not great card. As such, Raging Bull is an okay but not great card. It is just a vanilla creature, though, so we don't really have to look at it too deeply. I do think I like it more than Grey Ogre, just because the art is fun and the idea of summoning a bull to fuck shit up is infinitely more funny than an ogre. Unless you imagine Shrek or something, I guess, then that's pretty funny. But I do personally find the bull to be a funnier card. The art is also really awesome. Randy did really well with this one. Then we have Spinal Villain. This is a 1/2 creature for 2 and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is tap to destroy target blue creature. And then it has some flavor text, striking silent as a dream, cutting short the strangled scream, by Tobrian from Watch Dragon. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and this is a really cool card. Tapping to destroy a blue creature, that goes pretty hard with a spell that lets you turn a creature into a blue creature. So I can get behind this. Even without the ability to change creatures into blue creatures, you will run into some blue players, and this is pretty cool to throw into your deck in game 2 and 3. Yeah, I like this design space. This seems super cool. That being said, on the one hand, this might be over the top in a limited environment with limited removal. On the other hand, blue has Boomerang and a decent amount of counter magic and even some ways to tap shit down for a while, so I think the play pattern would be fine. It is a super cool card, and the art only helps with that. Like, look at this thing. It's insane. Anson Maddox has a bit of a twist in his imagination, and this card is better for it. Then we have Tempest Ifrit. This is a 3/3 creature for 1 and 3 red mana. This is a rare. The card text is tap, pick a card at random from your opponent's hand, and place it in yours. Bury Tempest Ifrit in opponent's graveyard. The change in ownership is permanent. Play as an interrupt, but opponent may prevent effect by paying 10 life points or conceding game before the card to be switched is chosen. If this is done, Tempest Ifrit is buried. Effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this loss of life. Remove this card from your deck if not playing for ante. And then the Oracle text is, remove this card from your deck before playing if you are not playing for ante. Tap, sacrifice this creature. Target opponent may pay 10 life. If that player doesn't, they reveal a card at random from their hand, exchange ownership of the revealed card and Tempest Ifrit. Put the revealed card into your hand and Tempest Ifrit from anywhere into the player's graveyard. This change in ownership is permanent. and this was illustrated by Nene Thomas. Okay, so this card is pretty wild. Ante is an interesting game mechanic in some ways. I like to use ante rules in some of my cubes because ante can be fun and doesn't feel that bad when all the cards go back into the same box at the end of the day, but I do think ante sucks hard for normal Magic. With that out of the way, this card is hard to rate because it's based on unknown variables. It's super sick as hell if you take something powerful or valuable, and it is kind of card advantage because it puts this in their graveyard and takes a card from their hand into your hand. How valuable that card advantage is depends heavily on what card you get and if you can even cast it. Still, this isn't the worst thing I've ever seen, but I'd probably pick something else in the pack. Still, even just being a 3/4 for 4 mana isn't that bad. And there is the side benefit of the psychological damage you could inflict just by casting this, if that's something you're into. Because if you slap this down on a table and they don't have a way to remove it, they might make suboptimal game decisions and overextend in an attempt to keep cards out of their hands so they don't lose a valuable piece. There's definitely some level of strategic thinking this brings to a game, and I think that's pretty interesting. I'm not sure if I actually think this is good, though. I had access to one of these in Chandelar, and even when I tried running it, I always had a more optimal choice than this, so I never actually got around to casting it. To be fair, in Limited, your card quality will probably be lower than it was in my Chandelar deck, at least after I got a hold of some decent cards, and I got this Ifrit after I got some decent cards. So, your mileage may vary, I suppose. The art on the card is really cool, though. So, there is that. Okay, before I get into this card, I gotta talk about something that's starting to drive me insane. They keep saying, use counters, every time a card has some sort of change on the game state, and I don't know why this is frustrating me, but it is. Like, don't tell me how to keep track of the game state. Throwing this on a card is stupid. Like, can I get a game loss for not using counters to mark a creature for being unable to attack? No, of course not. I'd get a judge warning or game loss issued by the judge for failing to follow the rules of play, but, like, using this isn't a, it's just dumb. It's just stupid. This is a stupid thing to complain about, but every fucking card keeps saying use counters on the most asinine things ever, and it's driving me insane. Right, where was I? Wall of Dust is a wall, and it's fine. Preventing attacking the turn after a creature gets blocked by this is kind of interesting, and it does make players think differently about their attacks, but not by a lot. It doesn't generally change that much about a situation, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be game-shattering to exist. Yeah, I mean, this is just a wall that blocks stuff. Like, it does make it much harder to attack into, because whatever blocks can't attack the next turn, so you can't ignore it like you can other walls, but I still don't really have that much to say about it. The raid is fine, but I think I'd rather just have a wall of stone, honestly. I mean, this is really just good against players that just blindly attack every turn without thinking, and almost any Magic card can be good against a player like that, right? The art is pretty cool, though. It's not my favorite, but I like it. Then we have Wall of Earth. This is a 0/6 creature for 1 and a red. This is a C2 rarity, and the card text is just flavor text. The ground shuddered violently, and the earth seemed to come to life. The elemental force contained in the vast wall of earth was trapped, bent to its controller's will. And then the oracle text is just Defender, because, you know, it's a wall. Anyway, this was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and this is okay. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not the hugest fan of walls, but this is pretty cool as far as walls go. It's efficient and cheap to cast, which is nice. A 0/6 is hard for most things to go over, so it'll put in some work. Unless they have only flyers, then they won't care. Otherwise, this is a perfectly fine card to play, if you have nothing better to do. The art is also pretty awesome. There's a lot of detail in this piece that takes a bit to see. I didn't initially realize that there was a red humanoid beyond the mud. That's pretty neat. It's like a cool surprise for those as unobservant as I am. Sorry if that's you as well, but take a look. There's a little guy in there. That's pretty cool. Continuity error. Hi, I forgot to record anything about Wall of Heat. I have no idea why this 2/6 vanilla wall slipped my mind in a set of 310 cards, but it did. Anyway, Wall of Heat costs 2 and a red mana. As I said, it is a 2/6 wall. It was illustrated by Richard Thomas. It is a C1 rarity. It doesn't have any text other than Defender and the Oracle, because that's how walls work now. But it does have some flavor text. At a distance, we mistook the sound for a waterfall. That's pretty neat. There isn't much to say about this card. The art is super awesome, though. I really like this piece. Very cool. I really appreciate this style. But that's all I have to say on it. Back to the regular scheduled program of me yapping about Legends cards. Same as before. Then we have Wall of Opposition. This is a 0/6 creature for 3 and 2 red mana. This is a rare, and the card text is you can pay 1 for +1/+0 until end of turn. And then it has some flavor text. Like many obstacles in life, the Wall of Opposition is but an illusion, held fast by the focus and belief of the one who creates it. The Oracle text is basically the same, except it also adds Defender, because duh. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and I think this costs too much mana, and power pumping on a wall is fine if you can make the wall attack, but otherwise, all the information is on the board, right? So, like, if I had a 6/6 and you have 7 open mana and this on the field, why would I even attack? Pumping on walls without the ability to leverage that power just means that your opponent would have to misplay for it to bring value. So, I'd rate this pretty low personally. The art is pretty sweet, though. I do like this piece. But that's it for the red creatures. Woo! Once again, it's a mix of pretty cool and pretty stupid, but I don't think the red creatures were all that bad. Either way, let's check out the red enchantments. Alright, so first on for our red enchantments, we have Cavern of Despair, which is an enchant world for 2 and 2 red mana. This is a rare, and the card text is all players may attack with no more than 2 creatures each turn, and block with no more than 2 creatures each turn. And the Oracle text is mostly the same. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and this isn't really a thing Red does much anymore, but this is sort of similar to the idea of Smoke from Alpha. Basically, with something like this, you want to have a couple of big creatures and slug it out. So this is a counter to go wide strategies. It's pretty cool, but there are a couple issues with this. You probably don't want to run this in mono red because the biggest creature you have access to is a 4/4, and most of the red cards are a go wide strategy. Of course, there are multicolored cards, and if you were going to do a red and green deck, this is probably a solid choice. I like cards like this because they change how the game is being played, and that can be fun. It's also a relatively simple thing to build around because all it requires is big creatures, or at least bigger creatures than your opponent. I'd say this is pretty good in Limited, but it's not good in Mono Red in Limited. The art is okay, but I think my biggest issue with Harold's art is that it all kind of looks the same. His style feels one-dimensional to me, and also he made some racist art. That's another thing that's not cool. Let's move on. Next we have Crevasse. This is an enchantment for 2 and a red mana. This is a B-box uncommon. The card text is, creatures with Mountain Walk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability. Oracle text is mostly the same. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander. And look, it's the Landwalk cycle. It's the red one. We've talked about these, so we'll just move on after I say the art is really sweet. Rob really nails the landscape paintings when he does them. Then we have Eternal Warrior. This is an enchant creature for 1 red mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is, attacking does not tap target creature. It has some flavor text, which is, warriors of the Tsunami Nido school spend years in training to master the way of effortless effort. The Oracle text is simply enchant creature, enchanted creature has vigilance. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and this card is fairly cool. It's just a 1 mana aura that gives a creature vigilance. That's perfectly fine. Nothing super strong, but it's not a nothing burger either. I wouldn't rate it highly, but I also wouldn't call this garbage. The art is also really well done. I like the different cultures showing up in the art of these cards. no idea how accurate they are, but hey, it's a fantasy world, so they don't really need to be anything more than inspired by cultures, right? I mean, yeah, I think it's cool anyway. Then we have Giant Strength, which is an enchant creature for 2 red mana. This is a C2 rarity, and the card text is target creature gains +2/+2. And then it has some flavor text. Oh, it is excellent to have a giant strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant. William Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. And the Oracle text is basically the same thing. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton. This is fine, I suppose. It feels overcosted to me, but I think it's fine for the time. It's just a pump enchantment. It's okay in limited, especially with most of the removal being damage based, but there are some things that can bounce as well, and the biggest issue with enchantments is getting 2 for 1 if they remove the creature under it. I'd play this if I needed to, but it would definitely be a low priority. It is a cool card, though. I've always liked the art on this one. The giant has such a grumpy face. Justin Hampton did really good with this one. Then we have Gravity Sphere. This is an enchant world for 2 and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is all creatures lose flying ability. It has some flavor text that is, on the morning of the Battle of Collation, the sorcerer's cry rang out, let no bird fly, let no creature take wing, let all the battle join as one. And the oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. This card is really cool. Flying is really good in limited, and I enjoy seeing cards like this. This is a solid red stacks piece, and I'm all about it. It does suffer from the issue that it's a dead card if your opponent isn't running flyers, so I think that holds it back from being super good, but it's worth taking if there isn't a good card in the pack. The art is fine for this one. I have no issues with it, but it doesn't really speak to me like many of the other pieces do. It is well illustrated, though. Then we have Immolation. This is an enchant creature for 1 red mana. It is a C1, and the text is target creature gets +2/-2. And it was illustrated by Scott Kirshner. This card is an absolute banger. This thing is way better than Giant Strength because it's multifaceted and it's also, removal. Any annoying 1 or 2 toughness creature on your opponent's side of the field, send that shit back into the graveyard. It's also solid on your big stuff to take more advantage of an attack window. This is a fantastic card, and I'd pick this over a lot. It's probably the first red card I'd pick out of everything we've talked about. Seriously, this thing fucks so hard. I'm a big fan of this card. The art is pretty cool too. I like that it's kind of different from most Magic art, but not so different that it's jarring. It's just a super cool card in every aspect. It would draft really well. Then we have Land's Edge. This is an enchant world for 1 and 2 red mana. It is a rare. The card text is any player may discard a card from hand at any time. If that player discards a land, Land's Edge does 2 damage to target player of the discarding player's choice. And then the oracle text is discard a card. If the discarded card was a land card, this enchantment deals 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. Any player may activate this ability. And this was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. This is a really cool card. If you're running something low to the ground like a burn or aggro deck, you'll eventually get to the point where drawing lands doesn't help your game state. This is a card that turns your extra lands into shock, which is pretty funny. The issue is that you have to deploy this, and it might be difficult to find the time and place to do that. But the issue is sort of mitigated by the fact that if you do need this, you probably do have the time to deploy it, or you at least had nothing better to be doing with your mana because your hand is all lands. I like this card, but it does need a specific style of deck to be good. I do think it's not too hard to draft the kind of deck that could make use of this, so I'd say it's a pretty sweet card. The art kinda confuses me. I don't know why he has bat wings on his helmet. It seems bad in a fight because your opponent could turn your head into a lever by smacking the giant wings on your helmet, but whatever, that's not an important complaint. The art is well done, and I don't hate it, it's just a little puzzling to me. Then we have Stormworld. This is an enchant world for 1 red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, if any player has less than 4 cards in hand at the end of his or her upkeep, Stormworld deals 1 damage to that player for each card less than 4. The oracle text is, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, this enchantment deals X damage to that player, where X is 4 minus the number of cards in their hand. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it's kind of like a reprint of the Rack, and that's pretty cool. This is an interesting card because red doesn't really have any card advantage in this set, or in most sets, other than sort of the Tempest Ifrit, but that doesn't really count. So this would likely be a risky card to play in red, but if your opponent is down cards too, you can probably burn them out. This might go better in a discard deck, which is possible to build in Limited. There are a few cards that can do stuff like that, but it isn't likely to get them together as they are mostly rare. Still, it is a cool card and very playable. The art is fantastic as well. I enjoy this piece. Next is the Brute. This is an enchant creature for 1 and a red mana. It is a C1, and target creature gains +1/+0. And you can pay red to regenerate. It has some flavor text, which is Union may be strength, but it is mere blind brute strength unless wise directed, by Samuel Butler. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and it's an expensive regenerate, and the card is kind of expensive for what you get as well, although it does partially solve the getting 2 for 1 problem. As long as the creature can regenerate, you won't get 2 cards killed with 1. Of course, to protect this, you need to play 3 mana behind for as long as you need that creature protected, and I'm not sure that's worth it. Maybe if you were playing against mono blue and you had a spinal villain and you just spent the rest of the game torpedoing everything your opponent cast, then you could probably justify this. But I do think it's a steep cost. It's a cool concept for a card, though, and I can see why they wanted regeneration to be expensive, because this is in red and not green, but it does limit the viability of this card. The art is fantastic, though. I do enjoy Mark Poole's work. But we finished off the enchantments, and they were mostly pretty cool. There is some dumb stuff, but nothing super shit. Either way, we can make our way to the sorceries. So first up for the sorceries, we have Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a sorcery for 1 red mana. It has a rarity of C2, and the card text is, Chain Lightning does 3 damage to 1 target. Each time Chain Lightning does damage, the target or target's controller may then pay red to have Chain Lightning do 3 damage to any target of that player's choice. Oracle text is mostly the same. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and Chain Lightning is such a sick card. I love this card, and I think it's an awesome design space. It's also one of the better cards in this set. I'd absolutely snap as many of these as I could, because this is such an awesome card. It's no Lightning Bolt, being only a sorcery, but it's still a strong card. The art is also sweet as hell. Then we have Falling Star. This is a sorcery for 2 and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, Flip Star onto the playing area from a height of at least 1 foot. Star must turn at least 360 degrees or it has no effect. When Falling Star lands, Falling Star does 3 damage to each creature that it touches. Any creatures damaged by Falling Star that are not destroyed become tapped. And the Oracle text is mostly the same. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and this is a pretty interesting card. Dexterity cards seem cool if you're able-bodied, but not everyone can even physically try to use these cards, so it makes sense that Magic stepped away from stuff like this. I also don't think cards like this are very good. Old School still allows Chaos Orb, and probably this, but I don't see this getting played as much because it's not as good. I don't really think Chaos Orb is worth it either, but if that's where you find your fun, that's cool, dude. This could have moments where it's sweet, and it is damage-based removal, so if you're really hurting on removal, it might be worth trying your luck. From a flavor perspective, this shit is dope as hell, though. The art is pretty fantastic. Next, we have Pyrotechnics. This is a sorcery for 4 and a red mana. This is a C2 rarity, and Pyrotechnics does 4 damage divided any way you choose among any number of targets. Then it has some flavor text. Hi, nai, ya. Behold the man of flint, that's me. 4 lightnings zigzag from me, strike and return. Navajo war chant. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I pronounced that beginning part right. Huh. Anyways, the art was done by Anson Maddox. So this is pretty expensive, but if you're strapped for removal, this is fairly versatile, and you can take solace in the fact that you're spending 6 mana to deal 4 damage. You're probably hitting more than 6 mana worth of stuff, so in limited at least, this is probably fine. I'm personally annoyed when I'm asked to pay more mana than the amount of damage I'm doing, unless it's like a fireball or something. But either way, the art on this is pretty sweet, and yeah, I don't much like this card. Just seems expensive for the damage that you do, but it's not the worst thing ever. Next, we have Winds of Change, which is a sorcery for 1 red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, all players shuffle their hands into their libraries, and then draw the same number of cards they originally had. It has some flavor text on it. "'Tis the set of sails, and not the gales, which tells us the way to go." Ella Wheeler Wilcox. The oracle text for this is, each player shuffles the cards from their hand into their library and then draws that many cards. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton. Winds of Change is an interesting card because it reads pretty powerful, but in most situations it really isn't that strong. It's pretty good if you're running some kind of combo deck and need to dig for specific pieces, especially if you run redundancy in the cards. Especially if you run redundancy, as the cards you're ditching will most likely be dead cards. Wheel effects are dangerous, though, as you might give your opponent the answer he needs to deal with you. And if he blows up a combo piece and you wield away your redundancy, then you might be in for a rough time. This card is high variance by its very nature, but if you can get past that and have a specific need to dig for specific cards, this is pretty solid. You can also use it as a mulligan if that's needed, so I wouldn't say it's bad in normal limited play, but it's not as exciting as it seems. It's still a sweet card, though. It's very efficient. The art is also pretty cool. It is pretty unsanitary to use a cow skull as a visor, but I mean, you do you, half-naked man. Okay, the sorceries were pretty cool. Chain Lightning is doing the heavy lifting, but none of them were all that terrible. But that's it for the red sorceries. So let's move on to the instants and not the interrupts. There aren't any red interrupts, so it's just the instants. Alright, first we have Active Volcano. This is an instant for 1 red mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, destroy target blue permanent or return target island to owner's hand. Enchantments on target land are destroyed. The oracle text is, choose one, destroy target blue permanent, or return target island to its owner's hand. The art was done by Justin Hampton, but it was misprinted as Brian Schnoddy. So this is a pretty cool card. It's the opposite of Flash Flood, and my feelings about it are pretty much the same. I like cards like this a lot, so my feelings on it are positive. In a limited environment, something like this is really good if they are playing blue, and it's not really that good if they are not playing blue. The art is pretty cool, though. Justin Hampton did great on this one. Then we have Backdraft, which is an instant for 1 and a red mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is, Backdraft does half the damage, rounded down, done by 1 sorcery cast this turn to the caster of the sorcery. And the oracle text is, choose a player who cast 1 or more sorcery spells this turn. Backdraft deals damage to that player equal to half the damage dealt by 1 of those sorcery spells this turn, rounded down. This was illustrated by Brian Schnoddy. So this is kind of neat, but it is very niche. There are a few sorceries that deal damage in this card pool. Those sorceries are in black, red, and green. Technically, there is Backfire in blue as well, but as a sorcery, it only deals 1 damage, and half of 1 rounded down is 0, I think. I mean, I guess I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. There isn't a whole lot of sorcery burn going on, so I'd say this card is super niche, but it is technically usable. You're probably just better off running your own spell if you want to be dealing damage, but this is a fun idea for a card. The art is pretty cool, too. Alright, next we have Bloodlust. This is an instant for 1 and a red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, target creatures gain +4/-4 until end of turn. If this reduces a creature's toughness below 1, creature's toughness is 1. And the oracle text fixes the part where it's confusing and changes the wording a little bit. So it's, if target creature has toughness 5 or greater, it gets +4/-4 until end of turn. Otherwise, it gets +4 -X until end of turn, where X is its toughness -1. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and this is a very solid card. It is a buff that is an instant, and that's super cool and also useful, and it's a lot of power for very little mana. This is super playable by any deck that has creatures and can reasonably cast a spell that has 1 red pip in it. It's funny that the original text of this card says creatures instead of creature, but this does only target one creature. I don't really have much to say about Bloodlust. It's a great card, and the art is super cool as well. Anson always does good work, though. Next, we have Disharmony, which is an instant for 2 and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is target attacking creature comes under your control untapped, return to former controller at end of turn. This creature is no longer considered to have attacked. Play before defense is chosen. The Oracle text on this is, cast the spell only during combat before blockers are declared, untap target attacking creature and remove it from combat. Gain control of that creature until end of turn. This was illustrated by Brian Walkowitz, but it was miscredited to Phil Foglio. And dudes, this card is super cool. What a fun way to give red some control magic this early in the game's development. This is seriously a super cool card. It lets you take an attacking creature for a combat and use it to block, so that if you play this smart, you'll kill at least 1, if not 2 creatures with this. Honestly, with how this could change your blocker's math, you might be able to completely blow someone out with this card. It's super cool. This is a fun card. I really like this card. I also think it's reasonably powerful, especially in this card pool. I'd be happy to draft this card. And the art is really cool as well. What a great card. Next we have Dwarven Song. This is an instant for 1 red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, changes the... You know what? No. Alright, I've read this card 3 times already. I'm done with this word salad. You're just getting the Oracle text, which is 1 or more target creatures becomes red until end of turn. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and the art is pretty cool. I think this is a really funny card, but otherwise we've talked about the whole color change creature card cycle enough. The juice just really isn't worth the squeeze on these. Let's move on. Then we have Faint, which is an instant for 1 red mana. This is a C1 rarity, and the card text is, all creatures blocking target attacking creature become tapped. Target attacking creature and all creatures blocking it deal no damage during combat. The Oracle text is, tap all creatures blocking target attacking creature. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by that creature and each creature blocking it. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and this is basically just another version of Fog, but not as good and slightly different, so it has, slightly different use cases. If you have a reason to tap down your opponent's blockers, this is a way to do that by baiting an attack. Or if you don't want damage to hit you or your creatures, you could do this on defense. Maybe there is some other niche use of this that I'm not seeing, but I just can't really be bothered to care. It's kind of a mediocre card, in my opinion. The art is really cool, though. Then we have Glyph of Destruction. This is an instant for 1 red mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, target wall you control gains +10/+0 while blocking. Any damage dealt to target wall is reduced to 0. Target wall is destroyed at end of turn. And the Oracle text is, target blocking wall you control gets +10/+0 until end of combat. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to it this turn. Destroy it at the beginning of the next end step. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. This card gets a lot better when the card Fling exists, but without Fling, this kinda sucks. It's basically on par with the black one that destroys any creature being blocked by target wall. This is basically the same thing. It's super annoying that they put blocked wall on this, because otherwise you could do some really funny stuff with animate wall, which is probably why they did it, the buzzkills. Not that you could do that in this limited, but in the wider card pool. It's a damn shame they had to be the fun police and make sure nobody was doing anything creative or fun. Perfectly content to print Mana Drain and Chains of Mephistopheles, but God forbid Red have a cool wall card that they can abuse. Oh well, if you're running a couple walls in your deck, this isn't the worst card you could put in your list, but you're likely to have something better to do with your time. It is super funny to fling a 10 power wall at an opponent, though. That's really funny. It's a shame that doesn't exist yet. But that's it for the red cards. We are almost done with the monocolored cards, and then we only have a shitload more cards to talk about with all the multicolored cards and the artifacts and the lands. But, alright, so let's get into the green cards, shall we? And like always, we'll start with the creatures. So for our green creatures, first up we have Ashling Leprechaun. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 green mana. It is a C1 rarity, And the card text is all creatures that block or are blocked by Leprechaun become green creatures. Use counters to indicate changed creatures. Cost to tap, maintain, or use a special ability of target creature remains entirely unchanged. And then the oracle text is just whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, that creature becomes green. This effect lasts indefinitely. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. Man, they loved this effect so much they decided to put it on a creature. This thing is kind of ridiculous. I don't even know what you do with this. Like, there is some blue creature hate in red, and there is some white creature hate in black, and there is some black creature hate in white, but there isn't any green creature hate in this set, so there's, like, no way to capitalize on this. I don't really understand why this card exists, but maybe it's as simple as it's funny, and they put zero thought into it beyond that. Who's to say? The art is pretty good, though, and it is kind of funny, so, points for that. Then we have Barbary Apes. This is a 2/2 creature for 1 and a green. It is a C1 rarity, and the card text doesn't exist, but there is some flavor text. It is unpredictable in the extreme. These carnivorous apes will prey even upon their own kind. This was illustrated by Brian Walkowitz, and this is a functional reprint of Grizzly Bears. And it's a pretty good card. A 2/2 for 2 is a solid rate at this point in the game, and it's almost unheard of in this set. So I would be happy to draft something like this. It is just a vanilla creature though, so I don't really have anything else to say about it, but the art is pretty sweet. Then we have Cat Warriors. This is a 2/2 creature for 1 and 2 green mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is Forest Walk. It has flavor text, like many of the cards, and that is, these stealthy felines have survived so many battles that some believe they must possess many lives. There is no oracle text, and the art was done by Melissa A. Benson. So this card is fine. Forest Walk is only good if your opponent is in green, but a 2/2 for 3 is pretty standard rate in this set, so it's not the hugest deal if they aren't in green. It's also 2 green mana pips, so you want to be pretty heavy green to play this anywhere near curve, but the more green you grab in a draft, the less green that is floating around, and the less likely you'll see an opponent with a forest. That's kind of funny. It's still a decent card, though, and the art is pretty great. I really like this piece. Then we have Craw Giant. This is a 6/4 creature for 3 and 4 green mana. This is a B-Box uncommon. The card text is Trample and Rampage 2, and then it has flavor text. Hearthag gave a jolly laugh as he surveyed the army before him. Ho, 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 midgets. You think you can stand in my way. Hey, that's another word you're not really supposed to use anymore. Oops. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and this is kind of just a shittier crawlworm. It does have trample, but Rampage is pretty much useless, and 4 green pips is pretty brutal. Still, a 6/4 with trample is pretty nice, but I think I'd rather just have the crawlworm for, less mana. It is big though, and if they don't have removal, you might just win. A lot of limited comes down to just sticking the biggest thing, and this is one of the bigger things in the set. The art's pretty good though, but I'm not really a fan of this card. Then we have Duskwood Boars. This is a 4/4 creature for 4 and a green mana. It is a rarity of C2, and the card text is just flavor text. It is, and the unclean spirits went out, and entered the swine, and the herd ran violently. Mark 513. This was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and this is just a vanilla 4/4 for 5 mana, and it's pretty okay. It's more efficient than most things are in this set, so that's cool. The art is also hilarious as hell. This is super amusing to me. I get a lot of joy looking at this art. This is the first piece I've talked about that was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and it's a solid first showing. I really enjoy this one. Then we have Elven Riders. This is a 3/3 creature for 3 and 2 green mana, and it is a rare. The card text is, cannot be blocked by any creatures except walls and flying creatures. And then it has flavor text. Sometimes it is better to be swift of foot than strong of sword arm. That's an elven proverb. No oracle text for this, and it was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. So I think this kind of sucks. I don't think you're likely to come up against many players that don't have either flyers or walls. If you can thread the needle, this is pretty okay, but it does die to chain lightning, and that's gonna sting a bit. I don't hate this card, I just don't think it's all that practical. It's not the worst, though. There are plenty of other 9 million mana 3/3s in this set, so if you need to cast one, this one is cheaper than a few of them. Unless they have a big flyer or a wall, then this is a really bad idea. Anyway, the art is pretty sweet. I do enjoy Melissa's work most of the time. Then we have Emerald Dragonfly. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and a green. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is flying, and then you can pay green for first strike until end of turn. And then it has some flavor text. Flittering, wheeling, darting into strike, and then gone, just as you blink. A dragonfly haiku. Poet unknown. No oracle text, and this was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. So this is kind of interesting. There are a decent amount of 1 toughness creatures, and this survives against all of them except for Tundra Wolves, if you pay the 2 green for the first strike. 2 mana seems high, but 1 mana seems too low for this kind of effect on a flyer that's so cheap, so I guess I like how the ability is costed. I'd be happy to draft this thing, but the 2 green pips to give it first strike does kind of force you pretty hard into green. But honestly, a flying 1/1 for 2 isn't the worst thing in draft ever. Even if you can never activate its first strike. It definitely loses a lot of utility if you give that up or never draw into what you need, but just the flying on its own might be useful. And the art is really cool. Early Magic insect art is always really cool, though. Next, we have Fire Sprites. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and a green mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is Flying, and then you can pay green and tap this to add red to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text is basically the same, but it just says tap to add red, or pay green, tap to add red. This is illustrated by Julie Barrow, and this is pretty interesting. It's, not the greatest card of all time, but it is pretty good and limited. It's a 1/1 flyer for 2, and we just went over how good that can potentially be. This one doesn't gain first strike, but instead it can help you fix your colors. Well, it can help fix you into red, which in a limited with very little for color fixing, that can be very, very good. Yeah, this is just a pretty solid card, all things considered. And the art is really fun too. I enjoy it. Next, we have Floral Sputsum. This is a 2/2 creature for 3 and a green mana. The card rarity is a box uncommon, and the card text is if Floral Sputsum attacks an opponent and is not blocked, then Floral Sputsum may choose to destroy a target artifact under that opponent's control and deal no damage. The Oracle text is whenever this creature attacks and isn't blocked, you may destroy target artifact defending player controls. If you do, this creature assigns no combat damage this turn. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander. And first off, it's really funny that this is worded in a way that implies Floral Sputsum itself needs to decide if it will blow up an artifact. Weird that it got written that way, but whatever. It's pretty funny. My first thought is that this is artifact removal, and that's really awesome. But my second thought is that there will be very little chance that you will actually get in and be able to blow up something you need to when you want to. Like, this might be really good, or it might do nothing. It's hard to say, but it's incredibly game state dependent. So, like, whether this is good or not depends on the game state. That was a stupid way to say that, but you get what I'm trying to say. I do like it, though. It is a really cool card, and it's really interesting for a design space, because it's a creature that can potentially act as removal. It's one of the first to do that. Then we have Giant Turtle. This is a 2/4 creature for 1 and 2 green mana. The rarity is C2, and the card text is Giant Turtle may not attack if it attacked during your last turn. Then it has the flavor text, the turtle lives twixt plated decks, which practically conceal its sex. I think it clever of the turtle in such a fix to be so fertile. By Ogden Nash, the Turtle. That's kind of fucked up. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this is pretty cool. The stats are pretty insane for the mana cost, but that is balanced by the fact that you can only attack every other turn. I do still think that this is a pretty sweet card, and the art is fantastic. Next we have Hornet Cobra. This is a 2/1 creature for 1 and 2 green mana. It is a rarity of C2, and the card text is First Strike. It also has flavor text, like many of the cards do. Then inch by inch, out of the grass rose up the head and spread hood of Nag, the big black cobra, and he was 5 feet long from tongue to tail. By Rudyard Kipling, The Jungle Books. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and this seems like a pretty bad rate in my opinion, but First Strike is pretty nice. Still, 3 mana for a 1 toughness creature without a game-defining ability is pretty weak. This is not the worst creature in the set, but it's not great either. The art is pretty sweet though. And I suppose the First Strike does protect the fact that it only has 1 toughness, at least a little bit. It's still not ideal. Then we have Ichneumon Druid. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and 2 green mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Ichneumon Druid does 4 damage to any opponent casting an instant. This does not apply to the first instant cast by that opponent in each turn. And then the Oracle text kind of rewords that to say, whenever an opponent casts an instant spell other than the first instant spell that player casts each turn, this creature deals 4 damage to that player. They actually made it more words, but whatever. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. Yeah, so Green Burn might be a bit out of the color pie these days, but this is a pretty interesting card. It's not particularly good because at the time, counterspells are interrupts, so they aren't affected, and many of the instants are either burn cards, so they would just, kill this first, or they can just stop at playing 1 instant. I really like the idea of this card and what it's trying to do, but the fact that it doesn't trigger until the second instant makes this pretty unlikely to occur. Still, I think it's a really cool card. I probably wouldn't recommend playing it if you're trying to win, but as a sideboard card, it's possible that this comes up in some of your matches. It's kind of a shame this card sucks because it's really cool. The art is also fantastic. I also think punishing instant speed play is something Green could reasonably do, but I can't really think of any other cards that punish instants. There's probably a few, but I'm struggling to remember them. Oh well, this is still a cool card. Next up, we have Killer Bees. This is a 0/1 creature for 1 and 2 green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is Flying, and you can pay green to give +1/+1 until end of turn. The Communal Mind produces a savage strategy, yet no one could predict that this vicious crossbreed would unravel the secret of steel. So that's pretty interesting. Oracle text is basically the same, and this was illustrated by Phil Foglio. Killer Bees is a fantastic card. For the same reason Carrion Ants is a pretty solid creature, Killer Bees is even better. It is tougher to pump because you specifically need green mana for it, but it has flying and comes down a turn earlier. This is a super legit card, and I'd snap this thing up if there was any reasonable chance that I could effectively use it. The art is also wonderful in so many ways. The hexagon shield is amazing, the sword and spears are great, and the fact that they are bees is really hilarious. This is such a sweet card. I'm a big fan of this card, and the art just sweetens the deal. Next we have Master of the Hunt. This is a 2/2 creature for 2 and 2 green mana, and this is a rare. The card text is, you can pay 2 green, put a Wolves of the Hunt token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 green creature with the ability Bands with other Wolves of the Hunt. The Oracle text is mostly the same, but it includes a novel explaining how Bands with Others works. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this is another interesting card. It makes tokens, and the rate is the cheapest we've seen for tokens in Magic's history, so that's pretty neat. But the tokens are still 4 mana each to make a banding 1/1. It's interesting that the tokens this card makes cannot band with this card. If that's a flavor fail or not a flavor fail is something I'll leave for your sensibilities, but it is interesting to note. This isn't a bad card by any means, and in a way functions as pseudo card advantage, which can be useful. I'd much rather have a killer bee, but I think this is a serviceable card if you have some protection and ways of generating a decent amount of mana. But it is far more of an interesting card than it is a useful card. Next up is Moss Monster. This is a 3/6 creature for 3 and 2 green mana. It is a C2 rarity, and it doesn't have card text, but it does have flavor text. After the battle, an eerie silence gripped the forest. The loser's remains were lightly dusted with green. Ah, interesting, because of the moss, I would assume. Anyways, this was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers, and oh boy, it's a 3/6 for 5 mana. Gosh golly, that's pretty standard for this set. Man, these creatures all suck. It would be pretty sick and limited though. It's a fat booty that'll be hard to deal with. But yeah, it's just a 3/6 for 5 vanilla creatures, so there isn't much for me to say about it. Next we have Pixie Queen. This is a 1/1 creature for 2 and 2 green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is flying, and you can pay green, 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 and tap this so that target creature gains flying until end of turn. Doesn't really have oracle text. It was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. Wow, this creature sucks. It's a 1/1 for 4 mana that grants another creature flying for 3 green mana. That's a cool ability and a neat effect, but all of this should cost at least half of what it does. Like, why is this card a rare? It's so garbage. And I'm bummed about that because the idea is really cool and the art is awesome. What a disappointing card. Next is Paradesh Gypsies. This is a 1/1 creature for 2 and a green mana, and it is an A-box uncommon. The card text is that you can pay 1 and a green and tap this, and target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Doesn't really have flavor text, and the art was done by Quentin Hoover. So, Gypsy is apparently a derogatory term for the Roma, and it's generally not advisable to use slurs in your card game. Different time and place and all that, so I'm not shocked this happened, but this card is banned in everything these days. The art is really cool, but the card itself sucks, so it's not like it's a big loss to not play this anymore. I really doubt people were really playing this anyways, because it's just bad. And it's a mediocre card with a name that's offensive to some people, apparently. I don't know, it's not my culture, so I don't know anything about it. I can't really speak on it. But I guess it's best just to move right on. Next, we have Rabid Wombat. This is a 0/1 creature that costs 2 and 2 green mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is Wombat gains +2/+2 for each creature enchantment on it. Attacking does not cause Rabid Wombat to tap. Then the Oracle text is Vigilance. This creature gets +2/+2 for each aura attached to it. And this was illustrated by Kaja Folio. And what is this? Is this an interesting card that has a clear build-around path and is reasonably strong? What set am I looking at? I'm just kidding. Some of these cards are okay and even really busted. And Rabid Wombat is only good in the context that every creature in this set is overcosted as hell. The Vigilance is really cool, but this eats removal very easily, so if you do try to build around something like this, understand that it can get bodied pretty hard. On the plus side, if their entire removal package is like Immolation, Rabid Wombat actually doesn't care about that. Wait, is that actually true? Fuck, do I need to think about layers? Okay. Okay, so according to 614.1g, layer 7 is the layer that power and toughness changing effects are applied. And 613.4 clarifies that we need to look at the sublayers, but effects within each sublayer are applied in timestamp order. That would answer my question, but unfortunately, 613.4 also notes that dependency may alter the order in which effects are applied in a layer. So I guess jot that down. 613.4c tells us that effects and counters that modify power and or toughness are applied in that sublayer. So this happens in layer 7c, and that would resolve in timestamp order, except there might be a dependency. 613.8, within a layer or sublayer, determining which order effects are applied in is sometimes done using a dependency system. if a dependency exists, it will override the timestamp system. So, 613.8a, an effect is said to depend on another if A, it's applied in the same layer, and, if applicable, sublayer as the other effect. B, applying the other would change the text or the existence of the first effect, what it applies to, or what it does to any of the things it applies to. And C, neither effect is from a characteristic defining ability, or both effects are from a characteristic defining ability. Otherwise, the effect is considered to be independent of the other effect. But yeah, it actually kind of qualifies under all of that, because it is a characteristic defining ability. A characteristic defining ability is a kind of static ability that conveys information about an object's characteristics that would normally be found elsewhere on that subject, such as in its mana cost, type line, or in this case, power and toughness box. So yeah, these effects are dependent on each other. So 613.8b, an effect dependent on one or more other effects waits to apply until just after all of those effects have been applied. If multiple dependent effects would apply simultaneously in this way, they're applied in timestamp order relative to each other. So that was a lot of reading just to come to the conclusion that these effects would apply in timestamp order. Now, does that mean the timestamp of Rabbit Wombat, or the timestamp of Rabbit Wombat's effect? It sounds like it would be the timestamp of the effect, which would mean the immolation would resolve first, and then the Wombat's ability would apply. Now, I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that this does not matter, because a creature can only die as a state-based action, and unless I'm mistaken, state-based actions are only checked when priority would switch between players. Since these are continuous effects, they don't create a trigger for the stack, so after the immolation resolves and its effect is applied, there is no point in which priority would pass until all the continuous effects are established. So again, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that immolation technically would bring the Wombat to 2-1, but then the Wombat's effect would, make the Rabid Wombat a 4-1 before state-based actions would see that it was below 1 and therefore dead. I really made that more complicated than I needed to, but it just goes to show that this creature is worth thinking about, or there is a lot of thinking you can do with it. Anyway, Rabid Wombat is pretty cool, and it might even be pretty good, or it might just get instantly removed. It's a risky basket to put all your eggs into, is all I'm trying to say. But it's still a good card. And the art is amazing. It's fantastic. I really love this little guy. Then we have Rajan Spirit. This is a 3/2 creature for 3 and a green mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, target creature loses flying ability until end of turn. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and the power and toughness to mana value is a decent rate for this card at this, in this set. And the ability to remove flying can be a really impactful ability. This is hardly a busted card, and it suffers from the fact that it is entirely dependent on what your opponent is doing, which is not a positive trait for a card when you're evaluating its power level. But this card is still pretty decent, even just on rate alone. Like, if you never activated this ability, it's still probably one of the better 3/2s. And the art is fantastic as well. Overall, it's a surprisingly good card. Then we have Shelkin Brownie. This is a 1/1 creature for 1 and a green. It is a C1 rarity, and the card text is tap, removes the bands with other ability from target creature until end of turn. And then it has some flavor text. Leave a bowl of milk on your doorstep each night for the brownies, or they'll cause you no end of mischief. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and this is interesting in a way that it's kind of baffling. Like, there aren't any creatures that have bands with others in this set. There is a creature that makes tokens that have bands with other wolves, and the lands that give legends of a certain color bands with other legends. So this ability is just, never going to come up, and on the off chance that it does come up, it still probably won't be impactful. Like, you wouldn't really be in that much of a better spot than you were before you used this ability. It's kind of just a bad card. which is a shame because the art is pretty funny. Douglas killed this one. Then we have Whirling Dervish. This is a 1/1 creature for 2 green mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text, protection from black, gains +1/+1, use counters at the end of each turn in which it does damage to opponent. And then the oracle text is protection from black. At the beginning of each end step, if this creature dealt damage to an opponent this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and Whirling Dervish is a super cool card. It's low to the ground, has protection from black, and gets stronger as it hits. It's really good against a mono black list, but it's also solid if you can get under your opponent. That might be tricky to do, but most of the creatures are like 8 mana, so it's certainly not impossible to start getting in for hits before they can deploy anything meaningful. Yeah, this is a sick card, and I'd be happy to draft this. The 2 green pips does limit what kind of deck you can put this in, but it is super solid. Like, it is a fantastic card, and the art is also awesome. Then we have Willow Satyr. This is a 1/1 creature for 2 and 2 green mana, and it is a rare. The card text is tap, gain control of target legend. If Willow Satyr becomes untapped, you lose control of this legend. You may choose not to untap Willow Satyr as normal. You also lose control of legend if Willow Satyr leaves play. If you lose control of Willow Satyr, or the game ends. And then the oracle text is, you may choose not to untap this creature during your untap step. Tap, gain control of target legendary creature for as long as you control this creature and this creature remains tapped. It was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. So this card is really cool and decently powerful, at least in a limited environment because there are 55 legendary creatures in this set, so odds are you will see a few of them around if you draft legends. The mana cost of 4 isn't even unreasonable for this card, but it is super fragile, and while this card isn't threatening on its own, it does kind of demand a response from your opponent, assuming they are playing any legends. If this is on the field, they need to sandbag their legend or remove Willow Satyr. That can be both a good thing or a bad thing. It's bad because you don't want your stuff removed, but if the Willow Satyr demands their attention, then there is more opportunity for your other cards to avoid attention and removal. I guess the point is that this card is pretty cool and pretty decent if they are playing legendary creatures, and if they are not playing legendary creatures, this card is not good. But it does kind of open up a fun mind game sort of thing. The art is also pretty sweet. Then we have Wolverine Pack. This is a 2/4 creature for 2 and 2 green mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is Rampage 2. And then it has some flavor text. Give them great meals of beef and iron and steel. They will eat like wolves and fight like devils. William Shakespeare, King Henry V. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. And yeah, 2/4 for 4 is kind of okay in this card pool, but Rampage really sucks, so I need to rate this card lowly. It's not great, which is a shame because the art is cool. But I don't really have much to say about this one. It's a 2/4 for 4, which, is kind of middle of the pack for stats, I guess. But its ability sucks. Next, we have Wood Elemental. This is a star creature for 3 and a green mana, and it is a rare card. The card text says stars in the lower right-hand corner are set to the number of untapped forests you control when Wood Elemental is brought into play. The oracle text says, as this creature enters, sacrifice any number of untapped forests. Wood Elemental's power and toughness are each equal to the number of forests sacrificed as it entered. And the art was done by Brian Schnotty. Why is this card a rare? Holy shit, this card is terrible as hell. At what point in a game would this be worth it? How many untapped forests would you need to make this thing scary? 4? 8? 20? If you have 8 lands in play and no other mana accelerant, then this would be a 4/4, which is a garbage card because you sacked 4 forests for it. I wouldn't waste your time with this. It may be the worst creature Magic has ever printed. The art is nice, but I'm tired of looking at this card already, so let's just move on because we've finished talking about the monocolored creatures. The green creatures are pretty fun, at least some of them. I'd say it's the most mediocre of the colors as far as creatures go. with the only real standouts being Willow Satyr, Whirling Dervish, Rabid Wombat, Killer Bee, maybe Igneum Druid, and maybe Giant Turtle. Now that I think about it, there was a decent amount of fun green creatures, but they kind of suck. Either way, let's check out the green enchantments. Okay, next we have Arborea. This is an enchant world for 2 and 2 green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, if a player does not cast a spell or put a card into play on his or her turn, no creatures may attack that player until after his or her next turn. And then the Oracle text is simply, creatures can't attack a player unless that player casts a spell or put a non-token permanent onto the battlefield during their last turn. This is really brutal and limited. You can run like an extra 5 cards and then play this and deck your opponent out if they don't have removal for this. And there's a great chance they won't in this set. This doesn't sound like the most fun play experience, if I'm being honest, but it does sound pretty fucking funny. But yeah, a card that can just shut out probably at least a third of your opponents with little chance of counterplay is probably pretty good. The art is also really cool. I'm vibing the green cards in this set. They are pretty cool, despite being not the strongest. This one's too strong. It's just brutal. Something like this shouldn't be in the game, probably. Next we have Cocoon, which is an enchant creature that costs 1 green mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is, tap target creature you control and put 3 counters on it. Target creature does not untap as normal, while it has 1 or more of these counters on it. Remove 1 counter during your upkeep. During the upkeep phase after the one in which the last counter was removed, Cocoon is destroyed and target creature gains a +1/+1 counter and flying ability. And then the Oracle text is just, when this aura enters, tap enchanted creature and put 3 pupa counters on this aura. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during your untap step if this aura has a pupa counter on it. At the beginning of your last upkeep, remove a pupa counter from this aura. If you can't, sacrifice it, put a +1/+1 counter on enchanted creature, and that creature gains flying. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden. So my initial thoughts on this card are that it's slow, it's kind of stupid, and the effect just really isn't worth it. But honestly, with the state of creatures and creature removal in this set, it might actually be good in limited. You'll have to figure it out for yourself, though, because I always feel so betrayed when I read this card, only to realize that I have to wait 4 turns for a +1/+1 counter and the ability to fly. I probably will never draft this card because I hate it so much. It is super flavorful, though. I like the idea of the card, I just don't like the actual card. The art is very cool, though. Next, we have Concordant Crossroads. This is an enchant world for 1 green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, creatures may attack or use abilities that include the tap symbol. During the turn, they are brought into play. The Oracle text is simply, all creatures have haste. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and this card is a banger, but you all know that. 1 mana to give all creatures haste goes really hard, and it's cool because it doesn't just affect you. Both players have this advantage, which means you don't want to play this unless you can take more advantage of it than your opponent. That's a really cool design space. Concordant Crossroads has always been a card I'm particularly fond of. I thought it was the coolest thing the first time I saw this card. It is a simple card, though, so I don't really have much else to say about it. I love the concept, I love the art, the wording is a little hilarious, but hey, they just made the tap symbol and didn't have haste yet, so it makes sense. And again, this is a world enchantment, so it can be used as removal for other world enchantments. That's another benefit of the card. Anyway, I love this card and would definitely play it if I had any reason to. Next up is Deadfall. This is an enchantment for 2 and a green mana, an A-box uncommon, and the card text is, creatures with Forest Walk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and the art is incredibly cool with this card. I'm a little annoyed with how cool the art is because this card sucks, and we've talked about the Landwalk cards enough, so we're moving on. Then we have Living Plane. This is an enchant world for 2 and 2 green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, treat all land in play as both lands and 1/1 creatures. They may not be tapped for mana the first turn they are brought into play. And the Oracle text is simply, all lands are 1/1 creatures that are still lands. This was illustrated by Brian Wackwitz, And this is kind of a homage to Living Lands from Alpha. It does the same thing, but Living Lands only made forests into 1/1 creatures, and obviously wasn't a world enchantment. What's kind of funny is that Living Lands costs 3 and a single green mana, so it was an easier card to play in a deck with more colors. But this card works with all lands, so that's kind of funny. This card is definitely a bit different than Living Lands, though, because your opponent and you will have all of your lands as 1/1 creatures that are still lands. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing will depend entirely on the situation, but there will be instances where that will bite you in the ass, especially if you're not considering the situation before you cast it. So why would you turn all lands into creatures? Well, if you have some damage spells, you can blow up their lands. Pyrotechnics, for example, will blow up 4 lands for 5 mana, and that's a pretty decent rate. You can also use your lands to attack and block if the situation calls for it. And there's also the fact that lands can't be tapped for mana the turn they come into play, but they can block as long as Living Plane is in play. But yeah, this is a good card, but probably a harder than normal card to use correctly. I could be wrong though. Maybe most people understand this kind of thing better than I did when I first started. I really like the art of this card too. It's super fantastic. Brian seems like a fantastic artist. Okay, next up is Revelation, an enchant world for 1 green mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, all players play with the cards in their hands, face up on the table. And then it has some flavor text. Many are in high place, and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek. Ecclesiastes 3:19. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and effects like this are usually more of a novelty than anything else, and I don't really see a reason where that wouldn't be the case here. There is the small niche of this card in that it is a world enchantment, so if you haven't drafted any better world enchantments, you could use this to remove things like Nether Void or the Abyss. I wouldn't recommend doing that unless you were in a stompy kind of deck. Like if you're going to be holding up counter spells, you may not want hands revealed. Or maybe you do, because you're a sicko that likes levels upon levels of mind games. But I do think revealing hand knowledge for both players is less of a big deal for the person that's just dropping the biggest creature they can each turn. Still, I don't really think this card is that good, so I'd pass on it until later in the draft. The art is very cool, though. Kaja always does banger work, though, so that's not a surprise. Sylvan Library is next. This is an enchantment for 1 and a green, and it is an A-box uncommon. The card text is, you may draw 2 extra cards during your draw phase. Then either put 2 of the cards drawn this turn back on top of your library in any order, or lose 4 life per card not replaced. Effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this loss of life. And then the oracle text is, at the beginning of your draw step, you may draw 2 additional cards. If you do, choose 2 cards in your hand drawn this turn. For each of those cards, pay 4 life, or put the card on top of your library. And this was illustrated by Harold McNeil. Hey, it's Sylvan Library. You're never going to believe this, but this is pretty busted and limited. See, having the ability to draw more cards and also having a pseudo scry every turn is pretty good with a garbage card pool and 40 card decks. Kind of like how it's good pretty much anywhere else. Oh yeah, by the way, a little tip for you if you do play Sylvan Library, during your draw step you should set your hand aside and draw the 3 cards, keeping them away from the hand that you had at the start. Sylvan Library isn't like Brainstorm where you can put whatever you want back into your library. The cards that go back into the library have to be ones drawn this turn, and once they hit your hand, without a judge standing over your shoulder the whole time, there's no way to prove that without keeping it separated. It's just easier for everybody to make it a non-issue before it has the chance to be an issue. Remember, to respect your opponents and to be a player that people would gladly lose to again. But yeah, Sylvan Library is busted. Also, Harold absolutely killed with this one. I'm generally not a fan of his work because it kind of all looks the same. So usually I know which pieces he did, because they're all blurry and kind of look like shit in my opinion. But this piece is genuinely really sweet. I'm impressed. But that's it for the enchantments, and much to my surprise, the green enchantments are pretty banger. Arborea is a little too brutal, but it's probably not as bad as many of the black enchantments, and Beyond Arborea, the rest are pretty fun or interesting at least. Anyway, let's check out the sorceries. And we're starting off with Eureka. This is a sorcery for 2 and 2 green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, both players may take any permanent in their hand and put it directly into play. Players take turns, playing one card from their hand until neither wants to play more permanents. No other spells or effects of any kind may be used while Eureka is in effect. If a spell has an X in its casting cost, X is 0. Oracle text. Starting with you, each player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. Repeat this process until no one puts a card onto the battlefield. And the art is done by Kaja Folio. This is super awesome. Eureka is such a fun card, and it's pretty obvious how you'd use this if you built a Eureka deck. You'd play a lot of these 18 million mana value legends that do some stuff but cost 18 million mana. There is a heavy amount of top-end mana values in this set, and this is the best way to slam those cards onto the field. The issue with this deck, in Limited, is that you maybe get one copy of Eureka since it's a rare, and if your deck is one Eureka and a bunch of 8-drops, you're going to have 1 or maybe 2 games that are sick as hell, and you'll do nothing for the rest of them. So in Limited, you can toss a few high-end mana value cards into your list if you're running this, but you'd still want to have the discipline to build a functioning deck. But this card is so fucking cool. I can't express how fun a card like this is. And with this card floating around, especially once you've confirmed someone is running Eureka, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have some of your own epic mana value permanents to slam down when it gets cast. What I like about Eureka is that it's obviously a card to build around, but everybody gets to put stuff onto the field when this gets cast, and that's pretty cool. More fun for everyone, right? The art is also awesome, like fantastic. I really love this art so much. Then we have Rebirth. This is a sorcery for 3 and 3 green mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, each player may choose to be healed to 20 life. Any player choosing to be healed antes an additional card from the top of his or her library. Remove this card from your deck before playing if you are not playing for ante. And then the oracle text is, remove this card from your deck before you're playing. If you're not playing for ante, each player may ante the top card of their library. If a player does, that player's life total becomes 20. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden. So this card is useless and can't even be used if you're not playing for ante. I've said before, but I like ante in cube or in a reusable draft where people aren't keeping the cards, but I'm not a big fan of playing a children's card game for keeps. More power to anyone who likes that style of play, but I think it translates poorly when playing with randos. That being said, this card is pretty bad. It costs 6 mana to cast and gives potential benefit to both players, so if you're the person who plays this, you're down a card and 6 mana for both players to go back to 20 life. It can still be worth it. If you're sure you can win, you'll win an additional card, or they won't take advantage of it, but it's still a lot of resources for an advantage that's not realized until after the game, other than the 20 life. But the real advantage to doing this is winning an extra card. And there's no guarantee that the anteed cards will even be things you can play. I'm not saying don't do it, but if your opponent has around your skill level and experience, then you're dumping a lot of resources for you both to benefit, and there's a very real chance you'll lose that game. The art is pretty nice too, but I don't have much of an opinion on it. Next we have Typhoon. This is a sorcery for 2 and a green mana. It is a rare, and Typhoon does 1 damage to each opponent for each island he or she controls. And then it has some flavor text. Fierce winds ripped around the tropical landscape. What they did not destroy with their fiery breath was washed away by torrential rain. And then the oracle text is simply, Typhoon deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of islands that player controls. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. And this is pretty cool. It's a green burn spell that cares about your opponent's number of islands. This card would not be made today, but I really love green burn. I find it funny. This card is pretty much a sideboard card though. If your opponent is heavy in blue, this thing is sick. If they are not heavy in blue, this thing does nothing. Not much else to say about it, but the art is fantastic. I'm really amused by this particular piece. Next up is Untamed Wilds. This is a sorcery for 2 and a green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, search your library for any 1 basic land and put it into play. This does not count towards your 1 land per turn limit. Reshuffle your library afterwards. And then the Oracle text basically just took out the explainer text saying that it doesn't count as your land drop. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas. And if you've kept up with my playthrough of Chandelar, you know that I've been stupid with this particular card in the past. I was running it in my 4-color deck for a long time until I got really lucky and was able to buy a bunch of cards, and I left it in my list after I switched to a 5-color deck running no basics. And this doesn't do anything if you aren't running basics. But in a limited, you are almost certainly definitely running basics, so that won't be an issue. This card is kind of a godsend in this limited because there are so many incredibly difficult to cast 3-color legends in this set, and if you want to cast them, you need to find your colors. This is a really cool card and worth playing if you have the chance of casting it at all. Otherwise, there isn't much to say about this card. It is the first land tutor ever printed, so that's kind of cool. The art is also lovely. I really like the orange and the yellow of the leaves and the birch tree. The leaves look more like oak leaves, but it is possible those leaves are all coming from a smaller oak tree to the side that we can't see. I mean, you can see some of the brown branches, and it doesn't look like any of the leaves actually come from the birch tree, so I do think the art is accurate. Either way, I like the art, and I like the card. It's pretty cool. Then we have Winter Blast. This is a sorcery for X and a green mana. The card rarity is rare, and the card text is X target creatures become tapped. Winter Blast does 2 damage to each target creature that has flying. And then it has flavor text. Blow wins and crack your cheeks. Rage, blow. William Shakespeare, King Lear. The Oracle text is mostly the same. And this was illustrated by Kaja Folio. This card is pretty awesome in Limited. If you can tap down their board with enough power to threaten a kill, it doesn't even matter if this deals damage to their creatures. Sure, you can use it as a kill spell against their smaller flyers, but its real value comes from giving you an opening. This is a great card and well worth running. It might even be worth splashing into green with only like 2 or 3 sources, since you don't need to cast this until late game. That might be a little ambitious, but my point is that this card rocks hard and Limited. The art is awesome too. Certainly not my favorite, but I really appreciate how different it is. But that's it for the sorceries, and there are some really cool green sorceries. There are some dumb ones too, but honestly, green is turning out to be pretty awesome in this set. The creatures are a bit disappointing, but beyond that, it's pretty awesome. And they're not all disappointing, some of them are very cool. But let's talk about the green instants and interrupts, because there are some green interrupts, which is refreshing and pretty rare at this point in Magic. We're even starting with an interrupt. Avoid Fate is an interrupt for 1 green mana. It has a card rarity of C1, and the card text is counter target interrupt or enchantment. Can only counter spells that target a permanent under your control. And then the Oracle text is counter target instant or aura spell that targets a permanent you control. The art was done by Phil Foglio. So this card is really interesting because it's a green counterspell for 1 mana. Its usefulness has also gone up dramatically since they got rid of interrupts, as this can now target instants. If you play as written, this card is kind of bad, actually. Cards are spells while they are being cast, and are not permanents until they hit the field, so by and large, most interrupts can't target something that this could counter. The only examples of interrupts that could be countered by this that I can think of are red and blue elemental blast. There aren't any other interrupts that can blow up a permanent. I guess the laces from Alpha are also interrupts, so you could counter someone's life lace, which I guess is something. This is more useful against auras, as they are called now, because those exclusively target permanents, so this would have no trouble countering them. I don't think that the people that designed this set were super knowledgeable when it came to the finer points of the rules, but maybe I'm off base there. As I've said, this card is far better today because it can counter instants. It's still not super great in constructed play because it's usually better to either be proactive with your game plan, or if you must play defensively, to disrupt what your opponent is doing instead of attempting to disrupt them from disrupting you. I do think this card can slap in Commander, though, and I especially think it slaps in Limited. Either way, it's a really cool card, and the art is hilarious. I do really like this card, despite it not being that great. I do wish it was better. Next up is Glyph of Reincarnation. This is an instant for 1 green mana, and has a rarity of C1. The card text is, play after combat is over. All surviving creatures blocked by target wall this turn are buried. For each creature buried in this manner, choose 1 creature from attacker's graveyard and put it into play under attacker's control. Treat these creatures as if they were just summoned. If there are not enough creatures in attacker's graveyard, all creatures in attacker's graveyard are returned to play. And then the Oracle text is, cast the spell only after combat, destroy all creatures that were blocked by target wall this turn. They can't be regenerated. For each creature that died this way, put a creature card from the graveyard of that player who controlled that creature the last time it became blocked by that wall onto the battlefield under its owner's control. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp. I was going to write this off as extra stupid, but then it occurred to me that you could throw your own creatures into an opponent's wall, cast this after they block with the wall, and trade your little guys for bigger guys you somehow got into the graveyard. Is that good? No, of course not. It requires setup and your opponent's playing a wall, and also blocking your stuff with their wall after you dumped big shit into the graveyard. Are they going to be expecting this card? Probably not. They'd have to be real into the sauce of Legends to even remember this card exists. Still, if your opponent runs walls and you have some value creatures in the yard, you can trade up as long as you don't make it too obvious that you're trying to do that. I hate to say it, but I think this might actually be an okay card in Limited. It still mostly sucks though. Like, don't pick this thing, pack one, pick one, and expect to be the king of games or anything like that. There are situations where it would be cool as hell though. It is still a dumb card, and it probably only works like maybe 10% of the time. The glyph art is also my least favorite of the glyph arts, but it's not bad. I still enjoy it. Then we have Reincarnation. This is an instant for 1 and 2 green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, if target creature is placed into a graveyard this turn, bring a creature from that graveyard directly into play under the control of the owner of the target creature. Treat this creature as though it were just summoned. And then the Oracle text is, choose target creature. When that creature dies this turn, return a creature card from its owner's graveyard to the battlefield under the control of that creature's owner. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr. And hey, this is just Glyph of Reincarnation without most of the extra steps. You do still have to figure out how to send a cheap creature to the graveyard to return a larger creature you had gotten into your graveyard already, but this is a pretty sweet card. In Limited, you would most likely just use this almost like a tempo piece. Like, there isn't really much for discarding other than, like, Land's Edge or something, and there also isn't a whole lot of sacrificing going on in this set. But there will be times when a creature of yours dies while you have a decent replacement in the graveyard, and this card will shine in those instances. It's a pretty solid card. I suppose you could also skip your first turn and then discard to hand size and put something into the graveyard that way. This Limited will be slow enough that, like, that's not a bad idea. Also, the art is really awesome. It's a pretty accurate rendition of what the card actually does, which is always cool to see. Next we have Rust. This is an interrupt for 1 green mana. It is a C2 rarity, and the card text is, counter target artifact effect, which must require an activation cost. And then it has flavor text. How dull it is to pause, to make an end, to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe were life. Alfred, Lord Tennyson, in Ulysses. And then the Oracle text is, counter target activated ability from an artifact source. Mana abilities can't be targeted. This was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and this is basically just a less good Stifle. It's a neat effect, and there are definitely cards in this Limited that are ruined by this, but there aren't many of them. The old text is also confusing because it's kind of ambiguous. Does tapping count as an activation cost? I would argue it does, but it certainly isn't the cleanest wording a card has ever had. It's a neat effect, and there are definitely cards in this Limited that are ruined by this, but there aren't many of them. It's probably better off in your sideboard if you do end up with it, and I don't think I would prioritize this card. The art is fantastic, though. There's a surprising amount of detail in the art, and it's a joy to look at. Next, we have Stormseeker. This is an instant for 3 and 1 green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, Stormseeker does 1 damage to opponent for every card in his or her hand. The Oracle text is, Stormseeker deals damage to target player equal to the number of cards in that player's hand. And this was illustrated by Mark Poole. I do love me some green burn, and this set is full of it. This card is in an interesting spot because it's more likely to be valuable early in the game when players have cards in hand. There is some good card advantage in this set, but there isn't a whole lot of it, so odds are that later turns are going to be leaving players with fewer cards in hand. This lowers the value of a card like Stormseeker, especially since it costs 4 mana, and the mana acceleration is also not great in this set. That's not a complaint of the set design, mana acceleration is busted, but it does have the consequence of making this card probably disappointing in most situations. It won't feel good to spend 4 mana to deal 3 or 4 damage if you're lucky. It's still not necessarily the worst rate, but I don't think this card is particularly great. Which is a shame, because I really enjoy the design of this card. The art is also fantastic, but I usually like Mark Poole's work. Then we have Subdue, which is an instant for 1 green mana. This has a rarity of C1, and the card text is, target creature deals no damage during combat but gains X toughness until end of turn. X is target creature's casting cost. And then the Oracle text says, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. That creature gets +0/+X until end of turn, where X is its mana value. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and this card sucks. It spends a card to keep a single creature alive for a single turn. There are certainly situations where that is going to win you the game, but it's not many of the situations. This is just low impact and not really worth considering in most situations. I wouldn't even say it's a decent sideboard card because it isn't really specific to any strategy. It just doesn't really do anything otherwise. You can cast it on your opponent's creature to survive for an extra turn, or cast it on one of your creatures to chump and survive for a turn, but it's not great. The art is pretty hilarious. Then we have Sylvan Paradise, which is an instant that costs a single green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and I am not reading all this text again. The Oracle text is, 1 or more target creatures becomes green until end of turn. This was illustrated by Randy Asplundfaith, and I think we've talked at length about this cycle of cards, and they all do the same thing, with the only change being the color that they change the creatures into. We've also already talked about how green is the shittiest color to turn a creature into in this set when we talked about Ashling Leprechaun. In case you forgot, there is nothing in this set that destroys or even messes with green creatures, so there's literally no point in doing this, other than to make a creature not a different color so that it can avoid hate. It's not a good card, but the art is pretty, if not a little suggestive. Yeah, I can't believe they put a naked human woman on a Magic card. I mean, I guess I can believe that. What an interesting card to end on. That's all the green cards and all of the mono-colored cards. This has been an excruciating number of cards to go through, but it's been fun all the same. It's been a wild mix of cards that are really interesting and fun, cards that are powerful but confusing and miserable to play against, and cards that are just sort of baffling. Cards that are hilarious, and cards that just straight up suck. Overall, I'm really enjoying this set so far. I do think that trying to play a limited of this entire set would not be that fun of a time, though. There's so much garbage, and not anywhere near enough removal, and on top of that, we're about to talk about the gold cards, and there has been a very limited amount of color fixing. So much of this limited would just devolve into looking at your 8 mana 3 colored cards and not being able to cast them. Unless you have Eureka. Still, this set is entertaining, and there are a lot of cards in here that would be awesome in an old school cube. So I'm having a good time with this set. The interpretation of the color pie in this set is wildly different from what came before and after this set, but that makes sense since it was made by 2 people that weren't really connected to Richard Garfield. They had their own ideas, and some of those ideas were incredible. Some of them not so much. But speaking of incredible ideas, let's talk about their best idea. Multicolored cards and legendary creatures, which go hand in hand in this set. So there are 55 legendary creatures in this set, unless I counted wrong, which is possible, but I don't care, I'm not counting again. Some of them are reasonably strong for the time, and some of them are interesting to talk about, but most of them are not. Normally, I'd fill some of that space out by talking about the lore a little bit. Some of these cards do have lore attached to them, but in order to understand all that lore, I would need to read like 20 different comics, and most, if not all of that lore, isn't even canon anymore. So I decided I wasn't going to take my time to read every comic, just so I could provide some slight context on some of these legends. The workload for this set is about 3 times that of Antiquities, so I just really don't have the bandwidth. Also, the couple comics I did start looking into were boring and not interesting in my opinion, so I scrapped the lore section of this video. Sorry about that. But let's talk about the legendary creatures. Alright, so for our first legendary creature, we have Adun Oakenshield. This is a 1/2 creature that costs 1 black, 1 red, and 1 green mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, an activated ability, you can pay black, red, green, and tap it to select 1 creature from your graveyard and place it into your hand. And then it has some flavor text. And at his passing, the bodies of the world's greatest warriors shall rise from their graves and follow him to battle. The Anvilian Grimoire. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. So we're starting off with a banger. This is one of the actually decent legends in this set. It's not the greatest card of all time, but it does provide a consistent form of card advantage if you build and play in a specific way. Alduin Oakenshield lets you play more aggressively with your creatures, and trades will end up in your favor if Aduin manages to stick around for a while. Overall, I like this card a lot. It's also pretty cheap, all things considered, but it will be hard to cast. I don't think it's too important to play this on curve, anyway, since you'd want to bait out removal and you need creatures in your graveyard for Alduin to really put work in. And obviously, this is pretty crap by modern standards, but I really like this card in the context of Legends. The art is really sweet as well. Next, we have Angus Mackenzie. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 1 white, 1 green, and 1 blue mana. It is a rare card, and the card text is an activated ability. You can pay green, white, and blue, and tap. Creatures attack and block as normal, but none deal any damage during combat. All attacking creatures are still tapped. Use this ability anytime before attack damage is dealt. And then there's some flavor text. Battles no longer serve a purpose in Caracas. Angus Mackenzie, Diary. And then the oracle text is basically the same tap costs and everything, and it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn, activate only before the combat damage step. This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and I started this whole thing out talking about how most of the legends are bad, but we've gotten 2 bangers in a row. Angus Mackenzie is a solid card that was relatively popular in Commander for a long time. Probably still is in some circles. It would also do work in Limited. The removal is a little rough, and while there's a decent amount of burn, if you get Angus up and running and they can't remove it, you can just fog them on every combat for the rest of the game, or all of their combats rather. A decent chunk of limited decks would struggle to deal with this. It would be super frustrating to play against as well, but I do think it's a cool card, and it would be good for you. Next we have Arcades Sabbath. This is a 7/7 creature for 2 and 2 white and 2 green and 2 blue mana for a total of 8 mana. This is a rare, and the card text is flying, and you can pay a white to give +1/+0 until end of turn. Your untapped creatures gain +0/+2. Attacking creatures do not get this bonus, and you pay white, green, blue during your upkeep, or Arcades Sabbath is buried. The oracle text is basically just formatting differences. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and this is the first Elder Dragon legend that we're talking about, and this one kinda sucks. Pumping Toughness, especially on a 7/7, is not super likely to come up, and it's not a great ability. It does threaten other Elder Dragons, which is kinda nice, but that's about it. The untapped creature bit can be used a little bit, especially if you combine it with, like, Zephyr Falcon, because it has Vigilance, but that's still not very good because it would lose that power while attacking. Plus, the upkeep cost is kind of rough. There isn't really land destruction in this set, so you wouldn't get hosed that way, and a 7/7 flyer in limited is pretty dang good. So I don't want to say like this is the worst thing ever, but it is one of the worst Elder Dragons. The art is pretty cool though. Dragons are pretty cool. And Elder Dragons were awesome. Like, this is a super cool card. It's probably one of the worst Elder Dragons though. Next we have Axelrod Gunnarsson. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 4 generic, 2 black, and 2 red mana. This is another rare, and the card text is Trample. Each time a creature is placed into the graveyard during a turn in which Axelrod damaged it, you gain 1 life, and Axelrod does 1 damage to target player. This was illustrated by Scott Kirshner, and this card is also pretty bad. It's 8 mana for a 5/5 that has Trample, which is good, and it drains your opponent's 1 every time Axelrod kills a creature. That's not the worst thing in the world if they only have smaller creatures than you, because they'll probably need to chump this or it's a 4-turn clock. This also gets some damage in when they chump, which is nice. The biggest problem with this is that the 4-turn clock doesn't start until turn 8. I don't think I would ever try to use this, but then I'd probably end up losing to it when the stars aligned properly, you know? Anyway. Then we have Aisha Tonkaka. This is a 2/2 creature for 2 blue and 2 white mana. It is another rare, and the card text is Banding, and then it has an activated ability. You can tap. Artifact effect, which requires an activation cost, is countered unless its controller spends white. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text is basically the same, but it does specify that mana abilities can't be targeted. So this was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and this card is interesting. Its stats are at a decent rate for a legend in Legends, and it has banding, which can be really useful in some circumstances, and it has the ability to mana tithe, an activated ability of an artifact. That's pretty funny. They really like this effect, I guess. I would say this card is decent. Even if you never use the counter artifact ability, this card is decent enough with the banding and the threat of the ability. You probably won't ever activate this ability because your opponent can see your cards that are on the field, and they won't activate their ability unless they have a white mana available. Unless they're trying to bait you into tapping Aisha down. This is a pretty cool card, and the art is pretty excellent as well. Her face is really funny. Then we have Barktooth Warbeard. This is a 6/5 creature that costs 4 and a black and 2 red mana. This is a B box uncommon as far as rarity is concerned, and the card text, there isn't any, but there is flavor text. He is devious and cunning in both appearance and deed. Beware the Warbeard, for this brute bites as well as he barks. Cool. This was illustrated by Andy Russo. And this card is pretty bad. Well, not terrible, but it is a 7 mana crawlworm that's harder to cast, but it does get an extra toughness for the trouble. It's fairly good compared to the garbage monocolored creatures, but it's not a good card. Still, there's plenty of junk in this set, so I would maybe draft this early if the rest of the pack was atrocious, but otherwise I probably would avoid picking this card. But the art is really interesting, and it is a funny card. Next we have Bartle Runax. This is a 6/5 creature that costs 3 generic, a green, a red, and a black mana. This is a rare card, and the card text is Bartle Runax cannot be the target of enchant creature spells. Attack does not cause Bartle Runax to tap. And then it has flavor text. Thundering down from Hammerheim, no foe could slow Bartle's charge. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and speaking of cards better than Barktooth Warbeard, Bartle Runax is insane compared to that trash. Same power and toughness for 1 less mana, and it also has vigilance, and not being targetable by creature enchantments is actually a plus side, since most creature enchantments worth playing negatively affect the creature and are used as removal. This card is pretty sweet. 6/5 vigilance for 6 mana is insane in this set, so this is a great card if you see it. The art is also really sick. Next, we have Boris Devilboon. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 3 and a black and a red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is an activated ability. You can pay 2 and black and red and tap to put a minion demon token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 red and black creature. And the Oracle text is basically the same. This was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers, and this card isn't great, but it is cool as hell. Tokens costing 4 mana for a 1/1 is pretty rough, and kind of worse than Master of the Hunt because those tokens get to band with each other, but this isn't the worst card in the set. This is a card that favors the long game, and if you and your opponent hit a stalemate, this might be the advantage engine that helps you win the game. In Limited, this can be a pretty great card, and the art is fun too. I also enjoy that his name is Boris. That's really funny to me. Then we have Chromium, a 7/7 creature that costs 2 and 2 black and 2 blue and 2 white for a total of 8 mana. This is another rare, and the card text is Flying, Rampage 2, and pay black, blue, and white during your upkeep or Chromium is buried. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard, Jr., and this is a 7/7 flyer, so despite being a garbage card, it's still pretty decent and limited. Rampage is next to useless, and that's all this legend got. They did not know how to balance these cards. I'm not sure if this is designer or developer fault, but this card is rough. It's super cool. I absolutely adore the art, and I can understand how this card was beloved despite being pretty trash. It is still a 7/7 flyer though, and that's pretty good and limited, and was probably pretty good back then too. I honestly have no idea if I would pack one pick one this thing. Maybe if the pack was trash or I was memeing, I guess. I don't know. Then we have Dakin Blackblade. This is a star creature, and it costs 2 and a black and 2 blue and a white mana for a total of 6. This is a rare card, and the card text is the stars below equal the number of lands you control. And then it has some flavor text. My power is as vast as the plains. My strength is that of mountains. Each wave that crashes upon the shore thunders like blood in my veins. Memoirs. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and my first reaction is that this is a pretty weird ability for an Esper card, but whatever. Dakin Blackblade is a cool character, and this card is at least interesting. It's pretty decent too. It's not the best legend we've talked about, but it's better than quite a few that we haven't talked about, as well as some that we have talked about. I like this card. The ability seems out of color, but it is 3 colors, so I think it's fine. The art is also super sick. This is the first piece I've talked about that features Richard Kane Ferguson, but it's a banger piece to start with. Richard is still doing art for Magic as far as I understand it. Very talented artist. Then we have Gabriel Angelfire. This is a 4/4 creature that costs 3 and 2 white and 2 green for a total of 7 mana. This is a rare, and the card text says, during your upkeep, Gabriel gains one of the following abilities until your next upkeep. Flying, First Strike, Trample, or Rampage 3. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and this card is interesting in what it's trying to do, but at the end of the day, it's a 7 mana 4/4 that can either fly, or trample, or First Strike, or I guess Rampage. It's a pretty garbage card, and I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's definitely playable, but not really, you'll probably lose. The art is pretty cool though. I like the idea of a red-haired angel. You don't see that often. Next we have Gosta Dink. This is a 4/4 creature, 3 and 2 white and 2 blue mana for a total of 7 mana. It is a rare. The card text is First Strike, and creatures with Island Walk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and I don't really want to talk about a 7 mana 4/4 that has First Strike and shuts off Island Walk. It's a really bad card, but I will say at this point there are more answers to Island Walk than there is Island Walk in all of Magic's history at this point in the game. So, take that how you will. Let's move on to a card that doesn't suck. Next we have Gwendolyn de Courcy. This is a 3/5 creature for 1 red, 2 black, and 1 blue mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, tap, target player discards 1 card from his or her hand at random. This power may only be used during your turn. And then it has flavor text. Urborg became the final resting place of many swordsmen of renown, their steel outmatched by the wiles of Gwendolyn. This was illustrated by Julie Barrow, and this card is sick as hell. Like, how the fuck is this a 3/5 for 4 mana? Absolutely king in stats in this set. The ability is also fantastic. This just spends all game negating your opponent's draw. That's brutal as hell. This card kicks so much dick, it's insane. If you're lucky enough to see this in a draft, snap that shit up. The art is also hilarious as well. Magic doesn't usually lean into the seductress archetype, so it's funny to see that. I do like this card a lot, though. It's a banger. Then we have Halfdane. This is a star creature for 1, a black, a blue, and a white. It is a rare, and the card text is, when Halfdane comes into play, he is 3/3. During your upkeep, Halfdane acquires the current power and toughness of target creature other than Halfdane. If there are no legal targets, Halfdane becomes a 3/3. Hail from Teleria, the ever-changing Dane. That's the flavor text. I should have mentioned that first. Anyways, this was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and they errata the card to be a 3/3, and the oracle text is now, at the beginning of your upkeep, change Halfdane's base power and toughness to the power and toughness of target creature other than Halfdane until the end of your next upkeep. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and this card is pretty neat. It's as powerful as the board it's on, so that's pretty decent. It doesn't have evasion, but it is only 4 mana, which means it's decently cheap in this set. I don't think this card is busted or anything, but it's a fair bit better than most of the legends. The art is also really cool. I do think this would slap in a limited. Next we have Hazen Tamar. This is a 2/4 creature that costs 4 and a white and a green and a red for a total of 7 mana. It's a rare, and the card text is, on your next upkeep, when Hazan is put into play, put star token Sand Warriors into play, where star is the number of lands under your control. Treat the warriors as 1/1 white, green, and red creatures. If Hazan leaves play, all Sand Warriors are also removed from the game. And then the oracle text for this says, when Hazan enters, create X 1/1 Sand Warrior creature tokens that are red, green, and white at the beginning of your next upkeep, where X is the number of lands you control at that time. When Hazan leaves the battlefield, exile all Sand Warriors. And this was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this is another banger legendary. It's not super powerful, but it is powerful enough. Be cautious, because Hazan has to be on the field for a whole turn cycle before you get your tokens. You aren't at risk of an Armageddon or anything in this set, but Hazan could be removed. If he does stick, then this is a pretty decent win con for the time. Having at least 7 1/1s is no joke. Definitely worth considering. Plus, the art is sick as hell. Then we have Hunding Jorgensen, or whatever that's pronounced. 5/4 creature for 3 colorless, 2 blue, and a white mana for a total of 6 mana. This is an A box uncommon, and the card text is Rampage 1. As flavor text, you would never guess, at the terrifying sight of the man, that Hunding was as charming a companion as one could wish for. The art was done by Richard Thomas, and Rampage sucks, but this is a 5/4 for 6 mana, which is kind of okay. It's definitely not great, but it's not the worst legendary. I don't know, I don't really have anything to say about this one. It's just pretty bland. The art is fun, though. Next we have Jacques Levert. This is a 3/2 creature for 1 and a white and a green and a red mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, all your creatures gain +0/+2. And then it has some flavor text. Abandoning his sword to return to the lush forests of Pendelhaven, Jacques Levert devoted his life to protecting the creatures of his homeland. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and this is pretty cool. It's relatively well costed. The effect is kind of okay. Usually toughness pumping isn't great, but there's a time and a place where it's okay. As a passive ability, this helps you push an attack in when you otherwise couldn't, and at 4 mana this comes down early enough for it to matter. This is a pretty good card, all things considered. Next we have Jasmine Boreal. This is a 4/5 creature for 3 and a white and a green mana. This is a B box uncommon, and the card text, well, there really isn't card text, but there is flavor text. Peace must prevail, even if the wicked must die. And this was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. I don't really have much to say about this one. The raid is fine. It's just a vanilla legendary. The art is cool, but the flavor text is a little whack. Evil is bad and all, but I have trouble taking you seriously if you talk about peace and killing in the same sentence. So there is that, but let's move on. Next we have Jadet Ojanen. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 4 and a blue and 2 white mana for a total of 7 mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is Mightiest of the Cat Warriors. Jadet Ojanen forsook the forests of his tribe and took service with the Robernan mercenaries, rising through their ranks to lead them in the battle for Efrava. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and this is a 7 mana 5/5. That is not good. It's not the worst creature, but it's pretty close. There's a whole comic about Jadet that goes through his time with the Roberan mercenaries and some other stuff. I read through the first few pages of the comic before I decided I didn't have the bandwidth to read 10 to 15 comics about 7 mana 5/5s. So I don't have much to add for the lore here, but the art for Jadet is pretty cool. At least it has that going for it. Next, we have Gerard of the Closed Fist. This is a 6/5 creature that costs 3 and 2 green and a red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, doesn't have text, but it has flavor text. Once, the Order of the Closed Fist reached throughout the Cabrian Highlands. Now, Gerard alone remains to uphold their standard. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and this dude may not look like much since he's a vanilla, but he is a 6/5 for 6 mana, which is actually above rate for the time. This is a surprisingly good card, and I'd be happy to grab this thing up. It's super legit. The art is also fantastic on this one. I love the frogmouth helm on the art. It's super cool, and it kind of makes sense because these helmets were mostly used on horseback, but it kind of doesn't make sense because they were generally used for jousting. But yeah, I really like Gerard. It's a good card. Next we have Johan. This is a 5/4 creature that costs 3 and a white and a green and a red, so 6 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, if Johan does not attack and is not tapped, any of your creatures may attack without tapping. And then the Oracle text is pretty funny because it goes, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Johan gain Johan can't attack until end of combat, and if you do, attacking doesn't cause creatures you control to tap this combat if Johan is untapped. That's pretty funny. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and Johan is not that bad of a card. A 6 mana 5/4 that gives all your creatures vigilance is actually pretty sick. But maybe I'm just beaten down by all the atrocious cards in this set, and I can't recognize a good card anymore. Who's to say? The art is also pretty awesome, but Johan, to me, kind of looks like Darth Maul wearing Queen Amidala's, like, hair hat thing, if you squint hard enough. But that's all I have to say about Johan. Then we have Kashmir the Lone Wolf. This is a 5/3 creature that costs 4 and a blue and a white. It is a B-box uncommon, and there's no text, but there is flavor text. It says, popular indeed is the tale of how Casimir was once a holy man, who renounced his order to take up the sword, but this tale is no more likely than any other. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this is a 6 mana 5/3. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. There's only so many original thoughts in my head, and this set is wringing them dry. The art is fine, though. Then we have Kei Takahashi. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 2 and a white and a green mana. This is also a rare, and the text is, you can tap it to prevent up to 2 damage to one creature. This was illustrated by Scott Kirshner, and this is kind of interesting. It's like 2 Samite healers stapled together. This would probably play pretty well. It's certainly nothing to get excited about, but it could certainly be helpful. I wouldn't mind this. It's better than a lot of these cards. Next we have Lady Kelria. This is a 3/6 creature that costs 3 and 2 white and 2 green mana for a total of 7 mana. This is a rare, and the card text is, tap Lady Kelria, does 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This was illustrated by Brian Wackwitz, and this card is pretty decent and limited. I want to stress that it's definitely not great. but it does apply some pressure to your opponent when it comes to attacking and defending. It's sitting on board so they can see it, but you can still apply enough pressure for them to be put into an awkward situation. If they want to keep their board alive, they need to have 4 more toughness than the power of anything they block, or Lady Calria will just shoot them for 3. I do want to stress that this isn't great, but it might be worth drafting if nothing else in the pack is great either. Then we have Lady Evangela. This is a 1/2 creature that costs a black, a blue, and a white mana. This is a rare, and the card text is you can pay white and black and tap it, and target creature does no damage during combat this turn. And then there is some flavor text. When Milady was young, the sight of a rainbow would fill her soul with peace. As she grew, she learned to share her rapture with others. Lady Gabriella. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and this card is pretty sweet. It's cheap to cast, and while the effect isn't super powerful, it does negate your opponent's strongest creature each turn, which is pretty decent, especially with how early this comes down. It kind of sits in the same boat as Lady Caleria, but it's not as good. But it isn't bad either. Lady Calria has a better ability, but Lady Evangela comes down way earlier and has a chance to impact the game for longer. Then we have Lady Orca, who is a 7/4 creature that costs 5 and a black and a red mana. This is a B-box uncommon, and there's no card text, but there is flavor text. I do not remember what he said to her. I remember her fiery eyes, fixed upon him for an instant. I remember a flash, and the hot breath of sudden flames that made me turn away. When I looked again, Angus was gone. A wayfarer on meeting Lady Orca. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I'm actually struggling with this one because it's a 7/4 for 7 mana, which isn't terrible, and it only requires a black and a red pip, which means this is way easier to cast than a lot of the legendaries, which is sort of a big deal. It's just a vanilla creature, so it's not that great, but I think I would maybe take this before a lot of the cards in this limited. With the rates on these cards, you do have a decent chance to get to 7 mana. Hard for someone to kill you when they can't cast half their cards. Anyway, this is fine, I think. It's not great for sure, but the art is pretty sweet. Next up is Livonia Salone. This is a 4/4 creature that costs 2 and 2 green and 2 red mana. This is a rare card, and the card text is First Strike and Legendary Landwalk. And then it has some flavor text. Livonia's own nature is a matter of mystery. Nothing is known for sure, merely rumors of unearthly stealth and unholy alliances. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this card seems cool, and there are situations where this card could be good, but I don't think there are that many of them. There are 6 legendary lands in this set, and 5 of them are uncommon, so maybe it would come up more often than I think. But I don't know if the occasional Landwalk is worth it for his 6 mana 4/4 with First Strike. I mean, it is a 4/4 with First Strike, so it might be worth it. First Strike is pretty good. Also, the art is cool. Next we have Lord Magus. This is a 4/3 creature for 3 colorless, 2 white, and a green mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is First Strike. Creatures with Planeswalk or Forest Walk may be blocked as if they did not have either ability. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and this one sucks. It's a 6 mana 4/3 with First Strike and an ability that's not likely to come up much. This dies to Chain Lightning and prevents you from running Planeswalk or Forest Walk yourself. It's not a good card. Granted, that last problem doesn't really matter too much because those abilities kind of suck, but still. The art is pretty funny though. Next we have Marholt El's Dragon. This is a 4/6 creature that costs 3 and a green and 2 red mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is Rampage 1, and Marholt follows a strict philosophy, never letting emotions cloud his thoughts. No chance observer could imagine the rage in his heart. What an edgelord. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and this one sucks too. It's a 4/6 for 6 mana with Rampage 1. That's not great. You should avoid this card if you want to win. The art is a little goofy on this one, but it's not bad, it's just goofy. Then we have Nebuchadnezzar. This is a 3/3 creature that costs 3 and a black and a blue mana. It is a rare, and the card text is pay X and tap, name a card, opponent reveals X cards from his or her hand at random, or entire hand if he or she does not have enough cards. Opponent then discards any of those cards that match the one you named. May only use this power during your turn. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this is another card that's interesting and a little hard to evaluate. It's really good if you go for a control strategy and have the removal and counter spells to support that. If you dip into green, you can also play Revelation, the world enchantment which makes players play with their hands face up. Then you could surgically extract cards that help them the most. Or you can just pay enough to see every card, run some other discard, and remember what's in their hand, and slowly attack the hand each turn. I'm almost positive this wouldn't be the best strategy, but it could be a decent one. If you have the cards to support it, that is. So yeah, not the best card in the world, but it's interesting enough to make up for that a little bit. Plus the art is really solid. Then we have Nicol Bolas. This is a 7/7 creature that costs 2 and 2 blue mana and 2 black mana and 2 red mana for a total of 8 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is flying. An opponent damaged by Nicol Bolas must discard entire hand. Ignore this effect if opponent has no cards in hand. Pay blue, black, red during your upkeep or Nicol Bolas is buried. This card was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and Nicol Bolas really makes me question the balance decisions of this set and how much the designers and developers understood about this game, because this is kind of wild. How do you come up with 5 dragons, make 2 of them shit, 2 of them kind of okay, and 1 of them almost good? This is really hard to cast, and it doesn't have protection, but if you hit your opponent with Nicol Bolas once, it's literally game over. They won't come back from that. In Limited, this thing is insane. It flies over most things and just bodies their entire hand while dealing 7. It would be a solid idea to take this if you can. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it's very difficult to cast. So it certainly isn't the most practical win condition. It's a very good legendary, though. Better than most of what we've seen. And the art is fantastic. I enjoy the art very much. Then we have Palladia Moors. This is a 7/7 creature that costs 2 and 2 white and 2 green and 2 red, so once again, 8 mana. This is a rare, and the card text is flying, trample, pay white, green, red during your upkeep or Palladia Moors is buried. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and Palladia Moor is pretty decent. A flying trampling 7/7 is not terrible. It's difficult to cast, just like Nicol Bolas, which does bring the value down, and the upkeep is annoying, but without land destruction, it's not crippling. Overall, this card is decent and worth grabbing if you're in the colors. Also, Palladia Moors is a lady dragon, if you didn't know. Then we have Pavel Meliki. This is a 5/3 creature for 4 and a black and a red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is you can pay black and red to give +1/+0 until end of turn. Then it has some flavor text. We all know the legend. Pavel wanders the realms, helping those in greatest need. But is this a measure of his generosity, or of his obligation to atone? Dun dun dun! Anyways, this was illustrated by Andy Russo. This is kind of interesting, and fire breathing is nice, but if you want fire breathing, I'd recommend Carrion Ants or Killer Bees. This card kinda sucks. The art is super dope though. Then we have Princess Lucrezia. This is a 5/4 creature that costs 3 and a black and 2 blue mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is you can tap to add blue to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and have you ever felt like you needed a 6 mana 5/4 that is also a mana dork? No? That seems stupid? Yeah, it does seem stupid. Why would you want a 6 mana dork? I guess this helps you curve into Nicol Bolas if that's what you're trying to do, but damn, this card sucks. Then we have Ragnar. This is a 2/2 creature that costs a blue, a white, and a green mana. It is a rare, and the card text is you can pay green, white, blue, and tap this to regenerate target creature. And then it has some flavor text. On the field of honor, a soldier need have no fear. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and this card is pretty sick. It's a 2/2 for 3, which is insane in this set. The regeneration is a little expensive, but it is nice to have. Otherwise, I don't have much to say about this one either, but the art is pretty cool, I guess. Next we have Ramirez de Petro. This is a 4/3 creature that costs 3, 2 black, and a blue mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is First Strike. And then it has some flavor text. Ramirez de Petro is a most flamboyant pirate. Be careful not to believe his tall tales, especially when you ask his age. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and this is a 6 mana 4/3 with First Strike. It's overpriced and pretty bad. I don't have much to say about it, but the art is cool and the character is pretty cool too. Next up is Ramsey Overdark. This is a 4/3 creature that costs 2 and 2 black and 2 blue mana. It is a rare, and the card text is tap. Destroys a target creature which has an enchantment card played on it. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this is kind of interesting because you could build around it by playing a bunch of auras like Demonic Torment, Gaseous Form, Spirit Shackle, Tackle Maggot, I guess, and Venerian Gold, and then destroy the creatures you've enchanted by tapping Ramses. You can only destroy one creature per tap, so it is pretty slow, and there are definitely better things to be doing, but this could do some work in Limited. It does die to Chain Lightning, though. The art is pretty cool, though. It's not a practical helmet, but it is a cool helmet. Next up is Rasputin Dreamweaver. This is a 4/1 creature that costs 4 and a white and a blue mana. It is a rare, and the card text is put 7 counters on Rasputin when brought into play. You may remove a counter to prevent 1 damage to Rasputin or add 1 to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. Put 1 counter on Rasputin during your upkeep if he started the turn untapped. You may not have more than 7 of these counters on Rasputin at any time. The Oracle text is basically the same, and this was illustrated by Andy Russo, and holy cow, is this mana acceleration? I can pay 6 mana and immediately turn it into 7 mana and get a 4/1? That seems pretty decent if you have a use for 7 colorless mana. Using the counters to prevent damage seems like a waste of time most of the time, but the mana is really nice. I don't think I would go out of my way to draft this card, but if I had several ways to use 7 colorless mana, this seems pretty good. As far as mana acceleration goes, it's not great, but it does net you positive mana. I think that alone makes this a lot better than most of the legends. The art is also pretty interesting. Next up is Riven Turnbull. This is a 5/7 creature that costs 5 and a black and a blue mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and it has the card text, tap. Add black to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. It also has flavor text. Political violence is a perfectly legitimate answer to the persecution handed down by dignitaries of the state. Hell yeah, brother, I guess. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and oh boy, it's a 7 mana 5/7 that is also a mana dork. What a card. So, I've been making fun of these expensive mana dorks, but if you desperately need mana fixing, this could do that. But you better not need mana fixing until turn 8. This card is pretty bad. The art is okay, but it isn't my favorite. Next up is Roga of Kerkeep. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 2 and 2 black and 2 red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is all your kobolds of Kerkeep gain +2/+2, pay red during your upkeep, or Roga and all kobolds of Kerkeep become tapped and come under opponent's control. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and this is really neat, but it's not likely that you'll get enough kobolds of Kerkeep to make this playable and limited. It's also a little annoying that this doesn't give all your kobolds +2/+2, so if you manage to build a kobold deck, you'll likely only buff 1/3 of your total 0-cost kobolds, and potentially less if you only open Crimson Kobolds or Crookshank Kobolds. It's an interesting choice to go this route with Rogog. I don't think he would have been busted with the ability to have 12 kobolds and constructed, and while they weren't designed with limited in mind at the time, this probably never gets the pieces it needs to function properly in limited. It is a cool design space, but you probably won't be doing anything cool with this, which is a shame. Especially since the mana cost is decently fair, assuming you get a couple kobolds of Kirk Keep on the field. But even still, a 5/5 for 6 isn't the worst thing in this set, so you could just play it raw if you wanted, but it wouldn't be great. Don't expect to do anything cool with it. The upkeep cost is a little rough if you're going to be playing this raw, though. Next up is Rubina Soulsinger. This is a 2/3 creature that costs 2 and a blue and a white and a green for a total of 5 mana. It is a rare, and it has the card text, tap to gain control of target creature. Rubina does not tap or untap this creature. If Rubina becomes untapped, you lose control of this creature. You may choose not to untap Rubina as normal during your untap phase. You also lose control of target creature if either Rubina leaves play or you lose control of Rubina. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and Rubina is pretty interesting. Tapping to gain a creature can be really strong in the right circumstances, and at only 5 mana, this is a pretty okay rate, at least compared to most of the creatures in Legends. This is far from the best legend in this set, but it's fairly decent all things considered. The art is also really good. Rob Alexander always does well with his work. Next up is Sir Shandlar of Eberron. This is a 4/7 creature for 4 and a white and a green mana for 6 in total. It is an A box uncommon. It doesn't have any text, but it does have flavor text. Remember Sir Shandlar. Remember and stand firm. Rallying cry of the Eberron militia. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and this is a vanilla 4/7 for 6 mana. It's not a good card, and you'll probably be better off with something else. The art is fire, though. Andy Russo has really knocked his Legends art out of the park. Probably the best glow up we've seen from an artist. Really impressive work. It's not an impressive card, though. Next up is Savitri Skarzam. This is a 6/4 creature for 5 and a black and a blue mana. It is an A box uncommon. There is no text, but the flavor text is, even the brave have cause to tremble at the sight of Savitri Skarzam. Who else has tamed Skarzam's dragon? This was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and this is a vanilla 6/4 for 7 mana, which is not great. I don't have much to say about this one, but the oracle text for Savitri Skarzam has given her the creature type human, which seems wrong. Shouldn't this be a merfolk? I mean, maybe the fins are just a headdress and Dominaria and merfolk don't have legs, but still, nothing in this art really looks like a human to me. I guess it doesn't matter, it was just interesting. And also, I'm not even sure if all of Legends takes place on Dominaria, now that I think about it. Next up, we have Solkanar the Swamp King. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 2, a red, a black, and a blue mana. It is a rare, and the card text is Swamp Walk. Solkanar's controller gains 1 life each time a black spell is cast. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this card is awesome as hell. It's a 5/5 for 5 mana with Swamp Walk, and it gains you a life when you cast a black spell. This is pretty damn sweet. It's actually like above rate for a creature at the time, instead of being like a 7 mana 6/4 vanilla or something else that's dumb. If you can cast a Grixis spell, this is one of the few legendaries actually worth considering. It's surprising how over the place this set is with its mana costs, but at least some of these cards are remotely in the realm of castable. The art is also sick as hell for this card, and the name is also wicked. Solkanar. It's just fun to say. But this card rocks. Really great card. Up next is Stang. This is a 3/4 creature that costs 4 and a green and a red. This is a rare, and the card text is, when Stang is brought into play, also put a Stang Twin token into play. Stang Twin token is a 3/4 green and red legend. If Stang leaves play, remove Stang Twin token from the game. If Stang Twin leaves play, bury Stang. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and this card is really cool. It's a fun concept that isn't explored much. You get 2 3/4 creatures for 6 mana, which is above rate. Granted, if one gets blown up, the other goes away, but that wouldn't be any different than having a 6/8 for 6 mana. The rate is really good, which is sweet. The art is also really fun for this card. I enjoy Mark Poole's work, and this one is no exception. I suppose it wouldn't be quite the same as having a 6/8 though, because it's only 4 health, and if one goes, so it'd be like a 6/4. Either way. Next we have Sustainia Falconer. This is a 4/4 creature for 3 and a green and a red mana. This is an A box uncommon, and the card text is tap to add 2 to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt, and it has some flavor text. Sustinian has roots in both sorcery and swordplay. He has learned never to depend too heavily on the latter. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it's a 4/4 for 5 that taps for 2. That's almost worth playing. It's not a good card, but the rate to power isn't bad, and having the option to accelerate by 2 is still pretty decent, even around turn 5 with how high the mana costs in this set are. It's not like busted or anything, and this is on the lower end of maybe playable legends in a limited environment, but I still think this is pretty close to playable, if not playable. It's pretty cool. Next up is Tetsuo Umezawa. This is a 3/3 creature that costs a red, a black, and a blue mana. It is a rare, and it has an ability that is you can pay red, black, black, blue, and tap this to destroy target tapped creature or target blocking creature. Tetsuo may not be the target of an enchanted creature spell. This was illustrated by Julie Barrow, and this card is almost good for the time. It's a 3 mana 3/3, which is pretty damn sick, but it also can't be targeted by auras, which is pretty solid since most of the good auras are negatives. It's also worth noting that if you did have an aura you wanted on Tetsuo, you could use enchantment alteration to switch an enchantment from one creature to Tetsuo, because Tetsuo says it can't be targeted by an enchantment, not that it can't be enchanted. So that's kind of funny. The ability to tap Tetsuo to destroy a tapped or blocking creature can also be huge, but the ability is pretty pricey. It's still probably worth it given the state of removal in this set. Overall, this card is pretty awesome, all things considered. The art is also pretty sweet. It's got a different vibe than most of the Magic art, and I like that once in a while. Next we have the Lady of the Mountain. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 4 and a green and a red mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and it doesn't have a text box, but it does have flavor text. Her given name has been lost in the mists of time. Legend says that her silent vigil will one day be ended by the one who, pure of heart and spirit, calls out that name again. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and this is just another vanilla legendary. It's a 6 mana 5/5, which is not the worst rate we've seen, but it's also not good. I don't really have much to say about this card. The art is okay. Then we have Tobias Andrian. This is a 4/4 creature that costs 3 and a blue and a white mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and it doesn't have any text, but it does have flavor text. The text is, Administrator of the military state of Sheolton, Tobias is the military right arm of the Empire and the figurehead of its freedom. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and basically the same as the last card we talked about. This is a 5 mana 4/4, which is, again, not the worst rate we've seen today, but it is also not good. It's still a vanilla, and once again, the art is okay. Then we have Torwalkie. This is a 3/3 creature that costs 2 and 2 black and a red mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, Torwalkie does 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. And the art was done by Randy Asplin Faith. So this one is interesting. I kind of liked Lady Calria, which was a 3/6 for 7 mana that tapped to deal 3. This one isn't too different from that. Torwalkie is a 3/3 for 5 mana that taps for 2. So for 2 less mana, you lose 3 toughness and 1 damage. Yeah, I think this is worse. It comes down earlier, and tapping to deal 2 damage is sort of a big deal, but it's not as big of a deal as tapping for 3. This could definitely do some work, but I don't like this one much. It's not big enough to justify the mana investment, in my opinion. If this tapped for like 3 damage, this thing would be like busted. But I don't think it does enough. Or even if it had 4 toughness, that would be fine. Next up, we have Tortzen von Urus. This is a 5/5 creature that costs 3 and a white and 2 green mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and again, has no text, but it has flavor text. How can you accuse me of evil? Though these deeds be unsavory, no one will argue. Good shall follow from them. Cool. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and this is a vanilla 5/5 for 6 mana. We've seen this before, and it's still not great. The art is pretty decent, though. The winged helmet is kind of funny as hell, but again, impractical, but ridiculously hilarious. Next up is Turknir Deathlock. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 2 green and 2 red mana. It is a rare, and the card text is flying, and you can pay green and red and tap for target creature to gain +2/+2 until end of turn. Then it has some flavor text. An explorer of the Aether, Tucknir often discovers himself in the most unusual physical realms. This was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and this is actually kind of decent. It doesn't look like much, but it is a 2/2 flyer, and being able to pump something by +2/+2 could be useful, as you can use this ability to help kill something, to hit an opponent for more damage, or to keep a creature alive, including this one. Tapping this and targeting it itself will save this creature from a chain lightning, which is pretty cool. The major downside to this is that the ability is difficult to pay for, kind of, and the card is difficult to cast. Requiring 2 green and 2 red on a 4 mana creature means you probably aren't casting this on curve. I would also say that this is on the low end of what's potentially playable, but I do think it does cross the line. The art is also wild. This person is wearing a Triceratops skull as a helmet. I love that so much. Then we have Drago. This is a 4/4 creature that costs 3 and 2 black and 2 blue mana. It is a rare. It has first strike, and creatures with Swamp Walk may be blocked as if they did not have this ability. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and oh boy, it's a 7 mana 4/4 that shuts down Swamp Walk. This is the best legend in the set. You should snap pick this all the time. Yeah, this card sucks, but it helps to counter Solkanar for 2 extra mana and 1 less power and toughness. Hot damn. Yeah, the card sucks, but the art is pretty cool at least. Let's just move on to Vevictus Asmaldi. This is a 7/7 creature, 2 and 2 black and 2 red and 2 green mana to cast it. It is a rare, and the card text is flying, and then you can pay either black or red or green, and all 3 of these will gain +1/+0 until end of turn. You have to pay black, red, green during your upkeep, or Vevictus Asmaldi is buried. This was illustrated by Andy Russo, and Vevictus is kind of a baller. He's arguably the only Elder Dragon with an activated ability that is worth it, and he's a powerhouse. As a 7/7 flyer, that's pretty good. Being able to fire breathe on top of that may actually be useful in closing out a game. This card is definitely worth considering, but it is very hard to cast, so you do have to be built in a specific way to make this card work. It's a decent card considering the circumstances, though. And the art is pretty sweet. Then we have Jira Aaron. This is a 1/2 creature for a green, a red, and a black mana. This is a rare, and the card text is flying, and you can pay black, red, green, and tap. Target player draws 1 card. And then it has some flavor text. A regular guest at the Royal Masquerade, Arian is the envy of the court. She appears in a new costume every hour. This was illustrated by Melissa Benson, and we get to end the legendary creatures on one of my favorite legends from Legends. Jira Arian is a card that I've always fondly called Bug Lady. So that's how I'll be referring to Bug Lady for the rest of this discussion. A flying 1/2 is pretty decent, but Bug Lady's ability to tap and draw a card for 3 mana is also pretty decent. Sure, this card would be a lot cheaper if it was made today, and during this time cards like Wheel of Fortune were floating around, but those aren't in this limited. So, from the context of limited, this is pretty decent. It does suffer from the fact that it dies to practically everything, but if you can get this to stick, drawing an extra card per turn is pretty good. I like Bug Lady, and I may be rating her a little high due to my biases, but I still think it's a decent card by the standards of the time. The art is also fantastic. Melissa did so awesome with this card. Bug Lady is one of the greatest of all time. I just love this card so much, but I do think it is pretty good. At least it comes down before the game is over, right? But that is every legend in Legends. All 55 of them, unless I miscounted. There's like 30 that I would even consider playing, and about half of those are really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Still, I can see why people love these cards so much. Even the bad ones have flavor text and personality and the sense of a greater story. These are all super cool cards, even if they aren't really that good of cards. But some of them are pretty strong. I personally think Gwendolyn de Courcy is probably the strongest, but I'd hear arguments for Nicol Bolas, Bartle Runax, possibly Tetsuo Umezawa, but I don't think so. Gerard of the Closed Fist is also up there. It is sort of just a weaker Bartle Runax, but Gerard is easier to cast, so it has that going for it. Anyway, we are almost through this set. We just have the artifacts and the lands, so let's see about getting through this. We'll start with the artifacts. Normally I would separate the artifact creatures from the rest of the artifacts, but there are only 3 artifact creatures, so I don't really see the point in doing that. It's just easier for me to go through the list alphabetically, so we'll do it that way. Okay, so for our first artifact we have Alabra's Carpet. This is an artifact that costs 5 mana. It is a rare. The card text is pay 5, tap, prevents all damage done to you by attacking non-flying creatures. And then it has some flavor text. Alabra simply laughed and lifted one finger, and the carpet carried her high out of reach. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and this is kind of a weird one. If you're playing limited and someone doesn't get any artifact removal or flying creatures, this is kind of just game over. Assuming the caster of this hits their first 5 land drops, they can drop this on turn 5 and then just never take damage again while they search for a win condition. This looks stupid and slow by today's standards, and it is, but it could be very brutal back in the day. If you're not running any flyers or artifact removal and this comes your way, it's probably best to grab it so you don't lose to it. The simplest solution is, of course, just to draft a few flying creatures, though. The art is really fun on this card, though, and the carpet is really beautiful. I really enjoy this piece. Next up is Alcor's Tomb. This is an artifact for 4 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is you can pay 2 and tap it to change the color of target permanent you control to a color of your choice. Use counters. Cost to cast, tap, maintain, and use special ability of card remains unchanged. And then the Oracle text is simply pay 2 and tap, target permanent you control becomes the color of your choice. This effect lasts indefinitely. This was illustrated by Jesper Meerfers, and look, it's more things that change the color of a card. This is still not a great effect, and I wouldn't really waste my time with this. There are some things you can do with color changing, but we've talked about most of those things already. It's basically just a way to use color hate, or protect yourself from color hate, but the resources you would have to put into this to change a color would be better off spent on cards that, like win the game. The art is really nice on this card, though. It's a dumb card, though. Then we have Arena of the Ancients. This is an artifact that costs 3. It is a rare, and the card text on it is all legends become tapped when Arena comes into play. Legends do not untap as normal during their untap phase. This was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, and this is a hate piece against the multicolored cards in this set, and it's pretty brutal. It's cheaper than most of the legends, or as cheap as all of the legends, and most of the legends kind of suck, so this seems like an excessive piece that probably shouldn't have existed. But it does shut down roughly a sixth of this entire set, so it would be smart to grab this in a draft. Granted, the sixth of the set that it shuts down are all rares and uncommons, so the draft wouldn't actually be a sixth of the cards, but there's still probably enough of them running around to make this worthwhile. This is sort of like the City in a Bottle and Golgathi Silex And then the chime from Homelands. We haven't talked about that, so but the hate cards that body a whole set. This is a very light version of that though, so that's good to see. But yeah, probably would suck to have this played against you, but it's not a good card. Next we have Black Mana Battery. This is an artifact for 4 mana. It is a B box uncommon. The card text is pay 2, tap, put 1 counter on Black Mana Battery. You can tap, add black to your mana pool, remove as many counters as you wish. For each counter removed, add black to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text is pay 2 and tap, put a charge counter on this artifact. Tap, remove any number of charge counters from this artifact, add black, then add an additional black for each charge counter removed this way. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and this card is pretty cool. There is a whole cycle of mana batteries, one for each color, and I think the black one is probably the best in the greater card pool around this time because it can be used for drain life. But in limited, the most valuable one is the one that makes the color you need. They are all pretty decent as color fixing and ramping up to a massive turn, but they are pretty slow and you do need to invest twice as much mana as you receive. It's a solid card, but nothing fantastic. There aren't a whole lot of things to do with a giant pile of mana in this set. There are no fireballs or drain lives in this set, but I mean, having extra mana is pretty useful some of the time. Most of the time. Also, the art is super awesome on this. It's a very chilling piece. And then we have Blue Mana Battery. This is an artifact for 4. It is an A box uncommon, and I just read Black Mana Battery, so we're going to skip the text this time. It's the same card, except it makes blue mana instead of black. This one was illustrated by Amy Weber, and basically everything I said about Black Mana Battery also applies to Blue Mana Battery, except for the part where it helps you with Drain Life, because it doesn't make black. But again, Drain Life is not in this set, so that's not really a consideration here. The art is also really cool on this card, but I do prefer Anson's interpretation of the mana battery, at least at this point. Next we have Bronze Horse. This is a 4/4 artifact creature that costs 7 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is Trample. Damage done to Bronze Horse by spells which target it is reduced to 0 as long as you control another creature. And then the Oracle text is Trample as long as you control another creature, prevent all damage that would be dealt to this creature by spells that target it. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and 7 mana is a lot for a 4/4. The ability is kind of interesting, but there isn't an overabundance of sorceries or instants in this set that would deal enough damage to Bronze Horse to make this worthwhile. It does make this card pretty hard to kill unless you have a bigger creature, but there are plenty of bigger creatures than this, and some of them even cost less mana, so I don't know that the 7 mana is worth it to cast this. The art is pretty sweet though. It's a weird looking horse, but that's kinda hilarious. I like the spike tail and the molten slag or whatever it's spewing out of its mouth. It's a super cool art, but it is a pretty mediocre card. Then we have Forethought Amulet. This is an artifact for 5 mana. It is rare, and the card text is pay 3 during your upkeep or Forethought Amulet is destroyed. If you receive more than 2 damage from a sorcery or instant source, that damage is reduced to 2. And then the Oracle is at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this artifact unless you pay 3. If an instant or sorcery source would deal 3 or more damage to you, it deals 2 damage to you instead. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. And this card is kind of neat, but there aren't much for practical applications of this card in the limited environment. There are a handful of instants and sorceries that would be disrupted by this, but even those will on average do like 3 to 4 damage to you, and paying 5 mana to put this down and 3 mana every upkeep seems excessive for the amount of protection you'll get. It is a cool card though. The art is a little creepy, but it's very well done. Next up we have Gauntlets of Chaos. This is an artifact that costs 5 mana, and it is a rare. The card text is, you can pay 5, sacrifice Gauntlets of Chaos, take control of target land, creature, or artifact, then give former controller of that permanent control of a target permanent of the same type under your control. You each control these permanents until game ends. Gauntlet of Chaos does not tap or untap these permanents. Enchantments on traded permanents are destroyed. The Oracle text is pay 5, sack this artifact, exchange control of target artifact, creature, or land you control, and target permanent an opponent controls that shares one of those types with it. If those permanents are exchanged this way, destroy all auras attached to them. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and this is pretty expensive for the effect, but it is a powerful effect. You could probably get away with playing this if you draft more of a control deck, or maybe you just sideboard it out against really aggressive decks, but otherwise you might have the time to cast this and the time to use it. The fact that you need to sink 10 mana into this over a couple of turns does make it not super good, but it's not terrible. The art is okay. It's probably one of my least favorite Dan Frazier pieces, but, they can't all be bangers. Then we have Green Mana Battery. This is an artifact for 4 mana. It is an A-box uncommon, and it is the same as the other mana batteries. You can pay 2 and tap to add a counter, or you can tap it and remove as many counters as you want to add green, plus a green for every counter removed. This one was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and the only difference between this mana battery and the other ones is that this one makes green. Otherwise, it's the same and about as good. If you need green mana, this is pretty good. But it's also pretty good for X spells and the like. Not much to say about this one, though. The art is really pretty, though. I like this one. Then we have Horn of Deafening. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is you can pay 2 and tap. Target creature deals no damage during combat this turn. It has flavor text. A blast. An echo. Then silence. And then the Oracle text is a little different. It's pay 2 and tap, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by target creature this turn. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and this has some potential to help you out in the game, but it is pretty slow. The effect is kind of interesting because it doesn't stop the damage dealt to that creature, so if they aren't paying attention, you can stop the damage dealt by a blocker or attacker and still kill it by preventing their damage while your damage goes through. That's pretty neat, but I don't think I would bother with this card. It's not great by any means, but it's also not useless. Although to really get advantage out of it, your opponent has to not know what they're doing or misplay. That's never a great spot for a card to be in. The art is interesting, but it's also far from my favorite Dan Frazier piece. Then we have Knowledge Vault. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is rare. The card text is pay 2 and tap. Take a card from your library without looking at it and place it face down under Knowledge Vault. Sacrifice Knowledge Vault to discard entire hand and take the cards under the vault into your hand. If Knowledge Vault leaves play, put all cards under it in your graveyard. And then the Oracle text for this is just tap, exile the top card of your library face down, and then you can pay 0, sacrifice this artifact. If you do, discard your hand, put all cards exiled with this artifact into their owner's hand. When this artifact leaves the battlefield, put all cards exiled with it into their owner's graveyard. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and this is a really cool card. It provides some level of card advantage, and that's pretty useful, especially in a set that doesn't have too much of that running around. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and this is a really cool card. It provides some card advantage, and that's really useful in this set because there isn't much of that floating around. This would be great for any number of decks, but especially aggressive decks that need just a little extra gas to get a win through. It also doesn't actually draw you cards because of the way the wording is, so it's pretty brutal when it's combined with Chains of Mephistopheles. You're not actually drawing cards, so it doesn't punish you. There are downsides to this card, though. If they can remove your artifact, you are left with nothing, and that can be particularly brutal. I'd probably take the chance on this in Limited, since there isn't too much artifact removal, but again, there's still the chance that this gets removed and your cards just get dumped into the graveyard, and then you're kind of screwed. It's a really cool concept for a card, but the risk is high. Anytime you're stacking resources onto something that can get removed, there's obviously the chance that you just get screwed, and it's no different with this card. The art is really cool, though. I very much enjoy how this card looks. I think it's fun. But yeah. Then we have Cry Shield. This is an artifact that costs 2 mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is pay 2, tap, target creature you control deals no damage this turn, but gains +0/+X until end of turn, where X is the casting cost of target creature. Oracle text is mostly the same, it just says mana value now. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and Legends has a lot of artifacts that are just the exact same effect as another card that's usually an instant or sorcery, but also in this set. That's kind of interesting, but I'm not sure if I like that or not. I don't think this card is any good, just like I didn't think the instant that did this is any good, but at least it's kind of cheap. I mean, it is kind of good if you can barf out a bunch of random artifacts that all do something stupid like this, because that's probably the only way you're going to actually get your opponent to fall into something like this. By putting up a bunch of stupid artifacts, they'll forget what's on your board state and make a bad decision then. But this effect is stupid and kind of not worth thinking about. If you do use this on your opponent, it's not like they've lost anything, you've just slowed them down a little bit, which of course can be useful. I'm not saying this like has no place or you'll lose games by playing this, but it just won't really help you win. I don't think I would run this, but if you can find a way to use it that helps you win a game, more power to you. The art is kind of fantastic though, I really like it. Then we have Life Chisel. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, sacrifice a creature during your upkeep to gain life equal to creature's toughness. And then the oracle text is just, sacrifice a creature, you gain life equal to the sacrificed creature's toughness, activate only during your upkeep. This was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and this is pretty decent. Life gain isn't usually worth it, but there are a couple cards in this set that let you steal creatures, and you can use this to sack them at upkeep, denying your opponent their creature, gaining some incidental life off of it, and resetting your creature stealer so that you can steal something else. If you aren't doing something like that, this is of minimal value, but it could help lengthen the game against a burn player or an aggro deck, if that's something you're doing. Wouldn't be super great against an aggro player though, because sacking your blockers isn't super ideal. If you had creatures, you could just block, right? Overall, this isn't a great card, but it is a card that has a niche, and that's pretty cool. The art is also pretty awesome with this thing. Next up is Life Matrix. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is pay 4 and tap. During your upkeep, put 1 counter on target creature. You may remove this counter at any time to regenerate that creature. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and this card kind of sucks. It's 4 mana to do nothing until your next upkeep, then it's 4 mana for a counter that lets you regenerate a creature once. This definitely could be of some value, but I'd rather just have another 4 mana creature, or 2 4 mana creatures, than dump 8 mana into saving something. It's not useless, but it is pretty slow and kind of bad. The art is really sweet though. Then we have Mana Matrix. This is an artifact that costs 6 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, pay up to 2 less than required whenever casting an instant, interrupt, or enchantment spell. The oracle text is, instant and enchantment spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and this is interesting because the effect is really powerful, but 6 mana is a lot on something that doesn't have immediate impact. I hesitate to say it's bad because 2 mana off all instants and enchantments is really solid, but again, 6 mana to get this is kind of a lot. This is definitely really deck dependent. If you are playing a list that's meant to slow down and control the game, this might be super useful, but in a limited, it often comes down to having more mana than things to spend that mana on. And if you end up in that situation, this not only does nothing, but it just potentially slowed you down for no reason. It could also catapult you so far ahead of your opponents that they have no hope of winning. Like I said, it's really dependent on a number of factors, but this could certainly be very impactful. The art is also really fantastic. The sunset in the distance, super well done. It's obviously not the point of the picture, but just that background is really awesome. Pay attention to that. Then we have Marble Priest. This is a 3/3 artifact creature that costs 5 mana. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, all walls able to block Marble Priest must do so. Walls able to block more than one creature can still do so. If blocking wall is compelled to block more creatures than it is legally able to, Defender chooses which of these attacking creatures to block, but must block as many creatures as it legally can. Damage dealt to Marble Priest from walls during combat is reduced to 0. That's a mouthful. The Oracle text is, all walls able to block this creature do so. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to this creature by walls. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and usually when I see an artifact creature with a wall of text, my immediate assumption is that it sucks. Then I read this card, and my second assumption was that it sucks. However, this is a decent solution to someone that's built up a bunch of walls. It's still probably better to just have flyers or something that doesn't suck, but I can definitely see a use case for this card. If you send this in against a wall and send in something else, you're effectively negating their wall, which is kind of interesting. The obvious problem with this is that walls generally suck, so most people would not run them, but there are some really mana-efficient walls that might be grabbed up. I certainly wouldn't make drafting this a priority, but I can also see a few situations where this would actually bring value. Yeah, I don't think this is the worst thing in the world in a limited, unless nobody runs any walls, and then this thing sucks really hard, but that's pretty obvious. Also, the art is wild. Like, what the hell am I even looking at here? Bro has a robe and a loincloth on, and that's it? Melissa, what are you doing? The art is pretty funny though, so like it's good. But yeah, this card is better than you'd think, but still not great. It's only good if they're running walls. Next we have Mirror Universe. This is an artifact that is a rare, and the card text is, tap, sacrifice Mirror Universe during your upkeep and trade your number of life points with opponent. For example, if you had 2 life points and your opponent had 10, you would now have 10 life points and your opponent would have 2. Effects that prevent or redirect damage may not be used to counter this change of life. Then the Oracle text is, tap, sacrifice this artifact, exchange life totals with target opponent, activate only during your upkeep. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and oh Mirror Universe, my beloved, how far you have fallen. If you aren't familiar with older versions of Magic rules, this card used to be significantly more valuable than it is today. In the early versions of the rules, you didn't lose as a state-based action if you had a life total of 0 or lower. The game would only check your life total at phase change or at the end of combat. So during your upkeep, you could damage yourself through any number of ways, just like bolting yourself even, down to 0, or tapping a City of Brass, whatever. And then you could tap Mirror Universe to switch life totals with your opponent, and unless they had an instant speed way to increase their health in that priority window, they would die and you would win. This was the win con for a while in the game. It was super powerful, and there were a few different variations of combo decks using this as a win con that existed at the time. The card fell off hard after the rule change, and is now not good at all. So the only reason you would draft this is if you were using an older rule set. Otherwise, it kinda sucks. Well, I mean, it could still be decent in limited if you played it fairly, but it's not the win condition that it once was. I love this card. It's fantastic, and the art is bomb as hell. This was a really great card, and is still a very cool card. Like, I very much enjoy this card. Next up, we have North Star. This is an artifact for 4. It is a rare, and the card text is, pay 4 and tap. You may cast 1 spell this turn by paying its casting cost with any type of mana. For example, 2 green becomes 4. However, the card still retains its original color. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text is, pay 4, tap. For 1 spell this turn, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to pay that spell's mana cost. Additional costs are still paid normally. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and it'll never stop being funny what corner cases they chose to spell out in card effects that they thought would come up a lot and be confusing. It's super important you know the card is still the same color, which, to be fair, I guess could be confusing, and in some situations actually is really important, especially in a set with like 10 different cards that change a card's color. This card sucks though. You are basically paying 8 mana to color fix yourself, and I don't care how color screwed you are, there is no situation where this is worth it. Well, I guess maybe a couple, but seriously, if you can afford to dump 8 mana into casting a spell, you can probably find a better solution. I wouldn't run this card ever, and you probably shouldn't either. The art is fantastic, though, so if you said you ran it just to look at it, I'd respect that. I love Kaja's work personally. Then we have Nova Pentacle. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is also a rare, and the card text is pay 3 and tap. Redirect damage done to you from one source to target creature of opponent's choice. And then the Oracle text is pay 3 tap. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, that damage is dealt to target creature of an opponent's choice instead. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and this card is also pretty bad. I'm not sure I would run this if I got to pick which creature took the damage, but letting your opponent pick is especially brutal. There are times where this could save your life, but your opponent can see this on the board, right? So it's not like they're going to cast their big damage spell just to have it redirected to your best creature. They would bait you into tapping this with their second biggest damage spell first. There are some mind games that can be played with this, but you'll be disadvantaged during the mind games because your opponent will know how many damage spells they have and what they are, but you won't know that information. So do you block the first one because it's their only damage spell, or do you eat the damage because they are baiting this out for a damage spell that can kill you? You're better off just running a good card and not ending up in this situation to begin with. The art is kind of fun though. Then we have Planar Gate. This is an artifact that costs 6 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is pay up to 2 less than required whenever casting a summon spell. And then it has some flavor text. Nyria reached through the gate, sensing the energies trapped beyond. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and this is pretty decent. It is expensive to cast, but hell, so are most of the creatures in this set. So if you have a bunch of big mana dum-dums, this is not the worst thing that you can be doing. It costs way too much mana for this effect, but like so does 80% of the set, and creatures can help you win games. You need to cast 3 creatures to break even with this, and 4 to get any real value from it, but if that seems plausible in the game you're in, let this bad boy rip. It's overcosted, but it is cool and useful. The art also slaps. I enjoy this piece a lot, it's very cool. Next we have Red Mana Battery. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana, it is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is pay 2, tap, put 1 counter on Red Mana Battery. Or tap, add red to your mana pool. Remove as many counters as you wish. For each counter removed, add red to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and this is the same as the other mana batteries. It's okay, especially in a limited environment, but it does slow you down a lot to use it. It'll also feel bad if you spend all game charging this up and they just blow it up. That's not super likely to happen with the removal in this limited, but it certainly could. I don't really have anything else useful to say about the mana battery cycle though, so we'll move on. Next is Relic Barrier. This is an artifact that costs 2 mana. This is an A-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, target artifact becomes tapped. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and this thing actually slaps. Why is this only 2 mana when it basically shuts down every other artifact in the set? Did they not understand how brutal Icy Manipulator could be? Sure, this doesn't hit lands or creatures, but it does hit their mana battery. And yes, you can tap things in response to them being tapped, but if you tap their shit during their upkeep, what are they gonna do? This is a really solid stacks piece for the time. It is niche, because there aren't all that many artifacts in this set, but there are enough that I would grab this, and assuming I didn't already have too many dumb, overcosted, useless cards, I'd even main deck this. It's wild that this thing costs 2 mana. Garbage by today's standards, but it does a decent amount back in the day. There aren't any Moxen in this set, but you could tap down a Mox Sapphire every turn with this. They'd have to either use the mana during upkeep or just deal with not having the mana. I have no idea what this art is supposed to be though, it kinda just looks like an old grease rag to me. But very strong card in the right circumstances. Next we have Ring of Immortals. This is an artifact that costs 5 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is pay 3 and tap, counters target interrupt or enchantment. can only target spells which target a permanent under your control. This ability is played as an interrupt. And then the Oracle text is pay 3, tap, counter target instant or aura spell that targets a permanent you control. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and this is another card that's gotten better with the removal of interrupts, since it can now counter instants. But it's still not very good. 5 mana is pricey, and as sweet as countering things is, it's only ever going to counter something an opponent is okay with being countered, because it's on the board. Like, they can see that you have this in 3 mana open. It does potentially lead to some interesting mind games, but I really don't think this is worth it. It really sucked back in the day because most interrupts were counter spells, so this couldn't counter most interrupts anyways. The art is really cool though. The marble gem looks fantastic. It's an interesting card, it's just not as good as you might think it is. Next we have Sentinel. This is a 1-star artifact creature that costs 4 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, the star in the lower right hand corner is 1 when cast. When blocking, you may choose to change star to equal 1 plus the power of target creature Sentinel blocks this turn. While attacking, you may choose to change star to equal 1 plus the power of target creature that blocks Sentinel this turn. And then in the errata, they changed this to a 1/1 and gave it the ability pay 0, change this creature's base toughness to 1 plus the power of target creature blocking or blocked by this creature. This effect lasts indefinitely. This was illustrated by Randy Asplinfaith, and this is kind of neat. It basically always has 1 more toughness than the power of something it's blocking or being blocked by. That would be frustrating to deal with when attacking into this, but while blocking this, you could just double block it to kill it. Still, that's not likely to happen because this card is way better on defense than it is on attack, so you likely wouldn't attack with this anyways. You'll never kill this thing unless you have a burn spell after blocks, or just a removal spell, or they attack into it and you can double block it. This would be annoying to go against, but it's not that big of a deal either. I like this card and would be willing to run it. 4 mana seems fair for this effect, at least back in the day. This would probably suck in Constructed though, because it would just be ignored or removed, but it does kind of actually have a place in Limited. It's a pretty cool card in my opinion. The art is also really neat. Next we have Serpent Generator. This is an artifact that costs 6 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is 4 tap. Put a poison snake token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 artifact creature. If this creature damages opponent, opponent gets a poison counter. If opponent ever has 10 or more poison counters, opponent loses game. And then the Oracle text is pay 4 and tap, create a 1/1 colorless snake artifact creature token. It has, whenever this creature deals damage to a player, that player gets a poison counter. A player with 10 or more poison counters loses the game. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and this is pretty sweet, but generally poison or infect decks work by being fast and aggressive and dealing 10 as quickly as possible. While this card needs a 6 mana investment to even start dealing damage, then you need to hit them with 1/1 snakes 10 times. Buffing the snakes doesn't do anything because each snake deals a poison counter when it attacks regardless of how much damage it does. This is decent against a life gain deck because they can't out-heal the poison, but life gain decks kinda suck and you'd probably be better off just being aggressive as hell. It isn't a terrible win condition in a control deck since those like to play slow and deal psychological damage anyways, but this is a pretty unoptimal way to try and win the game unless you want to force poison wins or just need some kind of win condition to go with all your removal cards and counter spells. I do really like this card though. I think it's a cool include, but I do think it could have been a little cheaper. The art is pretty fantastic as well. I really enjoy the way this piece is illustrated. Then we have Sword of the Ages. This is an artifact that costs 6 mana. It is a rare, and the card text is, Sword of the Ages comes into play tapped. You may tap, sacrifice Sword of the Ages, and as many creatures as you choose. Sword does the combined power of these creatures in damage to one target. Sacrifice creatures and sword are then removed from the game entirely. And then the Oracle text is tap, sacrifice this artifact and any number of creatures you control. This artifact deals X damage to any target, where X is the total power of the creatures sacrificed this way. Then exile this artifact and those creatures. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and this card is really cool and super fun. It's a decent aggro finisher against a deck that has stabilized and you can't get over that last hump. It's also pretty funny as a combo deck if you can figure out some way of doing that. This is a solid card in this environment because it is pretty hard to attack through all the nonsense you see in this set. I really like this card. The art is also pretty sweet too. This goes pretty funny with Primordial Ooze, so that's something to think about. Next we have Triassic Egg. This is an artifact that costs 4 mana. It is also a rare, and the card text is, pay 3 and tap, put 1 counter on Triassic Egg. If there are at least 2 such counters, you may sacrifice Triassic Egg to take any creature from your hand or graveyard and put it directly into play. Treat this creature as though it were just summoned. And then the Oracle text is, pay 3 and tap, put a hatchling counter on this artifact, sacrifice this artifact, choose 1. Activate only if there are 2 or more hatchling counters on this artifact. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield, or return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and this is pretty cool. It lets you cheat something out ahead of curve, but it does cost a decent amount of mana to do so, which makes it feel more busted than it actually is. It also acts as recursion, which is pretty useful. Overall, this card is pretty fair and a balanced card that makes you feel like you're cheating, and that's kind of a fun place for a card to be in. It's not a great card, but it's certainly not a bad card either, especially in the context of Limited. The art is also awesome. That little dinosaur is really cute. I really enjoy the art for this. Then we have Voodoo Doll. This is an artifact that costs 6 mana, and this is a rare, and the card text is, put 1 counter on Voodoo Doll during your upkeep. If Voodoo Doll is not tapped, at end of turn, it does X damage to you and is destroyed. X equals the number of counters on Voodoo Doll. And then you can pay XX and tap. Voodoo Doll does X damage to any one target. And then the Oracle text for this is, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a pin counter on this artifact. At the beginning of your end step, if this artifact is untapped, destroy this artifact and it deals damage to you equal to the number of pin counters on it. And then again, you can pay XX and tap. This artifact deals damage equal to the number of pin counters on it to any target. X is the number of pin counters on this artifact. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and this is a really hilarious card, but it's also a pretty bad card. In 3 turns, it costs you 6 mana to tap this, and you'll have done 6 damage after you tap this. Now that turn, mind you, you'll do 3 damage that turn, but you would have done 2 the previous turn and 1 the first turn. This gets out of hand quickly, and it'll end up biting you in the ass. But I suppose it isn't the worst thing in the world. It'll be really funny if you kill someone with this, but the longer you play around with this, the worse it gets for you in the end. Granted, you'll always be dealing a lot more damage to your opponent than you'll take when this gets destroyed, but it's a lot of mana for relatively little value in my opinion. It is a really funny card though, and the art is pretty sweet. Then we have White Mana Battery. This is an artifact that costs 4, big shocker there. It is a rare, and we've discussed the mana batteries enough, I think. This one was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and this is kind of an anticlimactic artifact to end on. White Mana Battery is the same as all the other mana batteries, and I don't really have any more words about these artifacts. They are fine, but not great. I suppose if you could keep a game going long enough, you could use Mana Battery to pay for your Voodoo Doll to slowly kill your opponent, but good luck with that. Odds are someone will deck out first. The art is pretty cool for this one though. I really like the clouds in the back especially, but the whole thing is just really wonderful. But that's it for the artifacts. And all we have to talk about is the lands. Holy shit, I can't believe we're finally here. This has been like walking through mud. Now, I've been doing all these cards in type followed by alphabetical order, but I'm going to mix it up a little bit for the lands. Before we talk about the actual lands that are actually worth playing, we're just going to quickly laugh at the banding lands. There's Adventurer's Guildhouse, illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, Cathedral of Sarah, illustrated by Mark Poole, Mountain Stronghold, illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, Seafarer's Quay, also illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, and Unholy Citadel, once again illustrated by Mark Poole. So these are probably the worst cards ever printed in Magic. They don't tap for mana, and the ability to give your legends bands with other legends is pretty stupid and not that useful. Banding as a whole is generally more useful on smaller, cheap creatures, but most of the legends are big as hell. This can have some use, I suppose, and these cards are actually better now than they were back in the day because of the changes to bands with others, but these are still baffling cards. So bands with others used to only work if both creatures had bands with other blank, meaning if you had a green and a red legend and a black and a blue legend and you had Seafarer's Quay out, those creatures could not band. They have since changed bands with others, and now these cards could band, but it's still a land drop for an ability that isn't that great. These cards are bad. I wouldn't draft them if I were you, if only to avoid the absolute rules headache as you all try to figure out how these work. There is a small niche with like Adventurer's Guildhouse and Mountain Stronghold specifically, because Stang makes a copy of himself when he enters. So if you have either of those lands, then Stang and his twin can attack as a band, which is kind of cool, I guess. I don't know that I would waste my land drop on it, though. Anyway, Adventurer's Guildhouse, Cathedral of Sarah, Seafarer's Quay, and Unholy Citadel are all uncommons that appear in the A box, and Mountain Stronghold appears in B box, also as an uncommon. Also, the art on all of these is frustratingly fantastic, which is both sweet because good art rocks, but also a bummer because I'll never see these in my hand. Oh well, let's talk about the real land cards now. First, we have Hammerheim. This is a legendary land. It is an uncommon that appears in both A and B boxes, the only card to do that. The card text is tap, add red to your mana pool, tap, remove all landwalk abilities from target creature until end of turn. And then it has some flavor text. 'Tis distance lends enchantment to the view, and robes the mountain in its azure hue. Thomas Campbell, Pleasures of Hope. And the oracle text is mostly the same. This one was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and this is a decent card. Removing landwalking abilities is niche, but this is a land that enters untapped and makes a colored mana, so if you are running red stuff, then there isn't a reason to not run this. Unless you're terrified of the one legendary landwalk, but fear not, you can just use this to remove that. Yeah, there isn't much to say about this. Landwalk can be annoying, but it is rather limited, especially in this limited environment, and the answers to deal with it are less than limited. Still, this is a decent card that's worth grabbing, and if you are going to run an answer to Landwalk, this is the one to do. Then we have Caracas. This is a legendary land, this is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, add white to your mana pool, or tap, return target legend to its owner's hand. Enchantments on target legend are destroyed. It has some flavor text. To make a prairie, it takes a clover and one bee, one clover and a bee, and reverie. Emily Dickinson. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard and Caracas, my beloved. This card is pretty damn busted, especially in a set about legendary creatures. It's just unsummon on a plains. Straight up brutal. This is a card you have to like instantly snap pick in this limited environment. It's just too good to pass up. The art is also lovely. I don't really have much else to say about Caracas, though. It kind of speaks for itself, right? Then we have Pendelhaven. This is a legendary land. It is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, add green to your mana pool, or tap, target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It also has some flavor text. This is the forest primeval. The murmuring pines and the hemlocks stand like druids of old. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Evangeline. This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and Pendelhaven is also really good, but it is more of a build-around. If you don't have any 1/1 creatures, this card doesn't do much for you. If you have a decent amount of 1/1 creatures, this card is straight gas. It really fucks with your opponent's blocking choices, especially if you have a lot of 1/1s. This is definitely worth considering if you can fulfill the conditions it needs to be good. But even if you can't, it still taps for green, so that's pretty sweet if you can use green. Then we have the Tabernacle at Pendrail Vale. This is a legendary land, and it's a rare land. The card text is, all creatures now require an upkeep cost of 1 in addition to any other upkeep costs they may have. If the upkeep cost for a creature is not paid, that creature is destroyed. And then the oracle text is, all creatures have, at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy this creature unless you pay 1. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and this card is straight gas, but don't look up the price and paper if you aren't willing to proxy. This card will make you cry unless you have $4,000 lying around and nothing else that you could possibly spend $4,000 on, which, I doubt. Ignoring that, this card is very good, and I would snap that shit up regardless on if I was going to use it, because I wouldn't want it used against me. This card is straight busted, and something you should be wary of. The art is also fantastic. I really like looking at this card. Then we have Teleria. This is another legendary land. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is, tap, add blue to your mana ability. Busted. Just kidding. And then you can tap during upkeep to remove the banding or bands with others ability from target creature until end of turn. The first tap ability is better. It also has some flavor text. Fairest Isle, all isles excelling, seat of pleasures and of loves, by John Dryden. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and Teleria is probably the worst of this cycle. For one, banding or bands with others doesn't ever come up these days, so there's no point in it. But there is a little bit of banding and bands with others in this set, so I'd probably just draft this on the hope that there's any possibility this comes up, because it would be so fucking funny to remove banding from something. But yeah, it's not really a good card. The art is really awesome though, and at least it taps for a blue. That's pretty cool. Then we have Urborg. This is another legendary land. This is a B-box uncommon, and the card text is tap, add black to your mana pool, or tap, remove first strike or swamp walk ability from target creature until end of turn. And then it also has some flavor text. Resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. So blend the turrets and shadows there, that all seem pendulous in air. While from a proud tower in town, death looks gigantically down. Edgar Allan Poe, The City in the Sea. This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and Urborg is a card that can definitely be sweet if there's a lot of first strike or swamp walk going around. Unfortunately, there isn't an excessive amount of it in this set, so this isn't likely to come up much. Still, it's basically a swamp with no real downside in this set, other than the one legend with legendary landwalk. But I think the risk of running this and the benefit of running it are both pretty low. Unless you think it's cool and the art slaps, then the risk is low, but the benefits are high. I do really love the art. It's kind of a shame it's so niche for all these Vorthos nerds, but oh well. Them's the breaks sometime, you know? That is it. All 310 cards in Legends. So what do I think of Legends after going through every card in this set with a fine-tooth comb? This set is tedious, but it's also really cool. Right now, the cards that are most in my head are the ones from the previous reviews I've done, so I think I did a decent job of looking at this set as though it was just coming out. Obviously, I can't release the context of cards that, come after, and my experience is made up of lessons most players wouldn't have even had the opportunity to learn when Magic was like a year old, so it's not a perfect one-to-one, but I did try to look at these cards in the context of the cards that came before them and not the cards that came after, for the most part. Legends had some really radical designs, and many of them were legitimately fun to think about. There was a lot of creativity that went into these cards, and most of them gave me something to think about. However, a lot of them are really bad for a number of reasons. Some of them just cost too much mana, but that is what it is. Some of them are ideas that are just inherently stupid, like anything with Rampage. It only works if your opponent doesn't understand it, and that's terrible from a game design standpoint. Avoid Fate is also pretty stupid for not targeting instants, which would be the majority use case for a card like that. The actual flavor and lore of this set is pretty awesome, and the art is phenomenal for most of these cards. I don't think Legends would draft well. If you want to experience a limited with Legends cards, I would really recommend that you make a cube with a curated list and maybe add some more removal, because this set could desperately use some enchantment removal. Blue had a lot of counter spells in this set, which I like, but I don't really like that in a set that doesn't give the other colors as much to work with. But to be fair to the designers, they did try to do a little bit of giving them more stuff with like Avoid Fate and Ring of Immortals, but they both don't really work as you would think, and it wasn't enough, in my opinion. And there are a lot of cards in here that I just don't believe that the designers or developers fully understood. There are so many cards that are just way too good or brutal, like Arborea or Mana Drain or Chains of Mephistopheles or Moat or Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale. And there are also cards that just kind of don't work, or at least not well. Like Avoid Fate being so restrictive in what it can actually do. Was that intentional? Or the banding lands? Why are they so bad? They don't tap for mana, and the benefit they provide is a lot of work to make usable. As you probably need at least 2 of these lands in play, then you also need to cast, what, like 2 8-mana Crawl Worms? Or at the very least, cast 2 3 to 4 mana 1/1s that are 3 color, and then you can do something with it? So you need to take off 2 land drops, then hit like 3 colors and 3 to 4 land drops? For 1 creature? You wouldn't be doing anything with this until at least turn 6, in the best case scenario. My point is, this set is all over the place. Like, it has some of the coolest ideas we've seen so far. Eureka? Super fucking cool. Legendary lands and legendary creatures? Super fucking cool. Chains of Mephistopheles? Super fucking cool, if you're a sicko like me. Rabid Wombat? Super fucking cool. But then they also have terrible ideas and cards that should probably have never been made, like Chains of Mephistopheles and other examples. I'm starting to ramble, but I'm going to try and wrap this up. This is a very cool set, and this is a very shit set. Luckily, the bad that this set had created has long since been filtered down the drain of Magic the Gathering, while the good is still very much alive. Anyway, that's all I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this one. It was very fun to do until it was miserable, but luckily it got fun again. I'll be tackling the Dark next, which is going to be super exciting because that set kicks dicks all day long. I will be taking a bit of a break from set reviews for a while though, so I wouldn't expect it for at least a month or 2. This was tiring and I really need a break from this style of video. Either way, thank you for watching. Like if you enjoyed, subscribe if you give a shit, and I hope you have a magical day. Thanks for watching.